at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free worlds. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. Now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Iran Revolution Live, day 123, with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And your, which way is this? And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Ghamari.
Thank you. Armin, let's do a high five.
Okay, let's
High
do
five.
it. Okay, high five.
How are you doing today, Armin?
Good. With another interview with Prince Reza Pahlavi come out on Fox News. I haven't watched it because I wanted to watch it with you.
I haven't watched
watch
it
it?
either. Because
Okay.
I wanted to watch it with you. Yes.
Okay.
I actually, I have that loaded up and ready to go. But not only that, we also look at this Truth Social post from President Trump. Did you see this?
Which one? No.
Oh, you haven't seen this.
No. I haven't. Okay. Oh my god. Is this real?
Yes, he posted this 9 hours ago on his Truth Social, and he says Iran can't get their act together. They don't know how to sign a non-nuclear deal. They better get smart soon. President Donald J. Trump. And then the image is no more Mr. Nice Guy. And then it looks like he's booming like a military base or something somewhere in the mountains.
Yeah. And he's not looking back, which is the way that you have, like, cool people don't look back when there's explosions behind them. That's the rule. Yes.
So you know what's really interesting about this, Armin, is that this confirms everything that we have been saying about President Trump, right? The only deal that President Trump is interested in signing with the Islamic regime is a surrender deal, right? Because he
Right.
already said unconditional surrender. And now President Trump is making it very clear because there's so many rumors going around about how, Iran is, rumors from the Islamic regime side, and they're saying things like, well, President Trump is thinking about, conceding on the nuclear issue, or they say garbage nonsense like, if President Trump puts the nuclear issue aside, we'll agree to negotiate or whatever, right? But with this one, one or two sentences, President
Right.
Trump has made it very clear that his red line is nuclear ambitions, and it is what it is, right? So with this one post, he says Iran can't get their act together. They don't know how to sign a non-nuclear deal. They better get smart soon. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
So Goldie, these are more reasonable people, more pragmatic people. He was just sweet talking them. So maybe that means that I'm not going to do that anymore, right? Like some of you are pragmatic, some of
Well, not only that, remember, we were talking about how, these people, they might be more reasonable than others, but, on the Durka
Right.
scale, they're all still pretty high up on the Durka scale.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
sure, like Ghalibaf might be more reasonable than Vahidi, but
Right.
they're all pretty high on the terrorist, evil terrorist war criminal scale. So
Yes.
that's why this is why it's always important to put things in context, right? Like when President Trump says, oh, we're dealing with people, they're more reasonable than the last group. Sure, I mean, they could be more reasonable, but you're still dealing with terrorists, right? And, this is President Trump calling them out. So, yeah.
Marco's categorization, pragmatic radicals versus more revolutionary end times radicals, but both radicals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is actually 100% in line with what Marco Rubio was saying yesterday about the moderates versus the hardliners, right? Remember, he was saying there's no difference between them.
Yeah, they're saying there is no moderates; they're all radicals. Just some of them understand. Yeah.
Exactly. Yay. So there you go. All right, should we go to King Reza Pahlavi's interview? There's actually two that I'm interested in watching. One is obviously His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, but then there was another one with Jack Keane as well, General Jack Keane, and he always has really good insight as well. So, okay, let's watch this one. You know what? Actually, why don't I send you the link, because I know people that love ARMIN commentary.
Okay. Thank you, guys. You guys are sweet.
So I just sent that to you. And guys, what's really important about this interview is, remember, Sean Hannity is one of the people who's incredibly close to President Trump, right? So Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Maria Bartiromo, of course, Senator Ted Cruz, Pete Hegseth, Lindsey Graham as well. So, President Trump watches Sean Hannity. So if His Royal Highness is on Sean Hannity, that's a big deal. Because remember, in the past, whenever we've seen conversations between Mark Levin and Sean Hannity, that's pretty much been sort of laying out the groundwork for things to come. And I think we were speaking about that yesterday when Armin was in his group chat, and I shared that interview between Mark Levin and Sean Hannity, right? We're seeing the same sort of laying the foundations as we did during February, when things were leading up to the boom booms on February 28th.
Right. Okay. So, wow, this 5-minute interview, I'm interested. It's like at this point, this is very significant because now everybody is waiting to see if the Americans are going to rely mostly, if President Trump is going to mostly rely on the blockade, or are we going to have boom booms? Like, are we going to have military operations? As Goldie says, boom booms.
I just say boom booms. I don't want YouTube to come after me again.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, it's I think people like it here when we go pew pew or boom boom.
Pew, and boom boom. It's just so that like the AI algorithm doesn't take me down or something.
Right. All right. So let's see if what Princess of Pahlavi has to say about all of this.
Also, when you think the UN can't get any worse, all these globalist organizations, I'm sick of all of them. Think again. On Monday, the UN actually tapped Iran to serve as vice president of its nuclear non-proliferation conference. Here with more on
What?
Oh, you didn't know about that?
I knew that they put them in the head of like their peace council and the Women Rights Council, and now they're doing so. This is the third time the UN is doing something so ridiculous. Why are they putting them in charge of everything that the Islamic Republic is the worst at? First, they put him at the leader of the Council for Women Rights, then for I don't know what was it, peace or human rights, and now for nuclear. Oh my God. It's like the UN. Like, is this a joke? Are they trying to like? Wouldn't it be funny? Like, are they sitting in a room and just say like, guys, wouldn't it be funny if we make the Islamic Republic the head of like women rights in the United States? And now the nuclear. Are you kidding me? When did this happen? Was this yesterday? Oh my
It
God.
was a few days ago.
Well, he's talking about it as if it just happened.
I'm sick of all of them. Think again. On Monday, the UN actually tapped Iran to serve as vice president of its nuclear non-proliferation conference. Here with more on this and all the top stories coming out of Iran, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
Goldie, is UN trying to figure like how could we make ourselves irrelevant faster? Like, are they trying to see how they could get to that point where they're irrelevant organization like this? Like, is there a competition in the UN to get to that point as the fast as possible?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know what's really shameful is Canada, that's on that council. Canada did not object. So by remaining silent, the Canadian government, the Liberal government, Mark Carney, they approved that. They approve having the Islamic regime as like the vice chair of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Council or whatever. Yeah, the UN is garbage. Like, we need to just defund the UN and just get rid of it. It's a garbage organization. It's completely useless.
Unbelievable.
He is back with us. Let's get your take where we are now. The one missing piece that I would like to see filled is I'd like to see the Iranian people armed. I know that there are attempts to do it. I don't know if they're successful. I just think that that would be the next logical step. What would you like to see happen?
Wow. Okay.
Good evening, Sean. Good to be back with you. What's going to be the ultimate end game is for the people of Iran to reclaim their country. In order to do that, they need to have an equalized playing field. What happened on January 8th and 9th of this year was a massacre to the tune of 40,000 people that were killed in less than 24 hours. That cannot be a legacy of any country that believes in the fact that the Iranian people need to be liberated. In fact, they called for this intervention as a means to find a way out. General Keane is absolutely right. This regime doesn't care about the Iranian people. If it did, it would not have brought us to a point of complete collapse, isolation, as a result of their warmongering and terrorism. But the boots on the ground have always been and should be the people of Iran themselves. But they need extra help. And I totally agree that staying the course is the best remedy. Keep the pressure on them, target the regime's infrastructure, make sure the people of Iran have now a chance to finally come back to the streets. Let's not leave this job half done. Let's go all the way.
So was that a yes to arming the Iranian people, or was that a no, or was that like neither?
I don't know. Maybe let's just continue. Maybe it'll come out in context.
Because Sean Hannity
didn't
asked,
answer.
Yeah, he didn't answer. So that's interesting. Okay.
I think, you know what? I think that's I think, yeah, I agree with people in the chat. I think that's like a diplomatic yes. Like, he didn't say no. He didn't say no. But what he said is that Iranian people have to, land the final blow against the regime.
Interesting. Because he said like it was a soft yes, because it may be because at the end is like we have to go all the way. The question was, should we arm the Iranian people?
Infrastructure, make sure the people of Iran have now a chance to finally come back to the streets. Let's not leave this job half done. Let's go all the way.
Let's go all the way.
I
So
think
that's
I think
kind
that's I think that's a diplomatic yes. I think that's
Yes.
so. Let's put it this way: he's not opposed to the idea, because if he was opposed to the idea, he would say no,
Right.
I shouldn't do that.
No.
So
Yes.
the fact that he didn't say no, that's basically it's a soft yes. Yeah, he's saying yes without saying yes.
Right. Yeah. Look at this. Okay, I'll go to the super chats after this, because Princess of Pahlavi, let's finish this and then we'll go to some super chats.
Let me ask you, I mean, now that the top 3 tiers of leadership have pretty much been wiped out, maybe the 4th tier needs to go. There's obviously a struggle for power, more
4th
hardliners
tier?
versus people that seemingly
The
want.
4th tier.
So we're done with the 3rd tier. Are we on the 4th tier now? Because that's new.
Yeah,
go
I thought we were on the 3rd, or yet still.
Away.
Let me ask you, I mean, now that the top 3 tiers of leadership have pretty much been wiped out, maybe the 4th tier needs to go. There's obviously a struggle.
Yeah, how did we get to 4? Maybe look at our bingo card.
Maybe he's referring to the fact that Ghalibaf is no longer responsible for negotiations. So maybe Sean Hannity is seeing that as the third layer gone, and now we're in the 4th, and the 4th is Vahidi, because everyone's talking about Vahidi and that like Jalili or whatever, and
yeah.
right? So maybe that's
So
the 4th layer now.
So if we divide it to military people and politicians, right? So if Ali Khamenei was the first, Mujtaba Khamenei was the second, and then Mujtaba being like not available, then Larijani being the third, maybe Ghalibaf could be considered the 4th, maybe in that way. I guess it could. But if
no, because President Trump was speaking about the third group when Larijani was already dead. I think Larijani was second. So I think Khamenei was the first layer, and then Larijani and Shamkhani were the second, and then Ghalibaf was like the third. And now that Ghalibaf has pretty much been removed from the negotiations, maybe that's where Sean Hannity is now talking about the 4th, which could be Vahidi.
But I was going to actually go to, but I was trying to point out is like if we focus on the IRGC, if you see like, because I'm trying to divide it into politicians and military people, right? If you look at the IRGC, you can see dead, 3, dead, 3, dead, 4 maybe here. So, but the main 2 higher ups here, Vahidi is 3rd and Abdullahi is 3rd. When it comes to Quds, we're still on 2nd. When it comes to the aerospace, we're still on 2nd. So top leadership, we're on 3rd. Top leadership, we're 3rd. Quds army, we're on 2nd. And aerospace, we're on 2nd.
Yeah, but I think he's referring to who's running the country, not who's top leadership in different parts. So again, like, guys, Armin and I were just brainstorming, right? Because this is the first time we've heard anyone talk about the 4th, right? It's always been the 3rd. So we're just brainstorming. You know, we're just kind of analyzing and guessing here, right? So the fact that Sean Hannity is now speaking about the 4th, that may be an indication that Ghalibaf has been, removed, and Vahidi and his faction might be more in charge now. I don't know, but it's very interesting for Sean Hannity to say that, because we have not heard President Trump speak about the 3rd layer being gone and going on to the 4th layer.
Interesting. Let me actually play that part again, maybe.
Let me ask you, I mean, now that the top 3 tiers of leadership have pretty much been wiped out, maybe the 4th tier needs to go. There's obviously a struggle for power, more hardliners versus people that seemingly want a deal. You know, it's inexplicable if you're an outsider looking in. How do you possibly explain that they will honor President Trump's request not to hang the women that were scheduled to be hung on the one hand, and yet on the other hand, they will cling to this idea that they can still remain a nuclear power, which is absolutely, positively a non-starter and non-negotiable. And now that they're headed to a point they can't store their oil, they're going to have to cap those oil wells, and they'll never come back to anywhere near the capacity they have now. How do you explain what's going on there?
Well, technically, they don't need to cap those oil wells. I mean, there is the option of dumping the oil into the sea. There's also that we have to take into account.
Well, of course, all the measures that are taken to bring more pressure on the regime are at play. But what's also at play is the consequences of this regime continuing to survive. And that is ultimately going to hurt our country in the sense that recovering from after the mess that will be left behind will be quite a tough hill to climb, which is why, given the current circumstances, it's the best opportunity while you're at it to get the job done. Let's understand one thing, Sean. This regime and its nature has never been moderate. It has always been radical. There's no such thing as moderate in this system. In fact, if you listen to the rhetoric, and it's not just sloganism, they actually believe what they say. When they threaten to retaliate, to take revenge over the killing of their supreme leader, meaning President Trump directly, and of course retaliating against the countries in the region, I don't think anybody will breathe a sigh of relief as long as this regime continues to exist. It's been weakened, but not to the point of collapse. There are still certain elements of the system that continue to function. These need to be also addressed. These need to also be targeted. Once the regime is on the verge of collapse, the people will be ready to take over. This has to be a synchronized campaign. We are doing our part as a nation. We need the outside help. It did come, but it cannot stop halfway. The regime never intended to negotiate. It probably will not. I mentioned that in previous interviews. And the reason is that in their DNA, they simply cannot coexist with a free world. They are out there with the ambition of exporting an ideology.
200% inflation rate. The currency value is now zero. Half their workforce is.
So before, like, to me, it seems like Princess Pahlavi prefers military operation over the blockade, because the blockade will be more difficult for the Iranian people to tolerate. Maybe I'm like reading too much into it, though.
No, no, you're not. But I think he's looking at this from a humanitarian perspective, because military operation will ensure that the Islamic regime is finished quicker, and less Iranians, less political prisoners are hanged and executed by the regime, right? So I think that's where he's looking at this from, right? So because ultimately, the longer we wait, the more innocent Iranians, and they're executing and hanging Iranians every day. So I think that's the angle that he's looking at it from. So I mean, yeah, like we as Iranians, of course, we prefer military operation, because that's going to ensure the Islamic regime falls quicker, and more innocent lives are saved.
Okay, all right, thank you for confirming that. Okay, let's see. Now Sean. I appreciate Sean talking about the economy, because many people are ignoring what's happening inside Iran and the Iranian people. So I'm really glad that he's talking about that next.
They are out there with the ambition of exporting an ideology.
200% inflation rate. The currency value is now zero. Half their workforce is out of work. They're going to soon be running out of gasoline themselves. How much longer can that, whatever it remains of the old regime, stay propped up, and how does this end?
Well, Sean, the secret to their survival so far is sheer repression. This regime has not stopped killing people. It continues to execute people almost every day. That's basically what this regime is doing. But if they run out of cash, they simply cannot pay their mercenaries. They cannot sustain their apparatus. they will be basically bankrupt. And that's also another way to put pressure on them. So it's good to keep maximum pressure, but I think the military campaign has to go all the way to finally bring them down.
Oh, so he says it's like both. Like he thinks that the blockade is good, but the military operations are also needed to finish the job. So he appreciates the military, the economic pressure. Okay, interesting.
And he also said why. So I guessed that correctly. His concern is the executions, right? Because the Islamic regime is executing and murdering people every day.
Yes, you did guess that correctly. Like exactly right after you said that, then we played it, and Princess of Pahlavi said exactly that.
Yeah.
There was a second interview that you wanted us to go over. Yeah.
Let me send that to you. So this was with General Keane. This interview was right before King Reza Pahlavi's interview, which is why at the beginning of King Reza Pahlavi's interview, he says, "I agree with General Keane."
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, play this. I'll be right back in like 30 seconds. I'm just going to grab a water.
Okay.
All right, just to reiterate, tonight's state visit comes amid a low point in the alliance between the UK and the US. And keep in mind that an Iranian nuke poses a far greater, more immediate threat to Europe than the US. They have ballistic missile range that can actually hit London and Paris. On Truth Social, the president did announce that Iran's economy is now imploding. The regime is now desperate to make a deal. Unfortunately, the country is still struggling to figure out their, quote, leadership situation. In the meantime, the U.S. blockade will continue. Earlier today, U.S. Marines boarded a commercial ship suspected of attempting to violate that blockade. According to CENTCOM, 39 vessels now have been redirected to ensure full compliance. This is causing major anxiety inside of Iran, and for good reason. The country is running out of places to store their oil. As our Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent put it, quote, while the surviving IRGC leaders are trapped like drowning rats in a sewage pipe, Iran's creaking oil industry is starting to shut in production thanks to the blockade. Pumping will soon collapse. Gasoline shortages in Iran are next. So what does this mean for...
Wait, let's go back to that. The surviving IRGC are trapped like drowning rats in sewage pipe. Iran's creaking oil industry is starting to shut in production thanks to U.S. blockade. Yeah, guys, I don't know. Guys, what do you think? Is the Islamic Republic going to start dumping the oil into the sea? Because I haven't seen people discussing that. I'm thinking maybe I'm like imagining this being a possibility, because I've like only on Iran Revolution Live have we talked about that possibility. I've seen it like basically nowhere else. And I'm wondering if other people are ignoring that possibility, or are we...
You know what it is? I think that other people don't realize how evil and insane the Islamic regime is. So I have a feeling that they haven't even considered that possibility, because they think that no, government, and I use that term very loosely, that no one would actually think of just directly dumping oil into the ocean. But that's exactly something that the Islamic regime would do in order to survive. So yeah, we can't put anything past the Islamic regime. A dictatorship that slaughters over 40,000 people in 2 days alone, right? Do you think they care about spilling oil into the ocean? If they had to choose between spilling oil into the ocean and surviving, 100% they would do that. I just don't think people realize how evil the regime is when it comes to these sorts of things.
By the way, I forgot to read the super chats between these two interviews, and I will right after this one. Okay, sorry guys. I see, and don't say sorry. It was my fault that I didn't read them. I will read them right after this. Okay, let me just finish this one, and then we'll go to the super chats.
Pumping will soon collapse. Gasoline shortages in Iran are next. So what does this mean for the U.S. in the days and weeks to come? Here with more. Fox News strategic analyst, our friend General Jack Keane, is with us. General, I think the blockade is enormously successful. I think the blockade coupled with the next stage of military targets would probably be the perfect combination, but you would know better than I.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. I mean, we're 3 weeks into a ceasefire. with repeated attempts now to find a deal, and certainly a deal by anybody's definition that would be acceptable to President Trump seems to be at a far distance. It doesn't seem likely at all. And I think the reason at the heart of it is because the Iranians really don't want a deal. What they intended to do with this time period is just play us for time, believing that the political and economic pressure on the president will grow and put him in a position either to make major concessions or just back away and declare victory and that it's all over. So that's, I think, where the Iranians are, where the president is. And likely, I think the reassessment with his team will come to the conclusion that, yes, keep the blockade. We said when we went to the ceasefire, there was about 2 weeks of assigned objectives that had to be completed in that time frame. And during that time frame, Central Command, who's in charge of the U.S. war, has doubled its capability from when it started at the beginning of the war. So, and the Israelis have recovered any munition shortages they have. So in terms of our capability going forward, we'll actually be able to press a very aggressive and comprehensive campaign to complete the prime minister's objectives and the president's objectives for their military forces. And I think that's realistic. The objectives we've been on now and trying to make it work can't make it work. And President Trump, as we all know, Sean, is not going to take a bad deal. And the Iranians are miscalculating and underestimating him again. So I do think we're on that path. We'll have to open up the Straits of Hormuz maybe after the military operation.
Look at all these ships piling up. Oh my God. This is
operation is completed. And I think one other thing we should do, and if we're not doing it now, we should do it in earnest, because it's never been our objective to topple the regime. But certainly they are so weakened that they're going to be close. And
so, guys, it's not just the oil tankers. Other ships are also being stopped. Any ship that is like leaving Iranian ports are being stopped. But I think if it's an oil tanker and has oil, they will take the oil. And if it's not, they will just stop them.
Assad and the CIA should be working to undermine this regime and to support the Iranians wherever they are in terms of what they want to do about the current situation and enable at some point a final collapse of the regime itself. That's kind of where I think we are, Sean.
Yeah, I think so. I would expect that the president's patience in terms of withholding military force is running out about now. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at all the attempts here to make a deal, and we've struggled to find who we can make the deal with. And I think there's been some clarification, but not completely on that. The Iranians really don't want it, and that's where they are. And the one thing I would say, there will be people that argue, let's just keep the blockade in place and don't do the military operation. This is something our viewers have to understand. The people running the regime, their only objective is to survive and stay in power. The amount of economic peril that the blockade will put on Iran is real. Eventually, it could cause an economic collapse. But they don't care about the suffering of their people, whether electricity is on or whether there's long gas lines or other economic plight that the people will suffer. They will not give in my judgment.
Yeah, he completely understands this.
Right? So that's an excellent point. And Armin, I think that's so important because, the Islamic regime doesn't care. So, when President Trump says, oh, we're going to like destroy this or destroy that, the Islamic regime literally does not care because they don't care how this is going to impact the Iranian people. They murder us, right? So I'm so grateful that General Keane is saying this, because that's what, you and I and millions of other Iranians have been trying to, have been saying, and we're trying to get the message out there. So it's great to see General Keane reiterating this.
Yes, and also it's good because President Trump is probably watching that, right? So that's good to see. The only thing that the Islamic Republic cares about when it comes to the economy being hurt is it's the inability for it to pay its armed forces. That's the only way that it affects them. Iranian people suffering doesn't give a crap. Doesn't give a crap. Yeah.
What we need to do is finish the objectives in terms of the military objectives that have been assigned to the Israeli forces and to the American forces, and let's finish what we started.
All right, General Keane, we always appreciate you being with us. General Keane, thank you tonight.
That was really good. He pretty much understands the Islamic Republic very well. That and the way they operate. By the way, Goldie, look at this. Boo.
Oh, I know. Won't be all fast.
Look at this. Oh my God, he's like a member of parliament and everything.
Yep.
Well, actually, no, he's like he's not a member of parliament. He's like the council of experts person.
Like I actually retweeted or reposted that picture.
Oh, you did?
And I was and then this is what I said. Here, let me just share this. I was like, why do they all look like inbred cavemen? Like, I don't even know where these people come from. Like, no human looks like this. These are like little demons that crawled out from hell. Like, look at him. And then this uneducated Durka is like saying that like nuclear enrichment off limits in U.S. talks. Who said it? Just go back to
actually, that's good. We support that.
Yeah, I know we do.
Yes, we do. Yes, please don't negotiate. Like, thank you. So let's see what he said. Abbas Kabi, a member of the Assembly of Experts, said negotiations between
he's
Iran and
Assembly
the
of Experts, guys. Look, he's an expert. So he's part of the Assembly of the Durka experts. Look.
Yes. Oh, and then after, oh my God, I keep forgetting the super chat.
Okay, we'll go to super chat after this.
Right. So Abbas Kabi, a member of the Assembly of Experts, said negotiations between Iran and the United States must not include discussions of the country's right to nuclear enrichment. Yes, please do not do that. Do not be flexible. Calling the issue outside the scope of talks, Kabi said any agreement with Washington that contradicts the conditions set by Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei would be religiously forbidden and unacceptable. Wow. Okay, that's good. This is going to tie the hands of anybody within the regime who wants to actually show some flexibility. That's great. This guy is really bad for the Islamic Republic, guys. He's on our team. This guy is on our team because he's basically tying the hands of the Islamic Republic when it comes to how much they could maneuver their flexibility. He added that negotiating under threat is also forbidden. So don't negotiate at all. That's great. Warning that making concessions or promise to the United States would embolden it. Kabi, because they're not emboldened at all by the fact that you're so pathetically weak. Kabi said sanctions and the risk of war must be fully removed and that any resolution should result in lasting peace rather than a prolonged state of tension. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right, so let's put his face on while we're reading the super chats.
Ew, no. I'm going to have something better.
Okay.
I'll have something better.
What do you have?
Well, you start. I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up when it's ready to go.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
all right. So
it now.
So Amir gifted a membership in Goldie Ghamari YouTube channel,
thank you.
and then another membership by Amir, and then 5 memberships again by Amir. Thank you. And then Kevin gave 1 membership gift on Goldie's channel.
Thank you.
And then we got a super chat saying, "Thanks, Goldie and Armin, for doing live every day. I'm from Taiwan. Oh, we support you guys against the CCP.
Yes, we do. Free Taiwan.
Yeah. Free Taiwan. Oh, that's much better. Yeah. Wait, let me see below it. Oh, okay. Thank you. The Goldie. Okay. Thanks, Goldie and Armin, for doing it. So I'm from Taiwan, following the live from the very beginning of the revolution. Free Iran, Javid Shah. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
And also, long live Taiwan.
Free Taiwan.
And yes. So Sherry says, I want to see Iranian people, women frog march the IRGC. What's frog march?
I don't know.
A frog march is the forcible movement of a person, usually a suspect, by holding their arms behind them. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay, I see. It's a very aggressive way of removing somebody from an area. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I would like to see that. Sure. Why not? Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your support, Sherry. And then William is saying, was his name Ali Larry Johnny? Because he used to be one of those dancing boys. Yeah, so Ali Larry Johnny. No, so yeah, it's Larry Johnny, not Larry Johnny, but it sounds very similar. And then we got another super chat saying Jihadi Pilates teams are training for World War 24. Okay, yes. And then Sherry saying, sorry, Armin, I was just responding to Sean asking, what do you want to see? Oh, that was a good response. Don't be sorry. That was a good response. I like your response. And then we got another super chat saying, no hate. I support you all the way. But what made Germany from 1871 to 1918 undemocratic? We never said they were undemocratic during that time. We were talking about during Nazi Germany. That's what we were talking about. They had I don't know how to pronounce that shared power with the Kaiser. Again, I don't know how to pronounce it, sorry. And chancellor appointed by the was that different? No, we weren't. We didn't comment about Germany back then. We were talking about Germany being undemocratic under Nazi Germany. I never commented about the periods that you're mentioning. And Goldie, did you comment about those?
I made a video. I made a video where I said that Iran was a democracy before Germany, but that was because I said Iran became a constitutional monarchy in 1906, and Germany didn't become a democracy until 1918.
Oh, so this person is saying, oh, so he's responding to you, not
responding to like my video that I made. So he's saying, was that different? So I mean, like Iran. So what happened in Iran? Iran was a constitutional monarchy. So prior to 1979, it was similar to the UK or Canada or Sweden, Denmark, Norway, countries like that. So it was definitely different than the situation in Germany. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God, what is this? I'm not gonna.
No, you have to read that, Armin. You have to read that.
No,
you have to read that.
Oh my God, no. Okay. Oh my God.
People miss your German, so let's hear your German.
Oh no. Okay. Okay, well that's fine. I speak fluent German, so I have no issues with this. Okay. Forden Spab Wah Le Ich Deutschland. Hey, I know that one. Ich liebe und schätze dich, Armin. Why am I in there? Dein hers und dein Verstand sind why we die in inner. I always like to overdo it when I get to die. Einer Fuhrog. What the hell is that? That is not a word. That's a curse. That is a curse. Goldie, are you sure you want me to read that? I'm afraid I'm going to have some.
You're going to summon like a demon or something.
No, I'm going to have demons in my office if I they're gonna spawn. Like, okay, just like exorcism or something. That's, oh my God. I need a wand for this. I need a wand or something here. Okay. Okay. They're each folgen wurde. Javid Armin. Oh, that was Persian. Thank you. I got that part. Okay. Oh my God. What was that? And then next,
it was the magic spell.
Hey guys, if you don't see me tomorrow, it's because my house has been taken over by demons or something. Sorry about that. Blame Amir. Every time Goldie says Durka people, and gags and makes me laugh so hard. Yeah, okay. It's really good. It's really good. Oh, look at this. You rock, Amir. Are we in a bidding war? LOL. So Sherry and Amir are competing with the super chats. Thank you guys for being so supportive. Roy is saying, thank you, Goldie and Armin, for all you do. I'm Iranian American who came here when I was a child, and you've helped me understand my country much better. Oh,
Oh, we love
that is
that.
so sweet. That is so sweet. Thank you for saying that. And then we got another super chat saying, Trump always knew this deal was going to fall through. The war serves more than one purpose here. When the Islamic Republic falls and the Iranian people rise, many great things will happen in this world. Exactly. Exactly. In the entire, for the whole world, not just for the Iranian people, the whole world is going to benefit from this. And then we have Donnie Girl just became a member. Thank you for your support. And then we had Fuchsa saying, "Don't gas me, Armin. Oh my God, what the hell,
Armin, what are you planning on doing?
I don't know. I don't know what the hell. That got really dark really fast. Okay, okay. Oh no. Okay. So we're saying, what happened to Armin GPT? What happened? I'm still here.
Armin GPT only works for Durka. When he's
Yes,
translating
yes.
Durka, Armin GPT can't translate German. Sorry, guys.
No. I can read German fluently when I'm reading it, but I don't know what I'm reading. Even though it's like exactly the same as a native German speaker when I'm reading it, and you can't tell the difference, I still don't know what I'm reading when I'm reading it. Yes.
There we go. All right, so those were the super chats to date. So keep them coming. We'll read them in a little bit afterwards as well. So, all right, Armin, do you like the little graphic I just made really quickly on Canva?
Yeah. Oh, you made that right now?
I did.
Wow, so fast.
Yeah.
That's so okay. Super chat time. That's great. I
Yeah,
love
so
it.
we can have like, super chat time or something. And then this way this will remind us, because I know sometimes we get so focused on sharing the
On the news.
news and providing like updates and analysis that sometimes we forget. So like especially me more than you. Like I'm definitely more at fault than you. So like I definitely need to be like make a better effort to keep an eye on the super chats and answer the super chats. So yeah, I made this little logo here to help like remind me. So
by the way, for the people who are telling me in the chat that my pronunciation was not actually good, like, okay, well, like, I mean, do I have to explain that I wasn't? I'm joking. Like, you're ruining the joke. Okay. I'm not okay. Oh my God. Oh. Okay. No, maybe you're joking as well, but it's okay. It's okay.
oh, look at this. So this is for Petito, test of the super chat. Thank you. That's awesome.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. So
all right.
Armin, I have a different version of like the super chat time like image if you want to see that as well. So I don't know. Like I made a couple, but I don't know if this is good or if there's like a different version. I don't know if you want to see the other version.
Yeah, let's see.
All right.
Okay. Ah, you got it. All right. Okay, what's the other one?
That's just this. There's no other version.
Oh, okay. Goldie, you had an interview with Newsmax. Did we show that? Oh yeah, we already showed that.
I played. So remember, like I recorded it and then I played it. But I mean, we can play that again if you want. I don't mind. But
yes.
yeah,
Yes,
like okay, yeah, I'm happy to do that because I think it's still, yeah, it's still this is only like the short version though. If you want the full version, the full version is on YouTube.
Okay.
Or you know what? I can just upload the video here. Actually, let me just do that.
I just want to see your part.
Oh yeah, okay then. So I spoke twice, but this clip here, this clip is like the most important part of it. So yeah, I would say just show this.
Okay. Okay.
Goldie, so, just saying, taking it further, what Iran announced, where, we need to cut back on electricity, that obviously signals that they're feeling the squeeze. The everyday Iranian who does not have access to the internet, probably wondering what the heck is going on here. But as it gets tighter and tighter, inflation goes up, the IRGC or the army, not getting paid, inflation continuing to go up. It is short term, it's probably very painful for everyday Iranians. But do you think that they understand why this is happening and when it might be the moment to actually rise up?
Oh, absolutely. So, Iranians in occupied Iran, they do know what's going on. There are ways to get information inside. The challenge with the internet being cut off is that it's preventing them from speaking out. It's preventing them from, saying what they really want to say to the rest of the world. But what
Oh, sorry.
I can tell you is the messages that we're getting from inside of.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
You know what? That's okay. Let me. I have like the clip here. I can just upload the short version of the clip here, and that'll probably be better quality anyway. Here, let me just add this instead.
Goldie, so, just saying, taking it further, what Iran announced, where, we need to cut back on electricity, that obviously signals that they're feeling the squeeze. The everyday Iranian who does not have access to the internet, probably wondering what the heck is going on here. But as it gets tighter and tighter, inflation goes up, the IRGC or the army, not getting paid, inflation continuing to go up. It is short term, it's probably very painful for everyday Iranians. But do you think that they understand why this is happening and when it might be the moment to actually rise up?
Oh, absolutely. So, Iranians in occupied Iran, they do know what's going on. There are ways to get information inside. The challenge with the internet being cut off is that it's preventing them from speaking out. It's preventing them from, saying what they really want to say to the rest of the world. But what I can tell you is the messages that we're getting from inside of occupied Iran is that Iranians want the United States and Israel to continue their military operation against the Islamic regime, to eradicate the Islamic regime. And in fact, this news right now coming from the Islamic regime about asking Iranians to limit their energy consumption, Iranians in occupied Iran see this as another sign, another indicator that the regime is crumbling. And so the message that Iranians have for the outside world is, President Trump, please finish the job, because ultimately what Iranians are saying is that they don't want any sort of internal regime change. They want a complete and total collapse. And the only person that Iranians trust to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society is the Crown Prince of Iran, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. And Iranians are waiting for his call, because as soon as he makes the call to go out into the streets, that's exactly what Iranians are going to do. And that's what they're preparing for right now.
All right, Goldie, Aaron, and Jason, appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. I have a good video by Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, here at the UN. Wait, no, where is this? No, this is not at the UN. So,
oh, thank you guys. Everyone in the comments saying thank you. Oh, thank you guys. Guys, I have another interview today, by the way. So actually, Armin, before
with who?
Because I forgot to mention, last time. So if you can be back at like 5 o'clock, I would appreciate that. Just because I have an interview at 5:15 with Chanel. So I'm speaking with her again at 5:15. Chanel from One America News Network.
Oh yeah, by the way, I should have said like that was really great, Goldie. Usually, so that was really
that's okay. That's fine. You were distracted. It's all good.
Yeah, I was trying to make sure that I have the next video lined up. And Goldie, you got $100 super chat.
Oh wow, thank you.
$100.
Oh, look at this. Okay,
Wow.
let's read what Ari Wasserman 9079 says. I tell everyone I can what my two favorite unbearably photogenic. Oh, Armin, look at you, Mr. Photogenic. Photogenic troublemakers say, I watch every day. You give me and everyone so much hope and peace of mind. Goldie is Goldie is always right, even Armin when he cackles. And I was so happy to hear Goldie has a special man. Yes, I do. I do have someone special in my life, and he actually watches the live stream every day. So he's always watching. He's always watching. So yeah, he doesn't comment in the chat, but he's always watching. So yeah, he sees all your comments too. So yeah, Armin, he's a big fan of you. He likes you a lot, actually.
Oh well, thank you for being a fan. Watch. Wait, no, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say, come watch me on the Liberty Politics side.
No, he watches this channel because he wants to watch
I'm
me.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I was trying to steal him.
You are very good looking, so who knows? Who knows?
Oh,
it might happen.
How about that? How about he could watch me on Liberty Politics, and my wife could watch you on Goldie Ghamari.
Deal.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, so Goldie, you said I have to be back at 5. So
if you could, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just like only 20 minutes earlier than usual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or well, wait. Let me check my calendar. Let me just check my calendar really quick, just so I make sure. 5:10. Yeah. So if you could be back for 5, because then that gives me like 10 minutes to sort of get ready, do my thing, and then I'll be back at 5:25, and then we can take a break at 5. Like we can take a break when I get back, so that you can like eat or whatever it is you need to do.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So I don't have that many more updates, because this has been where everybody is just waiting for the ceasefire. But I did see this video by Pete Hexet that I wanted to play. Let me see what he says here. I don't even know what he's going to say here.
But if I may,
Sure. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that could create strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies. Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalent. Quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here?
Wait.
Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing.
Let me just maybe download the video so that we don't have to wait for it. This is a good speech, because this is exactly the point that we make on the show, that every time these types of attacks is actually helping the enemy, is actually giving them ammunition.
Incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And You sit
Wait, so my internet is not, for some reason, is not as good as usual. I apologize for that. But just let me try to download the video maybe. And wow, my download speed is so low. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to download the video and the download speed is so low. There's something wrong with my internet today.
there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission.
Well, guys, sorry about my internet. I'll try to restart my router before I for next time.
And the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the
All right, I'm not going to play the rest of this. I think we got the point. And guys, apologize for my internet today. I'll try to make sure this doesn't happen next time. But maybe I should just send the link to Goldie so that next time, yeah. Hold on, we're almost done here.
American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran.
Sorry, I won't bother you guys with this anymore because my internet sucks today. I don't know why. Sorry, Goldie.
That's okay, Armin. I actually have something for you.
Okay.
Look at what Mark Levin just posted.
What did he post?
Breaking. Pakistan is providing resources to the Iranian regime through 6 corridors. So apparently they found out that Pakistan, you know, the terrorist garbage country, not the people, we're referring to the government. But yeah, so apparently Pakistan has been allowing or helping the Islamic regime bypass the US blockade by providing them these travel corridors to you know, bypass the blockade, and then they go through the Karachi port.
Unbelievable.
That's Pakistan.
I wonder which part of Pakistan is responsible for this, because there are different segments within the government. I know within the army there are many people who are, there are different factions, there are segments of the army with different loyalties. Some of them even are supportive of ISIS and Al Qaeda. But yeah, crazy. Pakistani land transit routes. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are many people within the Pakistani army who are going to make a lot of money from the Islamic Republic by providing them this route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's what I wanted to share with you. But I think since we have a little bit of time before you go, I wanted to know if you were interested in watching some Murad Vaisi, Amu Murad, and maybe translating and providing a little bit of context here. So
Okay,
I actually watched his live earlier today, and it was really, really good. Oh wait, but your internet might not be working.
No, it's okay. I mean,
let's see if this works. I'll send it to you in the video chat.
Because yeah, YouTube works better usually, and there might be a download option. Okay. Yeah, YouTube does work better. Hopefully, I mean.
چهارشنبه 9 اردیبهشت 2585 در ایران و صبح 29 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. موضوعاتی که برای امروز در نظر گرفتم، دستور دونالد ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا به محاصره کامل بنادر جمهوری.
So he's talking about the President Trump's order for the blockade to be 100% complete.
اسلامی پیام شاهزاده رضا پهلوی که از طریق گفتگو با فاکس نیوز محورهای پیام
Oh, he's also wants to talk about the Fox News interview that we just played for you guys.
جدیدش رو به مردم ایران اعلام کرد. اظهارات ریچارد نفیو معمار تحریم ها، کسی که به عنوان معمار تحریم ها معروفه، راجع به اینی که ایران و آمریکا
So Richard who?
اظهارات ریچارد نفیو
Okay, so Richard Riffiu had made some comments that Murad Vaisi wants to talk about, and he's the architect of the sanction.
معمار تحریم ها، کسی که به عنوان معمار تحریم ها معروفه، راجع به اینی که ایران و آمریکا در چه وضعیتی قرار دارن،
Regarding what the situation is between Iran and United States
و
right now,
بهترین کار برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی چیه؟
and also what is the best thing right now to do for toppling the Islamic Republic.
اینترنت طبقاتی.
So the internet, oh yeah, guys, the internet in Iran is now has many different tiers. They're coming, I think, with 7 tiers of the access to internet based on the only giving it to approved people with different prices.
جمهوری اسلامی داره چیکار میکنه با این اینترنت پرو که میگه و این چیه و
They're calling it Internet Pro. Internet Pro is basically regime officials being given access to the internet, and they're calling it Internet Pro, which is, by the way, guys, they're calling it Internet Pro, but it has nothing extra. It's just the normal internet. But the regime is calling it Internet Pro, and it's only pro because it's a privilege for regime supporters only. That's the only pro thing about it, apparently.
چه کسانی داره دیده میشه و با چه شرایطی داره دیده میشه.
And guys, like, other people get access to it as well, but only if they pay like a lot of money.
تأسیس حزب جدید در اسرائیل چون مهم مرتبط با تحولات ایران.
Oh yeah, guys, there's a new party within Israel. Did you guys hear about that in the chat? There's a new party in Israel, and the interesting thing is that unlike in the United States, the whatever differences the parties have within Israel, in Israel, all the parties are in agreement that the Islamic Republic must go. So in the United States, we have Republicans and Democrats, and the Republicans, like under President Trump's leadership, are more interested in putting pressure on the Islamic Republic, and the Democrats obviously not. In Israel, we have a new coalition of different people creating a new party to basically challenge the Likud party. But when it comes to their position on the Islamic Republic, there is not that much of a disagreement there regarding what must be done.
این 5 تا خبرایی که امروز خدمت شما میگم و تحلیلمو میگم راجع به اونها. دونالد ترامپ، مشاورین ترامپ میگن که دونالد ترامپ دستور داده که محاصره کامل بنادر جمهوری اسلامی اجرا بشه.
So Trump apparently has ordered that the complete blockade of the Iranian ports for that to go ahead, like make the blockade even more complete.
و صادرات و واردات جمهوری اسلامی از جمله نفت به طور کامل قطع بشه.
So guys, they're cutting all of the imports and exports by the Islamic Republic, not just the oil. Oil is included, but everything.
جز مواد غذایی و دارو.
Oh, they're making an exception for food and medicine. So food and medicine could go through, but nothing else.
و مبنا فعلا محاصره بنادره.
Yeah, so right now that's what they're focusing on.
یعنی بین مذاکره، محاصره و حمله نظامی، مذاکره که به جایی نرسید.
So guys, the United States has 3 strategies: negotiations, blockade, and military operations. So Murad Vaisi is saying the United States is now focusing on blockade, not military operation and not negotiations. The blockade is the one that they're focusing on.
الان دستوری که ترامپ داده محاصره است. فعلا نشانی از حمله نیست، ولی
So as of right now, there is no signs of military operation.
ناوگان‌های آمریکا در اطراف جمهوری اسلامی، در اطراف بنادرش آرایش گرفتن در دریای عمان.
So yeah, we have the Navy, the different Navy assets around the Persian Gulf are there.
و محاصره رو دارن اجرا میکنن.
Guys, I heard a new one is coming, by the way, that might actually replace the Gerald Ford USS group, USS aircraft carrier group, airstrike carrier group.
محاصره به نظر میاد انتظار آمریکایی‌ها اینه که در یک بازه 1 ماهه تا 2 ماهه جواب بده.
So he's saying that the Americans expect that the blockade will have results in 1 to 2 months. That's what it seemed like.
و جمهوری اسلامی رو تسلیم بکنه. همین الان بعضی از کارشناسا معتقدن زودتر از 1 ماه هم ممکنه جواب بده، چون تولید نفت جمهوری اسلامی دچار مشکل میشه.
Yeah, but guys, even before the 1 month and 2 months, we're still already going to see troubles with the Islamic Republic's economy because they're already having problems exporting oil and producing oil.
محاصره از نظر متحدین آمریکا به اون اندازه که خود آمریکا بهش توجه میکنه اونا توجه نمیکنن.
Yeah, so the allies of the United States are not paying attention to the blockade as much as the United States is paying attention to the blockade.
از نظر کشورهای عربی محاصره باید به زودی منجر به باز شدن تنگه هرمز بشه.
So yeah, this is what I told you yesterday. Oh yeah, guys, look, remember I told you that the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf, they don't like this whole blockade strategy because they want the Strait of Hormuz to open very soon. So the United States is like, oh yeah, we could wait this out. So there are three different groups of people who don't want to wait this out. One is the Israelis; they're very eager to go back to military operation. One is the Iranian people; they are witnessing that there's executions inside Iran, and they don't like the regime surviving for a second longer. And then we also have the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf. They're like, yeah, we don't like this blockade situation because the Strait of Hormuz is not open, and we're like basically suffering economically because of it.
Armin, just really quick.
Yes.
I have a little bit of an exciting announcement that I want to share with everyone. So guys, I'm actually speaking with someone sort of behind the scenes and trying to coordinate and figure out how to have a guest join us on Iran Revolution Live. And it's actually someone that you guys in the chat introduced me to. And it's someone who actually spoke about my video and shared my video where, I was banned from live streaming by YouTube for the whole, mistaken AI gun thing. So I've connected with them and they've agreed to come and join our live stream. So we're just figuring it out, but it's this person. I think a lot of you guys know him as the Blue Jew.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I've connected with Nux, and yeah, we're going to figure that out, and yeah, he's gonna join us. So
when is he gonna join us?
I don't know. I told him we're flexible, but we have to work out the technical details because he is a cartoon character, and we've never hosted a cartoon character. But Armin, if you're not familiar with him, he's amazing. So I was introduced to him after someone mentioned that he included my video, my rant about YouTube. So I went and I watched that, and then you know what? Actually, and then guys, I don't check my my X messages very often, just because I don't really communicate on X. But I just randomly checked my X messages a few days, and he reached out to me on X when he saw my video. So he reached out to me on April 14. He's like, hey, I feel so bad. Anything I can do, let me know. So like just such a nice person. So we were kind of
Very
like,
sweet.
yeah, we were kind of speaking on X a little bit, and then now we're coordinating. So yeah, stay tuned for that, because at some point Nux Taku, I don't know how it's pronounced. Anyways, he'll be joining us, and Armin, he's great because ever since I was introduced to him when he shared my video and was speaking about that, I've been watching his videos. And Armin, what a great person. He's also been using his platform to raise awareness about what Iranian people are going through. So
Oh wow.
yeah, like he's such a good person. And Armin, you'd like his sense of humor because he goes after the jihadis and stuff. So yeah.
Wow.
So
That's
whenever
great.
whenever I need a little bit of entertainment, I go and I watch his videos because it's so funny. He's so funny. And he, like, part of the reason I want to bring him on is because I also want I want to introduce him to our Iranian viewers as well, because his messages also resonate with Iranians. And I think it would also be great for him to know that when he speaks out in support of the Iranian people, we appreciate that. So I definitely want to introduce him to the Iranian community as well. So yeah, there you go. That's what I want to say. So guys, I'm working on that. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen at some point. Yes, he is spicy. Yes, he is spicy. But that's
so
again.
exciting. That's so exciting. That's amazing.
Yeah, and he has like 2 million subscribers. So
That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
He's great. So like he actually just made this video 4 hours ago. I haven't even watched it yet, but Iranians are overthrowing the regime. So I haven't
Wow.
watched this, but I'm gonna share this so that we can kind of watch it together, because I think it's really important, especially for us as Iranians, to support people, especially non-Iranians, who are using their platform to raise awareness about our situation, right? Because it's just these are the allies that and he doesn't have to, right? Like he doesn't have to use his platform to raise
Right.
awareness, but he is, and I think it's important for us to show our appreciation,
So far.
because yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check out some of his videos. I haven't so far, but I will from now on.
You're gonna like this one.
Yeah.
The one with Mohammed Hijab or whatever. that one you'll like. That one you'll
Oh my
appreciate.
God.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mohammed Hijab called me retarded on X one day.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
خودش خنگی اصلا قیافش رو نگاه کن، معلومه که like it's obvious that his family tree is a family circle, so whatever. I mean,
Family circle. That's good. Oh my God.
So
Okay.
All right, Armin, thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna go get ready for our discussion group. The link is in the chat if you want to come talk to me and ask your questions, or if you want to give your own opinion. And it's not just about the Islamic Republic and Iran related. Like, it's just a politics discussion group. So if you want to come and talk about anything politics related, that's a community that we're growing, and it's growing. It's a really good group that we have there. There are a lot of interesting people there with a lot of knowledge and a lot of interesting perspectives. It's a good place to come and meet new people and make new friends, friends who are interested in the same topics. So yeah, I'm gonna go there right now, and I'll be there for the next 2 hours or so, maybe a little bit under, because Goldie needs me in about soon. So I'll just be there for about 2 hours, and then I'll come back.
Yeah, as long as you're back by 5 o'clock, that would be really helpful.
5 o'clock. I'll be there here by 5 o'clock.
Thank you,
guys. All right. I'll either see you in the group or I'll see you in 2 hours. So bye. See you guys.
Okay, so we're gonna go to 2C real quick, just to get the update from this morning, because there was unfortunately an attack, a terrorist attack in London, UK. I mean, I'm not surprised, because London, UK or just UK in general has become a terrorist hub. This is what this is the fault of Keir Starmer and others. So let's go to 2C. For a little bit, just to get sort of like the main highlights, and then I'll share with you a little bit of Nux's video about Iran, which I haven't watched, so we can watch that together. And then we're going to go back and we're going to finish watching Morad Vaisi. And of course, I will be there to translate. So let's watch this, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we've had just yet another anti-Jewish attack in London, the capital of the United Kingdom. We also had, over the last few minutes, the Metropolitan Police in the UK finally declaring this attack as a terror attack. They took their time. We have the statement from the Met that I'm going to show you. We're also going to show you the footage of that moment when it started, and of course the reaction to it from the political establishment as well. There's a lot to cover, and I'm going to get your reaction as usual. This is just another day, unfortunately, another Wednesday in London these days. But we do have our live feed from Golders Green in North London, where the attack occurred. Of course, as you can see, the area has been cordoned off by the police. We also have a different angle. I think we can show you. There we go. That's also another part. You can see the police officers walking around as the investigation continues, not just by the main unit of the Met Police, but also the counter-terrorism unit as well. Let me show you exactly how this whole thing started. As we've seen for the past few years, a lot of marches and protests on the streets of London calling for Intifada to become globalized. They say globalized Intifada, and of course that's happened now, because the whole point of Intifada is to target random innocent Jewish people on the streets around the world, global, and we are seeing it being activated in the UK once again. We have the CCTV footage of when it started. We have some information about the attacker. But this is when he started to target anybody that looked, as they say, visibly Jewish. Basically, the Met Police would say that. The first victim, he stabbed them several times. So this is the Jewish guy just standing by the bus stop, and then the guy walking towards him basically started to target him. There were a couple of people that tried to intervene. Now, unfortunately, this man was able to still run around the area for a good few minutes and to just target anybody that he saw that looked a bit Jewish. And he continued to do that. So there were a number of members of the public that intervened before the police eventually arrived at the scene. Let's go to the first video that we also have, apart from the CCTV footage. Two men, Jewish men, have been at least stabbed. One in their 70s, the other one in his 30s. See, that's the attacker running. He's going to find one. There we go, that's one. Behind the tree, chasing him. This is a regular occurrence now for Jews who live in the UK, or most of the Western Europe, really. And then we have the footage. I'm just going to quickly check something. Sorry, one second. And right, let's quickly go to the next video. This is when they took him down. The police are struggling trying to taser him. That took a while. You got a member of public who tried to help as well. They got the knife. They got the knife. Hey, the fact that this is bad, the fact that a member of public had to help the police, that's not a good sign. So bad. So they're reading his rights right there. The attempted murder, you're under arrest. This is what we have to deal with. If luckily this happened in North London and Golders Green, we got a lot of crazy brave people, local residents, who fight back. They intervened. That the police officers were struggling on their own. If it weren't for the members of the public to actually help the police in that situation, that guy, I don't understand what's going on. That's all they can do. Just stand around for a bit, shout at the suspect, and then eventually get the taser out, miss the target a couple of times, and eventually take him down. If the suspect was armed with a gun, for example, and they are at times, obviously, they have weapons, they're not just obviously knives, what are you going to do? Because by the time you wait for the armed police to arrive, because we do have armed police officers, but that's a very specialized unit, and you only deploy them at a time of emergency when you have to. So, but you have to pick up the phone and say, "Oh, can you please send the armed police instead of the normal police officers?" By that point, everything's done. They've just basically taken out so many other people. This isn't good. This is 2026. The whole point of the Met Police, the Metropolitan Police, when it was created by Sir Robert Peel over 200 years ago, was the whole point was, at the time, you had a different culture in England. You could have a good relationship between the local communities and the police, and they called it the police force. Now they call it the police service. You can't say police force in the UK, but at the time, you could have police officers not being armed. The culture was very different. It was much more civilized. You now have diversity. The diversity is enriching our culture, as you can see, right? You're going to have to give weapons to the police officer. Obviously, not these guys, because they're not going to be trained. You have to do extensive training, and you have to sort this out. This is not good. But some more information, obviously. This happened in Golders Green. We have the next video for you guys. Apart from the police that had to get help from the members of the public, by the way, a big shout out to the Jewish charity Hatzolah that have ambulance service. It's a charity that's an ambulance service. They arrived first before the NHS ambulance, the National Health Service that nobody in the world is envious of. This also happened near one of the synagogues in the area. Let's go to the next one. I think this is where they are doing CPR on one of the people on the ground. Yeah, somebody said actually in the live chat, he'd be a dead man in the US. They don't F around with these idiots. Yeah, you shoot. You bring down the target. Don't mess about with that. Anyway, this is the moment he was resisting as well. That's, yeah. Hang on. It's good. Yeah, that's... Anyway, so some information about the only information we have so far, and then we're going to go to the Met Police because they've just done a statement about this. But this is the picture of this guy that we have. He just left McDonald's, as you can see, and he is holding his weapon. He's 45 years old. Now, we are trying to get confirmation about his background. And it was fascinating because the legacy media of the last few minutes, they were focusing a lot on one angle. Instead of actually trying to find out who he is, his background and everything else, they were trying to say, the media, when I was just, before we came live, I was watching the mainstream media, so you don't have to. It's my job, we have to do it. And they were saying, we have to find out the motive. It's very difficult to determine the motive of the attack? Really? Is it really that difficult? A man who is armed goes purposefully to Golders Green, a Jewish community, neighborhood, and only targets people who are Jewish, randomly terrorizing them, right? Literally terrorizing. I wonder what the motive was. I think he probably had a problem with income tax, right? He's got a problem with income tax policy in London, maybe. Or perhaps he has a problem with his bin collection, his rubbish bin collection. Perhaps he doesn't like Keir Starmer's wife. It's definitely not because he wanted to target Jews, right? Reform UK's Yusuf David as well reacted, of course, from the local area in North London. Let's quickly go to Yusuf.
I'm here very near to the stabbing scene in Golders Green. The Jewish community have warned that this was going to happen. We've warned that they won't stop with just ambulances and buildings, that they're going to come for us. And something now needs to be done. We need real change because people here are terrified. Things haven't properly settled in. People don't understand exactly what's happened. It hasn't been allowed to filter through because people are still in shock. But what this means is that as a Jewish person, you need to be looking over your shoulder in Golders Green and all places. So the IRGC needs to be prescribed, and we need a completely new government.
Camera. Yeah, the microphone wasn't the best. Obviously, after some time, as we said earlier, the Met Police declared this a terror attack. We are going to go to the Met, but we also have this statement from the local Member of Parliament, Sarah Sackman, saying, I have been made aware of a serious stabbing in Golders Green. Oh, wow, guys, serious stabbing. Not like a casual stabbing, serious stabbing, says the MP. The suspect has been detained. I want to thank the vital work of Shomrim, who apprehended the perpetrator, Hatzolah, the police, and CST. The attacks on British Jews are an attack on Britain itself. I understand the sentiment, but the attacks on British Jews is an attack on British Jews for a reason. It is unconscionable that Jews are being targeted in this way. I am meeting with the Home Secretary imminently to discuss the urgent situation. So, a couple of important things to mention about the statement from Sarah Sackman, who is the Labour Member of Parliament for Golders Green. Now, interestingly, the Labour Party, they love to have conversations after conversations, many conversations that happen on a regular basis, right? You could have a conversation with the Home Secretary, Sarah, if you want to. If you're going to make this a generalization of just saying, oh, well, this attack wasn't just on Jews. This attack was on the whole of Britain, the whole of Britain. You are, in this case, undermining the attack. You don't even know what you're doing because you think you have to do virtual signaling, and sometimes you overplay that, right? And this is one of those cases where it's kind of backfired massively. Serious stabbing, not casual, right? But we have obviously we have our live feed, but let's quickly go to the aftermath. A big shout out again to the Jewish charity Hatzolah with the ambulance service, because if it weren't for them, things could have escalated for the victims who are at this point alive in the hospital. But if they had to wait for the government healthcare service, the NHS, to arrive, then obviously it could have been much later. Let's go to the aftermath. So one of the problems you have is in the UK, so obviously the UK overall, big country. Well, it's not a big country, but it's a country, so it's still large. If you're in the middle of nowhere, bigger problems. But if you are in a massive urban area, in a big city like London, the capital of the country, right? You would think that if you're watching this from around the world, you'd be like, oh, it's London. I've heard of London. It's a big city. It's a very important city historically. Surely that means everything's very quick. Everything's very efficient, right? By default. As I said, you saw the way the police officers who can't have guns, they're not allowed to have guns, how they handled it. That could have gone much worse if it weren't for the support from civilians in the area. And also the situation with the ambulance service, because if you have to wait for the NHS in London, you would think that it's a city. You're going to have a lot more resources, access to resources. Nope. Big problems if you have to wait for the government to come and help. There's nothing more dangerous than somebody knocking on your door saying, hello, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help. That is exactly the problem with the socialist continents of Europe and the UK. Let's quickly go to the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, and his reaction.
This is just another appalling attack on the Jewish community. Clearly anti-Semitism at the heart of this. We understand that a knifeman was running down the street looking for Jewish people to stab, and our thoughts and prayers are with those two who have been stabbed. I understand that they are potentially serious injuries, and you've just read out there the message from the London mayor. But when does this stop? And the irony of the fact that these victims were treated by Hatzolah, the same volunteer ambulance organization whose ambulances were firebombed just a few weeks ago. And it's just appalling. And once again, it's volunteer security groups that are having to protect the Jewish community in and around Golders Green and other areas. And it takes me back, Chris, to just a few days ago. I was at a Jewish synagogue at a service, and I was thinking about the dangers for the whole community, and it was with a very, very heavy heart. I thought, the community have to live with this day in, day out, week in, week out.
Sorry. So, side note: that retard in the background, look at him, right? That socialist retard. You need the NHS. Reform would sell it. Unfortunately, Reform is not that radical to sell it. I would sell it. Firstly, you're not selling it. It's not like somebody wants to buy it. A few years ago, there was this conspiracy theory that the Tory government was going to sell the NHS to President Trump. Why would Trump buy the NHS? Firstly, in case you don't know, the NHS is the National Health Service. We have socialized medicine in this country, and the government owns and controls everything. Nowhere else really, apart from Cuba and those countries, have copied this model because it doesn't work. You can have universal healthcare service, that's fine. Universal healthcare is very different to what we have in the UK. This is actual communism that we have in the UK. This guy with the sign, if you were to just rely on the NHS to come and save the victims would have been dead by now because they took their time. If it weren't for Hatzolah, the Jewish charity ambulance service, arriving first, then obviously they would have died. This is the problem with socialists and liberals in Europe and in the UK. There is a quick thing before we go to the statement from the Metropolitan Police. I read out the statement from the local Labour MP, but we also have a statement from the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, the Tory leader, and then I'm going to read out the statement from the Prime Minister, the Labour Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Richard Tice was great, right? Richard Tice just focused on, not just obviously the fact that the attack was on the Jews, but also he talked about Hatzolah, the Jewish charity, right? Now, this is interesting. Kemi says, the Tory leader, Jewish people in our country are under constant attack. This is no longer a growing pattern. There is an epidemic of violence against Jewish people. It is now a national emergency and needs to be treated as such by the government and public authorities. Yes, it hit all the right notes. Then you have the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. First line is just your generic, stereotypical. The anti-Semitic attack in Golders Green is utterly appalling. Well, that's the first. Usually he says, he starts with statements that I'm shocked. He usually is shocked, but this time it's appalled. He's appalled, not shocked. And then the second one, it's a Labour Party line today. They're all saying the same thing. Attacks on our Jewish community are attacks on Britain. They just can't. They really, really can't help themselves. Just focus on what's actually happening right now. Anyway, let's go to the aftermath again as some of the latest videos, and then we gave some more information as well. Okay, let's just, right. We have a statement from the Jewish security group, SCST, saying that they will be increasing security measures even further in the wake of this attack. This is the second declared terrorist attack on Britain's Jewish community in 7 months, following the Islamist attack at the Heaton Park Synagogue in October. We've also had a number of other, what you can call smaller attacks, but they are still attacks, but somehow they don't count those. We also have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, saying, we demand action from the British government. A weakness gaslights anti-Semitic attacks in London. He also said that words are not enough to confront this. We demand and expect action by the British government to protect the Jews of England and bring anti-Semites to justice. The problem here is that Western European countries don't really care about bringing justice. So the ages of the victims who have been hospitalized, one of them is 76.
Medical emergency here, and it would be great if you didn't. I'm sure you wouldn't like to be filmed if that was you in this situation. Or continue filming. Fantastic. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your courtesy.
Yeah, he asked not to film. But the victims, one of them is 76 years old, the other one is 34 years old. We have... they're still not giving us any proper information, more information about the attacker, by the way. So I'm just going to quickly go to the statements a few minutes ago from the Metropolitan Police.
Earlier today, police responded to a horrifying attack on the streets of London. My thoughts are with everyone who has been affected by what happened. I'd like to praise the bravery of the police officers and members of the public who were at the scene and responded. At 11:16 this morning, 2 men, aged 76 and 34, were attacked on Highfield Avenue in Barnet. They suffered stab wounds in the attack and are now being looked after in hospital. Metropolitan Police officers responding to the incident were also attacked, leading to the tasering and arrest of a 45-year-old man. He was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and he remains in police custody. And counter-terrorism policing are now leading the investigation. I can also confirm that this has now formally been declared a terrorist incident. Our highly specialised teams of officers are working with the Metropolitan Police to progress this investigation quickly and establish exactly what has happened. We're also working with our partners in the security services to ensure we have a full intelligence picture. And one of the lines of inquiry is whether this attack was deliberately targeting the Jewish community in London. Now that...
So we're going to go live to the head of police. What's happening? What? They don't have the sound. What is happening here? They don't have the sound. Hang on. There we go.
It's another horrendous act of violence directed against our Jewish communities.
The head of police.
Which follows a series of arson attacks in recent weeks. It will rightly shock and anger people across London and in the immediate communities and across the country. My first thoughts are with the 2 British Jews who were attacked whilst going about their daily lives, which they should be able to do freely and safely in their own local community. I also want to pay tribute to my officers who were on the scene within a few minutes and whose actions undoubtedly prevented further injury and saved lives. Indeed, before coming here today, I met with them. They are nothing short of extraordinary. They confronted a man they believed to be a terrorist who refused to show his hands, who was violent, and who continued to pose a clear threat. These were not armed officers, and they feared that he was carrying an explosive device. Using only their training, their courage, and their tasers, they managed to detain him whilst they continued to try and attack and stab them. They will tell you they were simply doing their jobs, but without their bravery, I dread to think what the outcome would have been. I also want to recognise the extraordinary voluntary first responders from the community, including the Shomrin. And so it was at about 11:16 this morning they responded to reports of people being stabbed in Highfield Road in northwest London. They attended along with the local ambulance service. Two men, one in his 70s and one in their 30s, were treated at the scene for stab wounds, and they are now taken to hospital. The 45-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and remains in custody following a checkup at the local hospital. He has a history of serious violence and mental health issues, and that investigation continues. Let me say a few words about what this was. Let me be clear. This is an attack on one community. An attack on one community is an attack on all London's communities. This was an attack on Londoners. It is an attack on British Jews. Too many Jewish people in this country feel they have to make choices that no other Briton ever has to make. They have to make choices about how they dress, where they go, or how visibly they live their lives. That's completely unacceptable and has gone on for far too long. We also need to be honest about the nature of the threat. Anti-Semitism is fueled by hateful and extremist ideologies. It comes from hostile states, the extreme right, and the extreme left. These are terrorist and hateful belief systems, but they're all rooted in racism. They're given space to operate when civic debate is weak, when hatred is excused, and when people are unwilling to challenge it directly. I also believe now is the time to ask some difficult questions. Why don't we see more condemnation of the attacks we've seen in recent weeks? Where are all the voices against hate? And where is the solidarity with fellow Londoners who are being targeted simply for who they are? Legitimate debate about international affairs should never be allowed to legitimise anti-Semitism or violence against British Jews here on the streets of London. When that line is blurred, attacks become more likely. Let me be clear, we've seen a rise in racist and anti-Semitic hate crime. And whilst I can't comment on live investigations, we know that some individuals are being encouraged, persuaded or paid to commit acts of violence on behalf of foreign organisations and hostile states. If you act out of hatred, racism or anti-Semitism, we will come after you and you will face the consequences. I want to speak directly about the impact on communities. In response, over recent weeks, we've stepped up our activity across the capital. Last week saw the most intensive set of community protection operations we've ever run. In recent weeks, we deployed thousands of additional officer shifts to protect Londoners, alongside intensified investigations that already led to the arrest of 28 people for hate crimes, particularly those targeting the Jewish community, several of which have already been charged. My teams are, of course, planning such a heightened protective stance addressing this to run into the long term. And let me finish by saying this. London is an inclusive and diverse city, and the hours, the days that followed the attacks in Golders Green 3 weeks ago, we saw communities come together in solidarity to reject hatred and violence. These are neighbours, their friends, their colleagues. Their solidarity matters. That solidarity should be continued, and we should all support it. Thank you.
Commissioner, have you failed to keep the Jewish community safe, Commissioner? Commissioner, the Jewish community has heard statements from you. They're calling for you to resign, Commissioner, and you failed. Do you think that visibly Jewish people are safe on the streets of London?
This is an awful attack today. It is completely understandable why Jewish Londoners feel afraid. That's why we're putting so much extra policing into these events, and we're going to be looking at what more we can do over the course of this week. I've had so many thanks from Jewish communities over the last few weeks for all the extra policing that's done. People recognise that officers are going above and beyond to protect them, such as the officers today who put their lives on the line taking on somebody they believe was carrying an explosive device.
Are Jewish people safe on the streets of London?
Events like this, never give an absolute assurance. We're doing everything we can do to protect people in difficult times, and I'm calling on others to stand out and challenge the anti-Semitic licensing which is going on side today. I'll take one other question.
Commissioner, you must hear the anger here in this crowd today. Have you failed the Jewish community?
Yes.
They don't have faith in you.
Jewish communities are understandably angry. There's been too many attacks. The response of our officers has been extraordinary. We're doing everything we can do with the resources available, and I'll be discussing with government in the forthcoming weeks what more they can do to help us and to help the community. I'll then hand over to the local MP, Sarah.
That's the local MP coming, the Labour MP, Sarah.
Thank you,
Sarah Sackman.
Commissioner.
She's worse.
I just want to add a few words.
Shame on you.
What we've heard.
Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
What we've seen here on the streets of Golders Green today is appalling. This has rightly been called a terrorist incident because the spate of anti-Semitic attacks that this community has endured over the past few weeks are terror. They send the shockwaves of terror and fear into this community. My first thoughts are with the victims of these appalling incidents. What we hear is that those people are in stable condition, and that is so important. I want to say my thanks to not just the police, but our first responders, the Hatzalah, the Shomrim, who intervened even worse things happening. But I want to say this. I want to say this to everybody listening, and specifically to the British Jewish community. An attack on Britain's Jews is an attack on Britain itself. We cannot tolerate this. And from the top of government, I've been with the Home Secretary just now. The Prime Minister has called a Cobra meeting. It speaks to just how serious this incident is. And what we need to see, as we've heard from the Commissioner, is the solidarity we need to see from our allies everywhere. This isn't a fight for just the police, for just government, for just the Jewish community. It's a fight that we need to have society-wide to stand up to anti-Semitism so that we do not see these signs of hate on our streets anymore.
You can move this anger. What's your response to the people hanging you on the street?
I'll answer this one question. I understand the anger. I understand the anger, I understand the anxiety, because the fear is real. It's felt right across the Jewish community. And what government is hearing, what our police are hearing, and what our allies are hearing. I've had messages from vicars, from imams, from people right across the community, from civil society, that they stand in solidarity with the Jewish community. As I said, an attack on Britain's Jews is an attack on Britain itself. And we need to hear from the moderate majority who want to root this sort of hate out.
Moderate majority. They've heard this from you before, and you're not keeping them safe.
This is insane. Absolutely insane. Wait, hang on. Wait. We had the head of the Metropolitan Police.
Hi, can you hear me?
We had the head of the Metropolitan Police, right? We had the head of the Metropolitan Police, Mark Rowley, blaming it on what he calls the extreme left and the extreme right, the far right. It's the fault of the far right and far left, apparently, right? That's the first thing. And he said hostile states, right? Hostile states. He can't even name the hostile state. He means the Islamic Republic of Iran. He can't even say that, right? But he didn't say, he said blame the hostile actors, right? And what's the other one? far left and far right, he forgot one thing. Islam, jihad. Was that really that difficult? I don't understand. Was it really, really that difficult? Trying to get the live feedback, by the way, because we are now waiting for the mayor of London, the socialist Islamist Sadiq Khan, to speak imminently, and he will be here. He will be with us in a second. But this is crazy. I cannot believe that this is what we're dealing with right now. We're just waiting for Sadiq Khan to join in the next few minutes. I'm going to get some reaction shortly, by the way. But this is just crazy. The whole thing is insane. How did we allow this to be a norm? Firstly, the head of the police. Your job is not to be a politician. Your job is to just be give the matter of facts, give the actual update, and F off. You're not supposed to be there to be defensive or basically act like a politician. Just be normal. I think we're getting the live feedback again. Just quickly check. Yeah, okay, let's quickly go back. This is crazy. And then we are imminently waiting for the mayor of London now, Sadiq Khan. And yeah, speechless, absolutely speechless at this point. Keir Starmer is now calling a Cobra emergency meeting. Finally, okay, it took his time. So there's now an emergency meeting in the UK. Well, we have had enough of the UK. What's going on? It's going down. It's not even down yet fully. It's just still going down. Badly trained officers and under-financed and just amateurish. That's why you guys need to be armed. It's not going to happen. This is infuriating, Maya, what's going on in the UK, and ungrateful Americans complain about ICE. Humanity is lost. It's all about agendas. I am sick. Thank you for giving us the best media channel. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, the ungrateful, it's perfectly worded, ungrateful liberals in America who don't understand how lucky they are to live in a country that have a government that actually cares and an agency, ICE, that actually does their job. The London man falls over after offering Jewish people free surgery. Mostly peaceful attacks, largely peaceful attacks, yes. As a police officer here in the United States, watching the UK police run away from the attacker is pathetic. Arm the damn police. The problem is with the current training, you can't even arm them because they will shoot themselves in the foot. Literally and metaphorically. Yeah, they tend to run away a lot. Did you see when King Charles was talking about Magna Carta and the executive powers, and he was looking at Chuck Schumer? Schumer got excited up to something. Overthinking that. And it's time for Brits to arm themselves. Their police are as useless as their prime minister. So we now have the emergency Cobra meeting in Downing Street. So we'll get the updates on that. The UK is totally collapsed. Love the Ronald Reagan quote. Oh, yeah, I know. And Joey says, love how Islam is integrating in our country. Not. This ideology must go. Multiculturalism is killing us. But no, according to the police, the Met Police in the UK, as you just heard, the problem is not Islam. It's the extreme right and the extreme left. I don't even know. Where is the mayor? What is going on? He was supposed to be speaking 8 minutes ago at least. We're waiting for Sadiq Khan, who is now delayed, not really sure where he is. We're still waiting. It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There's more updates coming in as well. Crazy. Roosevelt, we need to fight back. So as it turns out, for saying Islam does not keep you safe. Shocker. And Kevin says, should President Trump send U.S. troops to liberate Britain to deport migrants? No, that would be a intervention. Why has YouTube censored? I don't know. I'm not YouTube. Muslims are attacking all, and they are peaceful. and YouTube will not allow me to say Muslim or Islam 2 times or say what I think about Christians. I can say 10,000 times. Well, luckily we just saw this comment, so your comment came through. Unarmed officers, clown world, guys, clown world in the UK. It was evident that the IRGC sent Charlie to the US. Sadly, the police swallowed the whole the public swallowed the whole message because it wasn't delivered. Yeah, okay, no, that's not it. It's not white Britons targeting Jews. This isn't about anti-Semitism. It's about Islamic terror. It's both. It's jihad and anti-Jewish hate. Come on, man, clickbait to double, not multiple. That's literally multiple, you absolute retard. Islam has not invaded the UK. Also, it is still multiple because 4 people got stabbed. Well, 3 people, technically. 3 people because the police officer, one of the police officers was also attacked. Despite the incompetence from the police, they are still technically human beings. So if one of them gets attacked and injured, that counts. Islam has not invaded the UK or Europe for a better life. They have invaded to transform the UK and Europe into a hellhole they left. Watch them now try to ban the United Kingdom march. 16th of May, if you can get yourself to London, we have our big rally, United Kingdom in central London, led by my friend Tommy Robinson, and I will be there and I will be speaking at the rally, so make sure to come if you can. People from around the world are joining us. And at least the UK cops can run. The US cops are too fat. That's literally the opposite. Most of the police officers in London, at least the Metropolitan Police, are overweight and some are obese compared to the US. They have to be actually fit. Be fit. How are the victims? They are in the hospital, but they are fine. So we're trying to get more information about their condition. Why my message works in normal chat and cannot post in super chat. I just read your message in the super chat a couple of minutes ago. Your comments do come. Even if you don't see it, I can see it. The rest of the people can see it. The Islamists have openly called for martyrs at both the UK and the Australian embassy. Yes, it's the Islamic Republic of Iran. Protecting Islam is anti-Semitism. That's true. You're always welcome in the US, TC. Thank you so much. I was at Kenton Synagogue 2 days after the attack. Police turned up after the end of the service. Shocking. Yeah. Where is the mayor of London? Just trying to get more. He will be speaking imminently, but imminently seems to be a little bit. He doesn't have his priorities sorted. The Sadiq Khan is late. They are now calling for the MP to resign. And we have behind the scenes footage. The moments that Mark Rowley was speaking that we showed you earlier. We have this now from that moment. Behind the cameras. This is when the local people were basically heckling him and telling him to resign. Let's quickly go to that moment again.
You should resign! 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 You fail! Resign! Shame on you! Resign! Shame on you! Shame on you!
There we go.
Shame on you! 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 Shame on you!
Let's quickly go back to our live feed from Golders Green in North London, and I'm afraid we're not getting any update from the Mayor of London, who was supposed to be speaking about 15 minutes ago. He's not with us yet. Very interesting. Not really sure why. I'm guessing some sort of panic meeting right now. unless he's going to cancel the speech because the Prime Minister has called for an emergency Cobra meeting now with the top security in the country. And of course, the Mayor of London is in charge of the Met Police. He's the police commissioner as well. It hasn't been the reaction to this, the response from the government and the police have not been the best so far, let's just say, right? They seem to be completely all over the place. And the chief rabbi has now said that the words of condemnation are no longer sufficient. This must be a moment that demands meaningful action from every institution, every community, every leader, and every decent person in our country. This is a hatred that we must face down together. Let's quickly also go to the leader of Reform, Nigel Farage, to see what he had to say. And I'm afraid we have not had a reaction from Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform. Wow. Yeah, nothing from Nigel Farage. Obviously, we had a reaction from Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Tories. We had a reaction from Richard Tice, the deputy leader of Reform. We had a reaction from the Prime Minister. But nothing from Nigel Farage. Let's quickly go to Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, to see what sort of reaction he's going to have. Yes, he has said, horrifying news from North London. My heart goes out to the victims, their loved ones, and the whole Jewish community. Hatred like this has no place in Britain. The government must do more to help Jewish communities safe, keep them safe, and confront anti-Semitism wherever it appears. Well, technically, Ed Davies' statement was better than even the Labour Party side, so which is a quite rare situation for the Liberal Democrats to be better than even Labour. But so yeah, we've had a reaction from every single mainstream party leader except for Nigel Farage. In terms of the smaller parties, let's quickly check Rupert Lowe, see if he has said anything. The leader of Restore Britain. Nothing from Rupert Lowe. And let's quickly check Ben Habib, the leader of Advance UK. Nothing from Ben Habib. So Ben Habib, Nigel Farage, and Rupert Lowe have said nothing. And it's been a few hours since obviously this happened. We had reaction from Richard Tice as deputy leader, but also Kemi Badenoch, Ed Davey, and Keir Starmer. Oh, let's check out the Greens. What's his name? Jack Palensky. Zach. Wow. He's very memorable, as you can see. Zach Palensky has said, yeah, horrendous attack in Golders Green, thinking of the victims, their families, and everyone who will once again be shaken by this attack. Thank you to all those involved with the emergency response. This was the laziest statement. It wasn't a bad statement, it was just lazy. It wasn't a wrong statement. Keir Starmer's statement was wrong, but this was just lazy. Wow, this is crazy, absolute insanity. Patrick says, who gives an S, Maya? In a democracy, the voters and the taxpayers of the country do care about their safety and also the reaction from their political leaders. Because obviously, if you are in North Korea or the Republic of Ireland, and yeah, that's different. People, the common people, obviously, they are told what to do, apparently, these days. And they are not allowed to express their opinions. But obviously, in the West, we do. Let's double check where Sadiq Khan is. Crazy. Still nothing from the Mayor of London. How is this? The thing is, because he's told us that his team has told us that he's going to speak imminently, if anything's changed, they have to let us know. If it's been cancelled, they have to tell us, because you can't do that. Yes, it's been cancelled. Sadiq Khan will not be speaking. He will not be speaking now. And okay, fair enough. We are not going to hear from the Mayor of London anymore, as we were expecting, which is an interesting development. If he's going to an emergency meeting, it's understandable, but it will be good if we get a statement from their team. My pastor is also a businessman. He says lateness is it's total disrespect. Yes, your king comes to the US and talks about Christian values. Yeah, I know. It's kind of rich coming from him these days. Scotland here. 2C, come on, something. Get the hair sorted. It's good. It's wavy. Leave it alone. There's a couple other reactions here about the UK police. Embarrassing situation these days. Piers Morgan on Fox with Hannity today said, no problem in London with Islam. I live there and it's fine. Piers is a blind fool. Yep.
Wow.
Where's the left wing?
All right. Okay, so Sadiq Khan, the Islamist jihadi mayor of London, did not make a speech or make a statement while 2C was live, because 2C was live earlier today. However, apparently he was on BBC. He was on BBC just a while ago. So yeah, let's play his statement on BBC and see what he has to say. Unless like 2C has gone live again with an update. Let's see. Nope. Hasn't gone live since then. Okay, so let's hear what the jihadi Islamist mayor of London has to say. Blech.
I've been in contact throughout the day with the Met Police Commissioner, with the head of counter-terror policing, and with members of the local community. I want to thank the heroic police officers, Jewish volunteers who volunteer for Shomrin and Hatzalah for their response to the actions of this terrorist. But for their response, more Jewish.
Wait, I just want to say, like, I don't know if like BBC is gonna like copyright strike me or something. So let me just change the format a little bit here. Just so that I don't know. All right. Let's do it like this. I just want to cover part of the screen because usually that helps with like preventing copyright strikes. So yeah, there we go. Not that we need to see anything, but you know, we can just listen to his like garbage jihadi nonsense, whatever he says.
I've been in contact throughout the day with the Met Police Commissioner, with the head of counter-terror policing, and with members of the local community. I want to thank the heroic police officers, Jewish volunteers who volunteer for Shomrin and.
Wait, put myself on the logo. Okay, let me figure this out. Like that. Here, let me just. Like this? Okay. Like this? Okay, you know what? I'll do it like this, and hopefully this will prevent like a copyright strike or something, because I don't usually play BBC because BBC is garbage, right? All right.
I've been in contact throughout the day with the Met Police Commissioner, with the head of counter-terror policing, and with members of the local community. I want to thank the heroic police officers, Jewish volunteers who volunteer for Shomrin and Hatzalah for their response to the actions of this terrorist. But for their response, more Jewish Londoners may well have been attacked and may well have been injured, even worse than the two have been attacked today. I'm angry, I'm appalled, I'm disgusted The Jewish people are going to bed frightened. They're waking up frightened. They're living their lives.
Yeah, gee, I
frightened.
wonder why.
This is no way.
I wonder why. I wonder why, you jihadi freak. I wonder why Jewish people in the UK are feeling frightened, you jihadi freak. Like basically this guy is basically like just like a mullah without the turban and the beard.
Live. I'm appalled and angry. But over the last few weeks, we've seen places of worship attacked because they are Jewish, buildings attacked because they are Jewish, Londoners attacked because they are Jewish.
Yeah, and whose fault is that, you jihadi freak?
It is incredibly important that those of us that aren't Jewish show allyship and support to our Jewish brothers and sisters. We've seen.
Oh yeah, okay, guys. He's in like full-on Takia mode. He's in full-on Takia mode. Full-on Takia. Guys, so you know when we talk about Durka, this right here, this is Durka. This is Durka, right? So guys, when we're hunting down Durka, when Armin is translating Durka, Durka is not a language. Durka is an ideology, right? So Durka can be in Persian, Durka can be in Arabic, Durka can be in English. Because right now, we're listening to Durka. Like this is literally Durka right here. Durka right here. So remember that. Durka is not a language. Durka is an ideology. Durka is that jihadi Islamist ideology. So right here, now you are watching and listening to English Durka.
Over the last few weeks, Londoners scared because they are Jewish. And what the community will see over the course of the next few days is additional police officers in and around the community, but more support and solidarity from non-Jewish Londoners as well.
Oh, solidarity! Oh, what? You're gonna put like a post on X and be like, "We stand with our Jewish Londoners." Who said it? Look. Oh, we want solidarity. Just, you know what? He should just go back to Pakistan where he belongs.
I think the most shocking thing, both for the Jewish community and for Londoners and the wider community, will be that this has happened so much in recent weeks. Buildings have been attacked, ambulances have been set alight, all in the Jewish community in the last 4 weeks. And this morning, there was a man running down the street with a knife, attacking people who were identifiably Jewish.
I've lived in London all my life. There's been anti-Semitism faced by Londoners throughout my life and actually for the last few decades. I've never seen the sort of fear my friends, colleagues and neighbours are feeling because they are Jewish. I've never experienced.
Yeah, no, you've never experienced that because your people are the ones who are doing the Durka jihad. Obviously, you haven't experienced that because there's no other religion that goes out and targets Muslims. Because, you know, if someone says something, you're just like, oh, it's Nomophobia, religion and peace. Durka. Of course you haven't experienced that because you Durkas have played the victim card forever. And how disgusting is it that he's like, people who identify as Jewish. What is that even supposed to mean? Londoners who identify as Jewish? What is that even supposed to mean? Why can't he just say Jewish people? Why is like people who why is it now like Jewish people are like, oh, people who identify as Jewish? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? No, of course, you have not experienced jihad because you're the one who's doing the jihad. You're the one who's doing the jihad, you Durka freak.
This level of attacks on Jewish people across our country. We saw last year at a Jewish festival, an attack on a synagogue in Manchester. We've seen this year during Jewish festival, an attack on places of worship, on ambulances. And today, 2 Jewish Londoners are fighting.
What kind of places of worship? Why can't you say synagogue? Synagogue. Attacks on synagogues. Why can't you say that? You know why? Because he's afraid of upsetting the terrorist vote. He's afraid of upsetting the terrorist vote. Yom Kippur is not a festival. Yom Kippur is not a festival.
For their lives. People are scared. Jewish people are scared, parents are scared, children are scared, teachers are scared. It cannot be right. There's simply by virtue of a school being a Jewish school, it requires additional protection. Simply by virtue of a place of worship being a synagogue, it requires additional protection. Simply by virtue.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that? Why do they need extra protection? Who? You know what? Here's a better question. Who do they need protection from, you jihadi freak? Do they need protection from Christians? Do they need protection from indigenous British people? Do they need protection from the white British people? Who do they need protection? Who do the synagogues need protection from? Because the last time I checked, indigenous Britons, right? The people who are indigenous to England, they don't have an issue with Jewish people. So which group of people are being violent towards synagogues and Jews in London? Because last time I checked, Christians have no issues with Jewish people.
Of people being Jewish, there needs to be volunteers who represent and act and work in
what?
Shomrim and the community skills to be volunteers. By virtue of a school being a Jewish school, it requires additional protection. Simply by virtue of a place of worship being a synagogue, it requires additional protection. Simply by virtue of people being Jewish, there needs to be volunteers who represent and act and work in Shomrim and the Community Security Trust. From City Hall, we're going to carry on supporting the Jewish community, carry on investing in the CST and in our police. But if up until today, non-Jewish people have been waking up to the rise of anti-Semitism and the fear.
It's only today. It's only today that non-Jewish people are waking up to the rise of anti-Semitism. Are you kidding me? Like, who are you trying to gaslight? Guys, this right here, this is Durka. This is Durka 101, right? This is Durka. Like, on the Durka scale, this is like a 7 out of 10 on the Durka scale. Remember, Durka is not a language. Durka is an ideology. Durka is a mindset. And this guy, he's full-on Durka right now. Like, he's in full-on Takia mode, and he's upset. Like, he's afraid of upsetting his Durka base, right?
Friends and neighbours and colleagues are feeling this must be a wake-up call.
Yeah, I mean, you see it very much as a wake-up call today, do you? I mean, the police are saying they are treating it as a terror attack, and they've made a very early call on labelling it a terrorist incident.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, and my team are concerned, and the police are concerned, this isn't a wake-up call because we know the fear faced by Jewish people. But I'm hoping that those in London...
Do you see how he avoided? He avoided this. Durka avoided calling it a terrorist attack. By the way, it's not just a random terrorist attack. It's an Islamic terrorist attack. It's jihad. So the Durka, this Durka here, is avoiding saying Islamic terrorism. In fact, he's avoiding saying terrorism altogether. The only wake-up call is for him is trying to figure out how he can, like, try and gaslight people in a better way.
There's those across the country who may not know the fear our friends are facing will see this as what it is, which is an attack on all of us. An attack on a Jewish...
attack on all of us! Attack on all of us! Yeah, okay, wow. This is an attack on all of us. What, are you going to talk about Islamophobia now, you freak? You Durka jihad freak? Like, how dare you? How dare you say that this is an attack on all of us when it's your side that's doing the attack, you freak?
London is an attack.
I mean, yeah, of course, an attack on the Jewish community is attack on the entire, community in London, but that's not you. Your Durkas are not part of that community. Your Durkas are the ones who are doing the attack. So how can this be attack on you? I know, guys, I know where he's going with that narrative. He wants to say this is an attack on all of us so that he can then lay the foundation and lay the groundwork for Islamophobia has no place in British society. Yeah, okay, buddy. I see through you. I see through you. Guys, remember, I was a politician for 7 years. I was in politics for 10 years. Armin's the Durka whisperer, but I'm the politician whisperer. So when he says this is an attack on all of us, it's because he's laying the groundwork and he's laying the foundation to talk about Islamophobia.
On our country, an attack on a synagogue is an attack on our capital city. This attack today has spread terror in the Jewish community, not just in London, not just across the country, but across the globe. Our response must be equal.
Can you understand those who will criticise the response over the last 4 weeks, where promises were made about extra police patrols, about more security, about visible policing, and say, we're hearing that again now? Why will it make a difference this time? It hasn't stopped today's attack.
Well, I've seen since October 2023 the consequences of the increase in anti-Semitism.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
spoken to on a regular basis.
Do you know he can't even say the word anti-Semitism. He just kind of like stumbles through it. It's almost as if like if he wants to say the word anti-Semitism, it's like it's painful. Like it's painful for him. Listen to how he says anti-Semitism. This isn't the first time. Every single time in this interview so far, he says anti-Semitism. He kind of stumbles through it. Like he just wants to just get the word out of his mouth and move on. Oh, someone's like, I can't believe Goldie is 40. Actually, I'm 41. Yeah, I'm 41.
Well, I've seen since October 2023 the consequences of the increase in anti-Semitism.
Did you catch that? He can't even pronounce anti-Semitism. He just like fumbles through it because he doesn't want to upset his jihadi Durka base. Listen. Did you catch that?
Hasn't stopped today's attack.
Well, I've seen since October 2023 the consequences of the increase in anti-Semitism.
Listen.
October 2023 the consequences of the increase in anti-Semitism.
Guys, and that's not the first time. Every single time previously in this garbage Takia Durka interview, when he says anti-Semitism, he fumbles through it because it's painful for him. It's painful for him to say the word anti-Semitism.
I've spoken to on a regular basis friends, colleagues, and neighbors who are Jewish, who are frightened. I've spoken to parents who are frightened. I've spoken to grandparents who are frightened. I've spoken to Holocaust survivors who are frightened. And it's really important, in addition to the police, the security services, the government, City Hall, and the authorities doing what we can. But I think ordinary Londoners have a responsibility to show allyship and solidarity to Jewish people.
Is there a concern that perhaps the Jewish community will lose faith in the Metropolitan Police because of events like this and because of promises that were made before about extra security?
As appalled and disgusted and angry as I am at what's happened today, I'm so proud of the heroic police officer. I'm so proud of the Jewish volunteers who work for Schomburn. I'm so proud of the Jewish Londoners who work for Hatzeller. We've seen today the very worst of humanity in the acts of this terrorist. We've also seen today the very best of humanity, the very best of London. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all Londoners, whether you're Jewish, Muslim, Christian.
Oh, look, guys, I told you he's laying the foundation for Islamophobia. Did you catch that? Because he has to cater to his Durka jihadi base. So of course he's going to talk about like Islam and Muslims and yeah, guys, I called it. Obviously, I called it. Listen.
Terrorist. We've also seen today the very best of humanity, the very best of London. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all Londoners, whether you're Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, Hindu, members of organised faith or not, in saying that in our thoughts and prayers today and tonight will be the two Londoners who have been attacked today and are fighting their life for no other reason but because they're Jewish.
A final one to you. What reassurance can you give and what will change actually on the streets of London in terms of a visible reassurance for the Jewish community?
Well, I've been speaking today not just to the head of counter-terror policing, not just to the head of the Met Police Service, but also to representatives of the government and representatives of the local community to see what more we can do and we must do, not just to ensure that Jewish people feel safe, but are safe. Quite clearly, they are not, because quite clearly we've seen people attacked because they are Jewish. We've seen places of worship attacked because they're Jewish places of worship. We've seen buildings attacked because they're perceived as being Jewish buildings. And we've seen this heightened fear getting worse and worse and worse. That is not acceptable in London. That's not acceptable in our country. We will not tolerate that.
So what does that look like on the streets then?
So the Commissioner has confirmed that today there'll be even more additional policing than there's been over the last few weeks. He's confirmed they're working with the counter-terror team, but also with other partners. We'll see what more can be done over the next few days and weeks. The key thing that he and I are determined to do is to make this permanent, rather than a situation where you see a rise and a fall of additional police officers. What's clear at the events of the last few weeks and months is we need a permanent increased visibility in this community to deter bad people and terrorists from trying to attack this community, but also to reassure this community that they'll be protected.
Guys, I called it. Did I not call it? Did I not call it? Did I not say that like he's gonna talk about like Muslims, Islamophobia, right? Like I called it. Did I not call it? Yeah, I called it. Loser. So there you go, guys. This right here, Durka, right? This is Durka. This is English language Durka, right? So when we're out there when I'm hunting Durka, it's not necessarily about the language, right? Because Durka is an ideology, it's a mindset, it's jihad. And you can have Durka in Persian, you can have Durka in Arabic, you can have Durka in English. English Durka right here, right? English Durka. Ilhan Omar, that's also Durka. Ilhan Omar is also Durka, right? There you go. I hope some of the money goes to Petipto. Yes, Petipto, like I'm working with Petipto and Petipto already confirmed yesterday. So don't worry about that. Thank you for the super sticker. Kimberly Jones says, thank you both. Loved when Armin finally woke up when we started boom booming. Great info. Share the info with others. Please explain who the Conservative Party is in Canada. So Conservative Party is like the American version of the Republicans. So they're the only ones who are speaking out against the Islamic regime. Currently, Canada is controlled by the Liberals, which is like the Democrats, but even worse. And the Liberals, unfortunately, are anti-Trump and pro-China. So yeah, Canada's screwed. Fusha says, don't listen to Mark Levin on Israeli politics. All right. Yeah, I mean, I listen to Mark Levin when it comes to Iran, but also he has President Trump's ear. William Mongray in Pakistan, better prepare for 50% tariffs. I mean, I hope it's more than that. We have a new member. Thank you, Revel 8. Alpha Team says, people of Iran made their choice. King Reza Pahlavi, 100% agree. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm going to cry. Oh, thank you, William. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna start crying now. So, oh my gosh. Wow, I was not expecting that. So, yeah, my yesterday was 8 months since my baby boy passed away. And he was my first dog, and I had him for 15 years, and he was my soul dog, and I loved him very much. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. I know he's in heaven looking over me. I know that. He was a very good boy. He was the best boy. And it was just 15 years of unconditional love, and he was just the best boy. And yeah. He was the best chapter of my life, let's put it that way. So I mean, all dogs are amazing. And I mean, you know, Baxter's the reason that I believe in God and I believe in heaven. Because dogs are a gift from God. Dogs are angels on earth. So yeah, thank you for that. Okay. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me read the next 2 super chats, and then I'm gonna have to take a little bit of a break because, guys, not much gets me emotional, but thinking about my dog does. And you know, it's been 8 months, but I still miss him every day. He was such a good boy. He was a very, very good boy. He was so good. Okay, Justin says, if they can magically provide more police within a week, why weren't they out already? I agree. I mean, they could have been out. They could have been out, and they weren't. Ever seen 11 Mar without her head covering? Yeah, Ilhan Omar, 11 Mar. She looks like the bride of Durkheim. I agree. Yeah, you know what? She kind of does. She kind of does. She kind of does. Okay. Okay. Okay, you know what I'll do? Let me play. Okay, so yeah. Oh no, you know what? I think I'm gonna hold off. I think I'm gonna hold off on this. And I will wait for Armin. I'll wait for Armin so that Armin can get an introduction to Nux. I haven't watched this yet. I know it's also kind of spicy, so we'll wait. We'll wait for Armin to come back, and then I will play that. 2C's going live in about 20 minutes. Oh, you know what? Wait. Wait, let me see if I want to play this. Let me check this person first. Strange. Oh. Yeah, okay. All right. You know what? I'll play this. I will play this video from Aaron. And I'll be back. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, wait. Someone's like, "Oh my god, Nux." Really? You like Nux? Okay, well then you better stay tuned, because I'm actually I'm speaking with Nux behind the scenes, and we're trying to figure out how he can join our live stream. So stay tuned for that. I'm not sure when it's going to happen, but yeah, we're gonna have Nux join our live stream, and he's gonna be here live at some point. I don't know when. I don't know how, because we have to figure out like the technical stuff. But yeah, Nux is amazing. Like, he's so funny. Honestly. Oh wait, you're kidding me? No, I'm not. I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. He's already agreed. He's already agreed to, well, no, I don't know if it's today. Probably not today. Guys, I'll let you know in advance. I'll let you know when. But yeah, like I was like I found out about Nux when he you know, he included me in a video that he was making about YouTubers being like demonetized. And he's actually super nice, because guys, wait, I don't know if I have permission to share this, but you know what? Screw it. I'll share it anyway. Look at this. So, okay, hopefully he'll forgive me for this. But before I even knew like who Nux was, okay, after I posted my video where I was, going after YouTube for banning me from live streaming for, allegedly showing a pew pew, even though that never actually happened. So I put that video on YouTube. I put it on X, and then guys, guess who messaged me? Nux actually messaged me, and I didn't even realize it for like 3 or 4 days. So not only did he include my video on his live stream, he reached out and he was like, "Hey, I saw your video on YouTube censoring you. Something similar has happened to me, and I have a contact at YouTube that might be able to help. If you like, you can send me screenshots of what YouTube told you, and also a link to the live stream that was taken down. I could forward it to my contact. I can't guarantee success, but I can try. Good luck, and keep fighting the good fight." And I didn't even realize that he messaged me until like days later, because I don't really check my X messages. But do you see like how kind he was? Like, he didn't have to do that. But he reached out to me. So, then I responded, we connected. So yeah, we're gonna try to figure out how we can bring him on. Super nice guy, like just such a nice guy, so amazing. Does he? I've only seen the one video about me. I mean, if he's made other videos about me, I'm not sure, but I've only seen the one. But anyway, like, he is so amazing. And so he did make this video about Iran that I really want to watch, but I think I want Armin to be here as well. And also what I want to do is I really want to introduce Nux to the Iranian community as well, so that Iranians support Nux, because we're so, anyone that uses their platform to raise awareness about Iranians fighting for freedom, super important. And Nux he's just so nice, and his videos are so funny. Especially like when he does like all the crash out, like the videos where like the jihadis are crashing out. Like, guys, Nux has pretty much become like sort of like my entertainment, sort of like when I want to de-stress after like a long day, I'll just go watch all of his videos because they're hilarious. So and I think more Iranians need to know about Nux, because he does support Iranians fighting against the Islamic regime. So yeah, so that's what we're working on, and he's so nice. Such a nice person. So yeah, we're working on that. And I think it's also really important that we continue to just unite, right? And especially like the unity between like Iranians and Jews and Americans, really important, right? So yeah, we're a community of patriots. Here. Okay. We have a new member, Nux. Now that's a name I haven't heard. I think you meant Nux, because that's probably just like an auto correct. I like Nux. Yes, he's great. Lior says, "I'm so sorry about Baxter. My dog passed 3 years ago. It still feels like yesterday. He looks like he was the goodest boy. He's watching you from doggy heaven. Love you, Goldie." Thank you. Oh, listen, our dogs are playing together in doggy heaven right now, waiting for us. I 100% believe in that for sure. So, yeah. All right. Nux is your news story. You know what? So I have to say, like I'm, again, like when it comes to news, like I'm very, very, picky about which people I watch for news, but like he's been pretty accurate. So, he's like it's kind of like like he provides commentary, right? So like he like think of like the late night shows, like I don't know, Jimmy Fallon or like Jimmy Kimmel or like whatever. I mean, those are all garbage, but like the things that Nux talks about, it's like that, but like the better version, right? So yeah, like I do enjoy his commentary. He's pretty funny. He's pretty funny. And it's like the right mix of like, I don't know, news and then just like random drama. So yeah. Yeah, Nux is great. So yeah, we will have him on, guys. We'll have him on. I don't know when, I don't know how, because we've never hosted a cartoon character on Iran Revolution Live, but we're gonna figure out like the technical details, because I think he does want to try. Oh yeah, Baxter's full and official name was Baxter the Goodest Boy. That is true. His full and official name was Baxter the Goodest Boy. That is true. Yeah. He was the goodest boy. I mean, all dogs are the goodest boys and girls. All dogs are the goodest boys and girls. But yeah, that was his official name, Baxter the Goodest Boy. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, 2C's starting in 10 minutes, and he's going to be speaking about Iran. All right, you know what? Why don't I just share a little bit of Nux, because I know that's what you guys want. But I'm not going to share too much because I know Armin, like Armin wants to watch this, right? So, but I'll give you guys a sneak preview. No, I'm not talking about Nux. I'm talking about my dog Baxter. I'm talking about my dog Baxter. My dog Baxter is the goodest boy. I'm not talking about Nux. Oh my gosh, guys. Look, everyone, Baxter's full and official name was Baxter the Goodest Boy, because we were speaking about my dog, because yesterday was the 8-month anniversary of him passing. That's what we were speaking about. When will Nux be on the street? I don't know, guys. All I said is I'm working on it, and whenever I know, I will let you guys know. Because I've never hosted a cartoon character, so there has to be some like technical details that we have to like figure out. Probably like test it out or something to make sure that like, the cartoon character can join us, because I've never hosted a cartoon character. Yeah, I think Armin's gonna appreciate that. But yeah, all right, guys. So let me show you. I actually haven't watched this, but guys, just FYI, Nux is spicy. So, if children are watching, please, guys, like, I apologize. He does swear. Not much I can do about that. But yeah, all right, here we go.
And the morons losing their absolute minds over this. I was vindicated, and despite the panicans and the morons losing their absolute minds over this, I was vindicated, and they were all wrong. Donald Trump just made this tweet. Iran has informed us that they're in a state of collapse. They want to open the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. Remember how they were like desperately trying to close the Strait of Hormuz? Things change when you get blockaded, I guess. You get cock blocked. You get Trump blocked, as they say, as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We'll see what happens. Ultimately, time will tell if they actually, win this war, like all the retards say. In fact, I've been so vindicated about this war. This dude made a 2-hour-long video chimping out, screaming about how right I am about the war, hoping about how actually Israel is trying to trigger an end times World War III to end civilization and enslave the Goyim with red cows. Also, Iran is winning the war, despite losing their entire military and all of their leaders. Also, Trump was very mean for killing pedophiles, but Hitler was right about the Jews. Man, those 15K views on the video must have been really worthwhile, my guy. Anyway, so breaking news, Islamic Republic has begged the Americans to resume talks in Islamabad tomorrow. Wow, that totally sounds like people that are desperately winning the war. Look how badly Iran is winning. They're winning so much, they're begging America to resume talks. In fact, they're winning so much that Trump said, I canceled the trip of representatives to go to Islamabad, Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. Wow, it sounds like Trump is really desperate to end the war. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. No one knows who's in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to dock, all they have to do is call. Wow, sounds like someone so desperate on his hands and knees to end this war. Oh, my God. So anyway, this is President
Fox
Trump
News
basically saying, all right, we are canceling our trips to Pakistan. We don't need to negotiate with them. We're in no rush. We blockade them. They die and gargle in their own blood slowly but surely. It's very effective. And if they want to actually submit to all of our demands, they could at any time. But we're not wasting times with trips and negotiations.
Fox News exclusive. President Trump just told our own Aisha Hasni that he has canceled his envoy's trip to Pakistan to hold talks with Iran.
Wow.
Aisha Hasni sent
Colossal W for everyone that does.
Okay, wait. So a lot of the Iranians who are watching are confused. So let me just say something in Persian. So دوستان این یه یوتیوبره که نزدیک 2 میلیون فالوور داره رو یوتیوب، یهودی آمریکاییه و از ایرانی‌ها حمایت میکنه. اتفاقاً از کانال من حمایت کرده و موقعی که یوتیوب کانال منو اوورد پایین و قطع کرد و نذاشت که مثلا من لایو استریم بکنم، این شخص با اینکه اصلا منو نمیشناخت یه ویدیو درست کرد و ویدیوی منم توش گذاشت که گفت ببین مثلا یوتیوب نه واقعیه، آدم واقعیه ولی با چهره واقعیش نمیاد، به عنوان یه کارتون میاد. اوکی؟ به عنوان کارتون میاد و موقعی که یوتیوب لایو استریم منو قطع کرد، ایشون توی ویدیوش یه ویدیو طولانی راجع به این موضوع درست کرد. آخرش هم ویدیوی منو گذاشت، گفت مثلا ببین نگاه کن یوتیوب دارن ایرانیایی که بر علیه رژیم مبارزه میکنن اونا رو هم صداشون رو داره قطع میکنه. آره این یکیه که مثلا از ایرانی‌ها حمایت میکنه بر علیه رژیم و همون موقع که مثلا ویدیومو دید اومد به من یه مسیج داد و گفت مثلا حالا هر کمکی که من بتونم بکنم به من بگو، سعی میکنم کمکت بکنم و این چیزا. بعد پلتفرم خیلی بزرگی داره روی یوتیوب، نزدیک 2 میلیون نفر فالوش میکنن. بعد آره مثلا جوری که صحبت میکنه با مثلا کمی شوخی و مسخره و این چیزا، ولی آره از ایرانی‌ها که دارن بر علیه رژیم مبارزه میکنن حمایت میکنه. حالا دیگه باش صحبت هم کردم، قراره که حالا یه جورایی بیاد روی کانالمون که یه مصاحبه هم باش بکنیم، ولی خب دلیلی که میخوام بیارمش روی کانالمون اینه که چون که خیلی از ایرانی‌ها حمایت میکنه، خوبه که ما هم از کسایی که از پلتفرمشون استفاده میکنن که از ما حمایت بکنن اونم حمایت بکنیم. این خیلی مهمه، میدونی خیلی مهمه برای ما، مخصوصا ایرانی‌ها که خیلی وقت مثلا صدا نداشتیم، از کسایی که از ما حمایت میکنن و صدای ما رو چیز میکنن، امپلیفای میکنن، اونا رو هم حمایت بکنیم. به خاطر این ولی نه این یه آدم واقعیه ولی با چهره واقعیش نمیاد، با یه کاریکاتور میاد که حالا مثلا دیگه هیچ کس هم نمیدونه کیه. All right, guys, let's continue. So I just explained.
Doesn't have to go to Pakistan.
us this direct to Hasni that he has canceled his envoy's trip to Pakistan to hold talks with Iran.
Wow.
Aisha Hasni sent
colossal W for everyone that doesn't have to go to Pakistan.
Us this direct quote from the president. I've told my people a little while ago they were getting ready to leave, and I said, nope. You're not going to make an 18-hour flight to go there.
That's my guy. We are not wasting our time going to fucking Pakistan. Oh. Okay? We're not doing that. All right? If they want to make a deal, they can submit to literally everything. If they don't want to, then we'll keep the blockade and they'll keep dying.
Have all the cards. They can call us anytime they want, but you're not going to be making any more 18-hour flights to sit around and talk about nothing. Now, this is significant.
Just completely based.
It came after the trip earlier in the week where we thought the Vice President J.D. Vance would be going.
We thought we were going to go to Pakistan, and Trump is like, I actually don't care. I actually don't need to do this. We have all the cards. They're dying slowly but surely. They could keep dying or they could surrender, which is awesome, actually. Now, my stance on warfare is very different than like most of the pussies. The pussy stance is, oh, but the poor Islamic terrorists that are occupying Iran, the poor Islamic terrorists. Please make some sort of deal.
ببین دوستان این چیزی که گفت خیلی مهمه، یعنی داره جمهوری اسلامی رو مسخره میکنه. یعنی داره میگه ببین، میگه مثلا the Islamic terrorists who are occupying Iran. یعنی داره میگه اون تروریستای مسلمون که ایرانو اشغال کردن. یعنی خودش هم داره همون حرفایی که ما میزنیم اینم داره میگه. داره میگه ایران اشغاله. ایران اشغال شده. این جمهوری اسلامی ایرانو اشغال کرده. یعنی این خیلی مهمه. به خاطر این خیلی مهمه که حمایت بکنیم. So I was just saying how I really appreciate when Nux says, that Iran is occupied by Islamic terrorists, right? Like I really, really appreciate that language because that's exactly what's going on, right? It's occupied Iran. So, very, very appreciative that that's the narrative he's putting out, and very appreciative of the fact that he is using his platform to distinguish between Iranians and the Islamic regime that's occupying us. So this is why I really appreciate what he's doing.
Dying, or they could surrender, which is awesome, actually. Now, my stance on warfare is very different than most of the pussies. The pussy stance is, but the poor Islamic terrorists that are occupying Iran, the poor Islamic terrorists. Please make some sort of deal. I don't care about that at all. I want them all dead or surrendered. That's how war ends. All right. The way war ends is they either submit completely to all of our demands or they die. That's how it works. That's how wars always work. That's how war still works. A lot of people put on suits and now make believe that they're better people than that. They're so much better people that they're going to let the terrorists continue to terrorize people and get away with shit. Nope, actually don't care. And Trump is totally right about this. That is not how morals work, actually. Morally, when a war ends, when you win, you win. You don't just basically let them get off scot-free because they're being annoying and you're under pressure from libtards. All right, Trump sent a direct message to a New York Post reporter currently in Islamabad. Come home. He just texted him, come home. Oh, my God.
Okay, so we'll end it there. That was just a little preview, because Tusi's going live. But don't worry, when Armin comes back, we'll start from the beginning. Yeah, it's very spicy. It's very spicy. I mean, he's funny. Listen, I have no issues with what he's saying. It's just, of course, on Iran Revolution Live, we try to keep it PG-13. But I think he's hilarious, right? I think he's hilarious. So, yeah. We're just waiting for Tusi to start, and then when Armin comes back, we'll play that video from the beginning so Armin can also be introduced to Nux. Oh, there we go. Guys, listen.
Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Islamic Republic of Iran might have a new problem on their hands. Yes, President Donald J. Trump has now rejected the deal presented by the IRGC in Iran. We also now have the U.S. military, according to the U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, getting ready for strikes in Iran on a number of IRGC positions. We are also hearing that the Islamic Republic might actually do a preemptive attack if they know that the strikes are coming back anyway. We're going to give you guys the latest updates on this and what President Trump has been talking about and what we are getting in terms of information and intel on the ground. There is also a couple of other things to mention. We do have our live feed from central Beirut. But before we begin, as you guys know, well, some of you, if you're watching this regularly, if not, then I'm not really sure what to tell you. We are introducing the first ever political satire and stand-up comedy to our independent platform, Tusi TV Plus. That can be accessed on our website, tusi.tv, or our Tusi TV app from your app stores. But you can join today, limited offer. You can get 35% off annual memberships if you go directly on offers.tusi.tv. That's offers.tusi.tv. The link is also in the description. You got 11 days left. This expires on the 10th of May. The promo code is comedy35. Then, of course, you go on this page and you click on the red button here. Claim 35% off now. That's obviously only for the annual memberships. The original price is $54, but obviously you get 35% off. It goes down. If you don't want to, you can just go on the website and join as a monthly member. We also have that, but the discount only works for annual. All right, so President Donald J. Trump, who has now rejected the deal from the Islamic Republic, which was obviously expected. He has said that we're going to continue the blockade of Hormuz. But earlier on, he also mentioned that the only way this can end is if the IRGC come and say that we give up.
President, regarding Iran, how long are you prepared to maintain the blockade? Could that go several more months?
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And you see that whether it's Venezuela, and they have a good military in Venezuela, but it was over in one day. It was actually over in about 48 minutes.
Right.
Iran, the same thing. I mean, militarily, we've wiped them out. They have no military left. It's all the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is never going to fly again. We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. So it's a dead economy.
Yeah, it's not difficult. All they have to say is, we give up. It's over. We tried our best, but next time we're going to try this dictatorship thing maybe better. But then obviously earlier on, President Trump also posted this on Truth Social. No more Mr. Nice Guy. He loves his AI images. He said that Iran can't get their act together. They don't know how to sign a non-nuclear deal. They better get smart soon. President DJT. Of course, this message, this is just part of the narrative of this war. The reality is what's actually going on behind the scenes in the background, and that includes the US Central Command. The military have been mobilizing hugely over the last couple of weeks. We're going to show you some of the stuff that they have been doing. Special forces are now arriving as well, but the rest of the ceasefire is also going extremely smoothly, peaceful, as you can see. We have the Israeli Defense Forces continuing to hammer Hezbollah positions in Lebanon. This is the latest video we received from the IDF in Israel. The Islamists and the IRGC branch in southern Lebanon around Beirut, especially the suburban areas of Beirut, have been flattened again, even though the narrative was that the United States are going to be putting some pressure on the Israeli government to kind of calm it down a little bit. But obviously, as part of the so-called ceasefire agreement, if Hezbollah even move an inch, the IDF have the right to strike. And Hezbollah guys keep moving around. They're very fidgety. So that's one of the problems that they are currently having, because they don't really have any level of IQ in the Islamic terrorist world. So the jihadists continue to do the only thing that they know. Jihad. It's basically like the Daleks that, they just want to exterminate without knowing why they want to exterminate. This is the issue with the Daleks of Islam. But speaking of low IQ individuals, we also have to talk about the European Union before I show you what the US military are up to. The European Union have now been forced to essentially join the United States position on the Islamic Republic. They are now saying, Ursula von der Leyen, I'm going to show you the few seconds of her speech. Ursula von der Leyen is the dictator of the European Commission, the executive branch of the EU. She says that any agreement in Iran will have to include the nuclear program as well as the ballistic missile program. So it seems like even the Europeans have now been forced to toe the line. Let's go to Ursula.
Ensuring full and permanent freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz without tolls, and it is equally clear that any peace agreement will have to address Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Wow. So that means that despite the weakness we are seeing from European leaders, if the Americans have to escalate the situation, which they probably have to at this point, including the strikes that are coming up in Iran, the Europeans will probably, well, they don't have any legs to stand on. They can't really complain about the US and Israel taking this to the next level, because they say that, well, any deal that is to be signed will have to include the surrender of nuclear and ballistic missiles. That's basically what President Trump has been saying the whole time. Now the Europeans are finally catching up because they've been forced to. They have no other option. They realize that the Strait of Hormuz blockade is harming Europe, obviously more than the US, because the US doesn't need the Strait of Hormuz. They're actually making money now because a lot of their tankers are going to America to buy oil. Obviously, the market prices is still affecting America when it comes to petrol, but in terms of the actual capacity and supply, the Americans don't really need the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the US Central Command have now prepared for a fresh wave of powerful strikes against the Islamic Republic in Iran. They are saying the diplomatic position is we are going to be doing this in the hope of breaking the current deadlock in the peace negotiations. Now, obviously, President Trump will have to give the green light. And they are saying that as of last night, Tuesday, the 28th of April, President Trump has already decided what the plan is going to be. It's just a matter of time. Now, we don't know exactly how it's going to go. But the reality is, this is not really to break the deadlock. They are saying that diplomatically, again, this is to justify and create legitimacy for the new round of airstrikes when it comes to the international community. The point is, they're saying this will help break the deadlock. It won't. What it will do is weaken the regime even further. Now, until now, the blockade of Hormuz has been working perfectly because it's not really just paralyzing the regime when it comes to finances, but also it's caused a huge division. There's a massive internal war in Iran between the leadership. Well, I mean, whoever wants to self-identify as a leader today and this week in Iran. So, but this goes hand in hand with what could come next and what will probably come next, which is about the Iranian people preparing for the new round of uprising. This time armed, not unarmed. But obviously until now they've been told not to come out. They're not supposed to be coming out. They are all waiting for the final order, for the final call, which I'll get to in a second actually, because we have one of the members of the resistance and opposition who mentioned something earlier tonight. But the US Special Forces aircraft have now arrived in the Middle East. Now, for the record, these are the same guys that also conducted the operation on Iranian soil following the fighter jet that was downed and the two pilots that basically were lost in Iran. And we now have more special forces from the US who have now arrived in the Middle East. We also have the others who have been preparing, the Marines especially. We got more US personnel now in the Middle East than even the beginning of the war, which was a couple of months ago. Having said that, as I said, one of the main things to talk about is one thing is about the US and the Islamic Republic, and that's about obviously the threat of the Islamic Republic, especially when it comes to nuclear. There's another fight, and that's Israel and the Islamic Republic, and that's about the Israelis' problem with the regime, the existence of the regime. They want the regime to fall. And then you got the third battle. So in defense of the IRGC, they have to multitask a little bit very soon, because that's about the Iranian people and the Islamic Republic. The Iranian people want to change the regime. The Americans obviously want to eliminate the threat of the Islamic Republic, and they've basically done it. They've done a great job so far. The Israelis want to bring down the regime, and the Iranians want to change the regime. And on that point, the Iranian people and the immortal God have been told by the Americans, by the Israelis, by the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi to stay at home, don't do anything during the war, although some of them are getting a little bit impatient. But they have been coordinating. They have been preparing for the final battle. And we can now go to Rayan Amiri, who is part of the resistance, who is currently in hiding because the regime are hunting him down. He's also, I believe, the founder or co-founder of the new Conservative Party of Iran, the Imperial Iran, of course, when Iran is free and democratic again. He says that the Iranians are now preparing to return to the streets. This time, they will be armed.
The Iranian people are waiting for the next call to protest by the Shah of Iran. They are getting prepared. That is the plan. Getting prepared for the next uprising, which will be the call to protest by the Shah of Iran. But this time will be even much more different because the Iranian people, they know that the previous time they came in millions without being armed, but it didn't happen. But this time it will be different. I'm not going to give you details, things that what we are exactly doing because it will defeat the purpose of this, what we are doing.
Now, as you guys know, our sources inside the Immortal Guard in Iran, especially in the southern parts of the country, have all been saying the same thing about the specific plans that obviously we can't really discuss, but it's sort of obvious what will happen this time round. And that's about creating a guerrilla warfare, which has already basically started, and they've been targeting a lot of the IRGC members on the streets. But it's also about capturing small towns and villages first, and then get to the capital. Now, this time around, it will be different, but they're all waiting for the perfect opportunity because they're waiting for the Crown Prince to call for the final battle. And he has said that he is not going to rush into it because this is the final battle. You only have one chance, and you have to get this right. And Rayan Amiri is also correct that obviously with everything that's happened last time and the last 47 years, there's the one final opportunity to get things right. If the Iranians lose this final battle, the Islamic Republic is not going to be stronger. Iran as a country is just going to be a rogue, fallen state. That's the problem. You're just going to have terrorists running the country, but not even managing the country because the government is not functional. Last night, President Trump also said, when he was making a speech during the King's visit to Washington, that we're doing a little Middle East work right now. And he also said that the King agrees with me even more than I do. Obviously, we're just speaking on behalf of King Charles, which was hilarious. But let's quickly go to that moment. And then we're going to talk about the collapse of the government in Iran as well.
From the frozen hills of Korea to the scorching sands of North Africa and the Middle East. And we're doing a little Middle East work right now, too, if you might know. And we're doing very well. We have militarily defeated that particular opponent. And we're never going to let that opponent ever, Charles agrees with me, even more than I do. We're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon. They know that, and they've known it right now very powerfully.
Okay. I love how he said, Charles agrees with me more than I do. But he was speaking on behalf of King Charles. We have a bit of a situation right now. Breaking news. As you guys know, the Gaza flotilla is also happening again. This is Greta Thunberg's friends, the communists, who have once again taken their boats to liberate Gaza for some reason. And we have some breaking news. The Israeli Navy have now started intercepting the 58 vessel flotilla near the Greek island of Crete. So let's quickly go to the Israeli Navy. This is absolutely chaotic, by the way. I cannot believe this is actually happening again. And do we have the footage? It's coming up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we have it ready. Yeah, let's quickly go. This is the last few minutes. The Israeli Navy fighting against the Gaza flotilla. Oh my God. Release the sharks, someone said in the live chat.
That guy is being bored. What? That guy is being bored.
Okay, the Israeli military are now taking over the flotilla.
What is he?
I'm gonna see if we have the live feed coming up. Okay, it's coming up. Wow.
Les están diciendo algo, ¿no?
Wow. Wait. Okay, but I can't believe this is actually happening. Why are they even doing this? Like, I know they want attention, but it's slightly embarrassing. We are going to get more updates on this Gaza flotilla. It's interesting. We don't really have a flotilla for Iran. Come on, guys. Come on, socialists. Socialists and Islamists. Smelly people who hate to shower. But speaking of hating to shower, we also have to talk about the collapse of the government in Iran. Not just the regime, but the government itself. Because guess what? The currency in Iran, well, has already collapsed, but has actually now plummeted to a record low against the dollar earlier today. And one of the biggest things is because of the blockade of Hormuz. The official trading, obviously, in terms of buying and selling, slightly different, is now 1.8. But obviously, you can see 1.3 on the screen on the right-hand side of the screen. The Islamic Republic, obviously, officially, they had several, they have several fixed exchange rates because they don't even know what they're doing anymore. So they are trying their best to not really have a normal functioning currency. So they have been printing money like there's no tomorrow, thinking if they print money like Venezuela, it's going to fix the problem. Because I'm guessing they've been speaking to Jeremy Corbyn and Bernie Sanders, and they probably told them, yeah, if you run out of money in the country, just make more money. And they've been doing that. And they also have, as I said, different exchange rates depending on where you are and what currency you have. None of it makes any sense. Even if you're trying to check the dollar, there is the official one, and there is also unofficial ones. And they're losing control of their own exchange rates, and it's slightly embarrassing. Now, there is, okay, we have some breaking news from Scott Bessent. I was literally going to speak about Scott Bessent, and we have the latest update from the US Treasury Secretary. Okay, so first we're going to give you guys what we had from him earlier. The US Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said that while the surviving IRGC leaders are trapped like the drowning rats in a sewage pipe, Iran's creaking oil industry is starting to shut in production thanks to the US blockade. Pumping will soon collapse. Gasoline shortages in Iran next. So while this is happening, and obviously we did say a few days ago that within the next week or so, it will be chaos in Iran, actual chaos, because firstly, they don't know where to store the oil because they can't sell it. So they're going to have to stop pumping oil. And then there's not going to be enough oil and gas, anything really, for Iran. It's a lose-lose situation. And now, one of the things that they've been doing is they are stealing the wealth of the nation. They are taking it out of Iran. The IRGC are already planning their exit. The problem with that is that Scott Bessent and his team at the US Treasury are on top of it. The IRGC, as you guys know, have been using cryptocurrency wallets to take the money out. We just received the breaking news from Scott Bessent that close to $500 million in Iran-related crypto has now been seized. So they've been obviously freezing a lot of the Iranian assets, but they thought that they're going to be clever using crypto wallets. But the US Treasury are literally chasing them wherever they are in the world. So great. And the plan is, of course, to freeze the assets for now. And once Iran is liberated, they're going to give it back to the Iranian people. Speaking of the rats, the drowning rats that are the IRGC, while they are preparing the exit plan by stealing money from Iran, they are also delusional, thinking that they might stay in power. So they are getting ready for the World Cup. We got the World Cup coming up very soon, in a couple of months, in the US, Canada, and Mexico. And the head of the Football Association, or as the Americans would say, soccer, Football Association, Mehdi Taj, he is actually a former IRGC commander. The head of the Football Federation in Iran is IRGC, obviously, right? He went to Canada with the rest of the delegation to get ready for the World Cup. The problem here is that Canada have already banned the IRGC, which means that he got a temporary visa, decided to get a flight, 15-hour flight from Turkey to Canada, well, from Iran to Turkey, from Turkey to Canada. Once he got there, he got rejected and deported immediately. That's... What was he thinking? What was he thinking? This is so funny. So one of the problems with that was he got arrogant because the Canadians have been naive. Just the Canadian government, that happens. They did ban the IRGC, and that actually happened under Justin Castro Trudeau. And under Mark Chaotic Carney, they thought that, okay, so we've already got the IRGC banned, so that's it, right? That's all we have to do, prescribe the IRGC, which is one of the most stupid thing ever. Like, there are people going around saying, governments should prescribe the IRGC. We're like, okay, sure, fine. What does that actually achieve? Because you're not banning the regime. The regime is not just the IRGC, it's the Islamic Republic. That includes the Ayatollahs, the mullahs, and all the others. So since the war started and since the uprising started, we had a huge number of Ayatollahs and all these clerics and their families fleeing to Canada, fleeing to the UK, to France, and obviously we've shown you the evidence over the last couple of months, because they're not banned. They're not IRGC. They're all part of the regime, but they're not IRGC. So I think this guy Taj got a little bit arrogant, thinking, well, my friends are already here because they fled Iran. It should be all right. I'm the head of the Football Federation, right? Yeah, no. He got deported back to Iran. Anyway, while the flotilla is happening, and I think, well, the Israeli Navy are now intercepting all these little tiny communist vessels, we have an update from Gaza City, because the Islamists over there have not stopped. They are refusing to disarm. And I think somebody needs to tell them that the money is running out. The IRGC can't really pay your salaries anymore. So the IDF continued to strike their positions, including a checkpoint in Sheikh Radwan in Gaza City. Watch this. This is earlier. Look at this. Look at this guy, and then across the road. And we're getting some update from the Navy, the so-called Navy in Iran. Wait, watch this. It's coming. It's coming. They are so relaxed. They're like, everything's fine. This is another Wednesday. Peaceful. Whoops. Anyway. Okay. We have some breaking news coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran. The the IRGC Navy is basically like 17 people with little tiny speedboats. He's now said that soon we will reveal a weapon that they deeply fear. Right now, it will be right on their doorstep. I hope it doesn't give them a heart attack. It's just words. Ooh, a new weapon. Anyway, so while they're saying that, we have the IRGC military saying that we will no longer tolerate the naval blockade of Hormuz, and we, as in the IRGC, will respond. The fascinating thing about this is that the advisor to Ghamari Jr., or the Ayatollah, the cardboard supreme leader, is now saying, this is brilliant. Do you remember before the war started, the IRGC was saying, if the Americans begin strikes, within 10 minutes, we will sink USS Abraham Lincoln. And then that didn't happen. And then they said, we will wipe out the US military bases in the Middle East. And then that didn't happen. And then they said, we are going to destroy Israel. It's going to take a few days, but we will do it. They couldn't destroy Israel. And then they said we're gonna kill the US soldiers. They failed. Now they're saying the US military officials have been warned that if Washington continues the war, there is a real possibility that its warships could be sunk and its troops killed. Now this is where I'm going to give some credit and a compliment to the IRGC. This time, they didn't give us an empty promise. He didn't say, we will sink the warships that you were supposed to do 2 months ago. They're saying there is a real possibility, sitting on the fence, yeah, it could happen. It might snow next winter, you never know. It might, just there's a tiny possibility that you might have some issues. Okay, darling. Anyway, we also have some good news for once from the continent of Europe. I know that's quite rare. Let's go to Switzerland, and I'm going to get some updates from actually also the IRGC's branch in London. And then we're going to get your reaction while we wait for the Israeli Navy to seize the vessels, the communist vessels who are coming to liberate Gaza, apparently. Switzerland. The parliament in Switzerland have now officially voted against recognizing Palestine as an independent state. You know what? This is the second time Switzerland have impressed me. First time was a year and a half ago, when they, for a European country, right? For a European country, they banned, and I mean completely banned burqa and niqab and face coverings, basically. While the rest of the European countries are pandering to Islam, the Swiss were like, nah, we're not doing that. And they also, while the rest of the Europeans are saying, yeah, Palestine is real, and none of them could actually explain what that is. Where is the territory? What, who's the president? Whatever. The Swiss are saying, yes, it's too much effort. Just let's talk about something else, guys. Earlier on, we had another terrorist attack in North London, as we reported on 2C TV. Fortunately, nobody died. Two people, two Jewish Londoners were stabbed, and a police officer. The suspect was a 45-year-old man, non-white, so not Anglo-Saxon English. But we now have the IRGC's branch in the United Kingdom, obviously giving more information, and they have taken responsibility for today's stabbing attack that happened in North London. 2 weeks after the latest attack that we also had. The group, the IRGC branch, have now called this attack heroic, and they have urged more Muslims to carry out further attacks against the Jews And they have also praised Cole Thomas Allen for his failed assassination attempt of President Trump. Now, it is interesting that the IRGC continue to be consistent with being losers, because they are praising a loser who failed. Usually you want to dissociate yourself with losers, but they say, yes, Cole Thomas Allen, he was a great man, the guy who tried to take out the president and didn't even get close. But yeah, it was a great man, very successful, beautiful assassin. It's just a little bit embarrassing. Stop doing that. It's not good, guys. Not a good look. Okay, so where is the Israeli Navy? What is your take on the king?
Hey, Armin, thanks for coming back.
No worries.
Okay, I gotta go for my interview, but I'll be back around 5:30.
5:30. All right.
Great. I'll see you when I get back.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wait, Goldie, wait, before you go, I have something to show you. All right.
That was amazing.
Okay. All right. See you soon.
All right. See you guys soon.
All right. See you soon. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Was that okay? I thought I could, I don't know, make her smile before she goes. Yes, we got her. I don't know if we got her. I think she saw it coming, to be honest. I think she saw it coming. But anyways, let's get to the news. All right, guys, let's watch. I saw some good videos that I think we should go over together. Also, I'll try to also pay close attention to the chat while I'm here, and look at you guys' your opinions, and I'll also read super chats when they come. But let's go through this.
We take a live look now at the U.S. Senate hearing where the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane are testifying on the War Department budget. Notice the critical timing when we talk budget, the Iran conflict. President Trump's naval blockade of Iranian ports is strangling Iran's economy now, blocking exports and now even some imports, thereby slashing the country's revenue by millions of dollars each day. Some estimates give Iran a few short weeks before full.
You know what I want to see? I want to see like a chart showing exactly how much storage room these people have, the Islamic Republic has on their tankers on water, how much storage they have on land, how much oil they're getting out by other means. How many ships are being blocked by the blockade? And how fast is the storage capacity running out? How much are they reducing their production levels, maybe so that they don't run out of space fast? Like, somebody needs to put this on a chart. Somebody, like, I don't understand why we're not seeing beautiful charts of this, because these media, they have like millions of dollars in budget and they could afford this stuff. So why is there no chart? Give me a chart. Should I just go make a chart myself with AI? Yeah, see, somebody's saying that would be awesome and helpful. Yeah, I know, right? I was gonna make the chart myself using like Gemini and stuff like that, but I was so busy, and I'm like, why hasn't somebody already done this?
Economic collapse. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. The numbers, staggering. That country, losing. How much? A whopping $435 million a day in economic activity. That includes nearly one.
I guess that's kind of okay. $435 million in daily economic activity.
I want to see how much they're losing because for not being able to. So here's the problem with this number. This number is not that helpful because a lot of that economic activity is the people. I want to see exactly how much the government is losing revenue. Because I want to see if they can't, guys, the regime itself doesn't give oh my God, I can't swear, doesn't give like nothing, doesn't give like crap, doesn't give a crap about the part of the economy, the daily economic activity lowering that has nothing to do with its ability to pay its armed forces and its own staff, and also maybe the part that might cause an uprising, actually, that they care about that as well, right? But I am actually more interested in seeing exactly how much they're losing when it comes to their revenue, the government revenue, not the daily economic activity, and what part of the government budget involves paying the armed forces, and at what point are we going to see them not being able to afford paying the armed forces? That's what we need to know. Because here's the thing, even if the regime is not able to make money, they're going to cut other things first. They're going to cut so many things. They're going to stop paying nurses. They're going to stop paying teachers. They're going to stop paying for this or that. And the last thing they will be cutting is the armed forces, right? But I want to know, at one point we're going to get to them not being able to pay the armed forces. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Hey, the next box over there says 139 million daily loss of oil revenue. Okay, that is good information. Food inflation exceeding 112%. Yeah, by the way, I think that I've heard somewhere that food inflation in Iran right now is #1 in the world. So they don't care about the Iranian people not being able to afford their food, but they do care about this causing the next round of uprising. That's what they do care about. So 1.6 million Iranian rials is $1. Yeah, I mean, guys, the Iranian economy might get dollarized. Yeah, the proxies too, exactly. Not being able to pay their proxies too, that's important. Exactly, that's key. But guys, like, it's so ridiculous right now inside Iran when it comes to inflation that when it comes to big spending, people don't talk about like reals or 2 months. They value things in dollars. So if we keep moving this way, at some point the real might drop so much that the people are going to stop trading in reals, and the Iranian people might just start trading in, like, selling and buying things in USD. That's when an economy gets dollarized, when your currency is so unreliable that you need to use a different currency to buy and sell. And guys, it's not just the fact that the real is becoming worthless, it's also that it's dropping. The speed at which it's changing means that it's not a reliable form of buying goods and selling goods, because in the morning something is at one price and in the afternoon it's at a different price. So even if the real was like really low in value, but it was just stay there for half a goddamn second, then you would be able to, like, at least figure things out, like at least value things based on it, right? So even if it's dropping, but it will just stay there, then you could rely on it a little bit. But because it's not just the lowering of the real, it's also the volatility that makes it unreliable. You guys understand?
140 million in lost oil revenue. The cost of living is soaring, with the food inflation exceeding 112%.
Yeah, 112% means that things that used to be at a certain price a year ago, today is like double the price. Double the price. That's what that means.
So the Iranian regime watches its people suffer because it will not come to the table. Iran's currency has collapsed to 1.8 million rials, to just $1 US.
Wait, is she reading something else? On the screen it says 1.6, but she said 1.8. Hold on.
Will not come to the table. Iran's currency has collapsed to 1.8 million.
It says 6 there, and you're saying 8. I don't know. Is that a typo?
Reals to just $1 US. That is not just economic pressure. That's a disaster. It's a direct test of how long this radical Islamic regime can hang on. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox.
So, you know, guys, what's going to happen? We're going to test the strength of the ideology. Okay? This is what we're testing. Okay? We're going to see if the Islamic Republic starts losing money even more, and at some point the SHIT hits the fan, we're going to see how many regime people fight because they truly, deep down in their hearts, believe in this ideology. They're like, I will continue to fight even if I don't get paid, right? So this is what's going to be tested. And yeah, actually, you're right. The Texas troop said like she would. No, wait. There was another one. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah. So yeah, here the graphics were prepared ahead of time, Armin. So you're saying that the value of the real is dropping so high, so fast, that when they prepared this graphic, it was at 1.6, and then now it's at 1.8, and that's how fast the real is dropping. That okay? Oh my god, you might be right, actually. Okay. All right, yeah. Oh, got a super chat. Hold on. Omid saying, yeah. By the way, Omid is Iranian, so he's being sarcastic. He's saying, yay, Iran officially lower currency than Zimbabwe. Yay! Achievement unlocked. Possibly in the past. By this rate, it's like 2 million now, if that's how fast it's changing. It's sinking like a rock.
Regime can hang on. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox News.
Yeah, by the way, guys, this is if you guys don't know, the Tuman, every Tuman is like 10 reals. Okay, so you know how every dollar is like 100 cents. So in Iran, nobody even mentions the real. Real is something that foreigners usually say. People say 2 months, and 2 months is basically 10 real.
News. Iran's.
So let me see. What's Scott Bessent saying?
Treasury Secretary
Scotty B. Scotty B. I like that name. Scotty B. Let's see what Scotty B has to say.
Fox News. Iran's primary oil export terminal is soon nearing storage capacity, which will force the regime to reduce oil production, resulting in an additional approximately $170 million per day in lost revenue. So it is piling on. He goes on to say that will cause permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure. Here's General Jack Keane.
Yeah, see, that part is okay, resulting per day in lost revenue and causing permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure. Are you talking about the oil wells getting damaged? Guys, I'm still pretty worried about this. I know we're joking and laughing and stuff like that, but again, for people who are new here, if the Islamic Republic runs out of places to store the oil, a lot of people are saying like, oh no, they're going to have to shut down the oil wells. And if they shut down the oil wells, it's going to damage the oil well. Like, you can't just shut down an oil well without significantly damaging an oil well. Oh no, this is really bad for the Islamic Republic. It's interesting to me that I have seen almost nowhere. Like, let me know if guys, have you heard this being discussed anywhere else other than here? I've seen nowhere discussing the idea that maybe the Islamic Republic, to be able to keep the oil wells running, because if you shut it down, it will damage it. And if they have no storage space, what is it that will stop them from just dumping the oil in the sea? I keep asking that, and nobody has an answer to this. I'm like, am I retarded? Am I missing out something? People are like, oh no, there's nowhere to put the oil. They're gonna have to shut down their oil wells, and it's gonna damage the oil wells. Or like, there's nowhere to put the oil. They could just dump it in the sea. Why wouldn't they just dump it in the sea? Has anybody? Yes, you say, Armin, I'm right here there with you. Has anybody discussed this? Have you heard anybody discuss this point? Like, I've been saying this for weeks now. that there is a place that they could put the oil. They could in the sea, in the goddamn sea. Like why are people assuming that they won't do that? Is it like, oh no, we would, like, do you think the Islamic Republic cares about the environment? So you see, you can't do that. I mean, you can't. You can literally just dump it in the sea. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. Yeah, so guys, we have to. This is a huge risk. Not only that, they might dump it in the sea. Again, I don't know if this is technically feasible or not. Okay, because I don't know how water salination facilities work. I have no idea, right? But I was thinking, why not, if I'm the Islamic Republic, not only if I have run out of room to store my oil, not only would I dump it in the sea to keep the oil well running so that I don't damage it, I will dump it right next to the water salination facilities of Saudi Arabia and the UAE. What does that damage? Does anybody know if that damages the water salination facility thing? Operation working, like, does that, like, I would go dump it right there, whatever the water, right next to the water, right where they are basically extract the water from the sea. You know, somebody's saying, wow, Armin. Yes. Armin, what kind of an evil master? I'm like it. This is my villain arc. So to say, you're giving them ideas, Armin. I don't. Am I? Like, no, I don't. I think if I come, guys, you don't underestimate the Islamic Republic's creative ways to be evil. Okay. I think they may have touched on this a little bit in this morning FTD Iran. Oh. Texas is saying, I think they may have touched on this and a little bit in this morning FTD Iran brief. Really? Okay. All right. Finally, some people are talking about it. So, guys, the issue is not they could sell it to this and this. Just some people are saying, like, why don't they sell it to those people? So why didn't they sell it to that people? Guys, it's not about not having enough customers. It's a matter of, like, not being able to move this stuff. All right. Something that most people need to understand, that maritime trade can't be the volume that you could do with maritime trade cannot be replaced with anything. You cannot replace it with, with trains, with trucks, with nothing, with pipes, with pipeline. Not even pipelines can do the volume that maritime trade does, right? Moving things on water is still, after 12,000 years of civilization, 10 and 12, or 10 or 12, depending on how you define it. After 10,000 years of civilization, we still haven't figured out a way to move things in the same volume that we could move things on water. This is why straits and maritime trade routes are so important. Nothing comes in. Yeah, like, you might have the customer. How do I get the stuff to them? If you load the barrels on trucks and try to move it on trucks, it's not going to be the volume. It's not even going to be the remotely close to this volume that you could do with maritime trade. Does that make sense? It's key important thing to understand. This is why the United States military is the backbone of modern global trade and economy. People are like, because the entire global trade, like, well, not the entire of it, but because a significant part of global trade and therefore the world's economy is based on maritime trade on international waters, it's the U.S. military and the U.S. Navy, the fact that they're present everywhere on the planet and they're providing security to these trade routes, that has made global trade possible to a degree for all countries that our economy gets to be at the level that it is right now. If it wasn't for the U.S. military, we would have been like 100 years behind. Like, well, not maybe 80 years behind. Does that make sense? The whole world owes the U.S. military. Everything, everywhere, would be astronomically more expensive, and we wouldn't even have them. It would be so expensive that we wouldn't even be having them right now. If it wasn't for U.S.'s U.S.'s military's global presence and the strength of the U.S. military, the whole world owes United States for that, and the U.S. allies. We got a super chat saying the Iranian oil wells are low pressure. If you stop pumping, water will infiltrate the well, poisoning it. Yep, water will be the poison. The oil will coagulate, making it impossible to extract. Yeah, either impossible to extract or extremely, for some oil wells, it will be impossible to make it functional, like operational again. But for some oil wells, it would be extremely expensive to make it operational again. And it will require a technology that the Islamic Republic does not have. That's my understanding. All right, so let's continue with this.
Who says the blockade could break the economy there, but not necessarily break the leaders. Watch.
The amount of economic peril that the blockade will put on Iran is real. Eventually, it could cause an economic collapse. But they don't care about the suffering of their people. Whether the electricity is on or whether there's long gas lines or other economic plight that the people will suffer. They will not give in my judgment. What we need to do is finish the objectives.
General Keene's Institute for the Study of War is reporting Iran's top national security body is preparing for a possible new protest wave. The institute says economic conditions are worsening and social pressure is building. Former Army Special Operations Intelligence Analyst Brett Velikovich will be with me moments from now. I want to begin with Brian Yennes, who's now in Tel Aviv. Brian.
Harris, and we're now learning that President Trump reportedly met with top energy officials from Chevron and other companies yesterday to discuss steps that can be taken to ease oil markets if it's necessary to extend the U.S. blockade by months. So far, the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports is 16 days old. And according to a report from Iran International, that blockade, Iran's leaders think they can only withstand a blockade of 3 to 5 more weeks. Now, you're looking at your screen right now. That's Iran's currency, the rial. It is now to...
So, guys, set your calendars. 3 to 5 more weeks. That's the timeline we're looking here. I remember seeing on Iran International that they updated their estimate to a little bit longer because they didn't take into account some older storage facilities that the Islamic Republic has, right? So there's some storage facilities that are too old to be used, but the Islamic Republic is so desperate that is now using them as well. So that increases their capacity by a bit. So they adjusted their estimate from, I don't know, maybe 12 days to now 3 to 5 weeks or something.
That blockade, Iran's leaders think they can only withstand a blockade of 3 to 5 more weeks. Now, you're looking at your screen right now. That's Iran's currency, the rial. It is now to...
Oh, there's the one. Yeah, people are saying there's a 1.8 million number. Yeah, guys, 1.8. So the last number that we saw was 1.6 and now it's 1.8. Is that changing because, like, is that because there was a half an hour delay on that one? Oh, my God.
Record low, the value dropping 98% over the last year. A dollar today buys you 1.8 million rials a year.
What the hell? Look at that. Iran's currency drops to record low, a drop of 98%. Guys, look at it. Don't just pay attention to the level that we are right now. Look at the difference. This is April 2025. This is April 2026. What the? What? Wait, are you? Is this right? I think they might have made a mistake here. What the hell? Oof, that's tough. I think that might be. Oh my god.
Year ago, a dollar bought you.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake here. This is like, I think they got something wrong here. I remember in 2025 the number was bigger than. Oh, I understand the mistake that they made, guys. Iranians in the chat. Are they mixing reals with tumans? This is a mistake. This is supposed to be yeah, guys, Iranians in the chat. This can't be right. Like, I don't remember this. Is this supposed to be a tuman? Yeah, Omid is saying that's what I thought too. Yeah, they might have Googled it and they think they're mixing tumans and reals here. Hold on, let me see. Let me check. Let me also read the chat. Let me see Iranians in the chat. Yeah, people are saying the 42,000 is wrong. So there's two types of mistake they could have made. Another mistake they could have made is that they are looking at the official number, because the official numbers are fake. Okay, so no, it is the real. Oh, okay. So they're looking at the official number rather than the open market rate. That's the mistake that they're making. That is the mistake that they're making. So the mistake is not them mistaking the real with the tuman. The mistake that they're making is that they're looking at the official government rate, which is not the real rate compared to the open market rate. So this is wrong. The open market rate was 930,000. So yeah, so they're basically comparing apples to oranges. So the open market rate right now is 1.8 million. In April 2025, the open market rate was 930,000. Okay. Iranians in the chat, did I get this right? Yeah, you guys are saying that's 2 months. No, that's not the 2 months. That's reals, but it's the official rate, which nobody pays attention to, because the official rate is like is retarded. Like, yeah, okay. Iranians in the chat are saying yes. Okay, so I got it right. Okay. So yeah, because I thought that this doesn't make sense. I don't remember this. Yeah, so that means the 98% number here is also wrong. Goldie, we're correcting Fox News.
Oh, why is that?
Because because this 42,000 number here is wrong. This is like they're like, this was in 2025. This was the official rate by the Islamic Republic, but it's not the open market rate. So they're basically reporting their numbers wrong.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Armin's going full nerd. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a big difference. One of them is 42,000. The other one is 930,000. So, yeah.
Okay.
How was it, by the way? How was it?
Do you want to see it?
Yes, of course. Of course.
I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I always tend to ramble, right? But I think it went okay.
No, you don't.
And Chanel is amazing. So, all right. Let me bring it up. So you guys, Iran Revolution Live, you guys get the sneak peek. The sneak peek preview.
By the way, Goldie, I appreciate you covering your shoulders because we wouldn't recognize you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. I don't want to share, like, Chanel and I always have like a fantastic conversation before we begin, but that's between her and me. All right, here we go.
Oh, she turned her off camera. She doesn't want to double Goldie. Okay. She got back at us. You're muted. You're muted. You got
I had to get back at Armin. Sorry, guys. All right.
You
Okay.
got us.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, now we're actually going to go to it.
As the naval blockade tightens and holds fast around the Islamic regime, the world is asking one question. What do the people on the street actually want? If you turn on state-run media in Tehran, you'll see sea-to-sea crowds chanting death to America and waving Revolutionary Guard banners. But according to data compiled by the Orion Policy Institute in March of 2026, the theocracy's propaganda is masking a historic level of internal collapse. Polling reveals that since 2024, less than half of Iranians support the current regime, although it's likely much higher than that. The protests that swept Iran from late 2025 into January 2026 were officially the largest since the 1979 revolution. The price of that dissent was blood. At least 7,000 Iranians were gunned down by regime forces in a brutal crackdown, but some cite the number is as high as 30 or 40,000. The exact number is unknown because the regime allows very little information to come in and even less information to come out of the country. Nonetheless, those protests proved that the regime does not have the support it once did. But that leaves us with a paradox. If the regime is so loathed, why are the streets still occupied by thousands of pro-government loyalists, at least from appearances on the outside? The answer lies in the IRGC's rent-a-crowd logistics. Just 2 months ago, the Associated Press reported on the massive state-organized rallies marking the anniversary of the revolution. For decades, the regime has bussed in government employees, security forces in civilian clothing, and students under the threat of expulsion to create the illusion of popular support. It's a Potemkin village built out of coercion. Meanwhile, the Iranian diaspora and a growing plurality of domestic youth are rallying around Reza Pahlavi. The crown prince has seen a surge in domestic popularity, but his most tangible claim to power is the massive defection campaign he revealed in January.
I've launched this campaign in recent months of maximum defection by allowing them to indicate their willingness to part with the regime and basically not sink with this ship that is sinking and have an opportunity for themselves and their own future and their own family's future. That's part of our solution to go out of this regime, smoothen the path to a stable transition.
Pahlavi claims that tens of thousands of military and government personnel have reached out to his aforementioned maximum defection campaign. If those numbers are accurate, the IRGC isn't just facing an external threat from the U.S. Navy, it's facing a slow-motion disintegration from within. However, the sentiment on the ground remains complicated. While the people want the mullahs out, the IRGC still controls roughly 1/3 of the Iranian economy and every major weapons cache. An uprising isn't just a matter of will. It's a matter of military logistics. Tactically, the likelihood of a total uprising hinges on whether the lower-level soldiers will finally refuse to fire on their own families. Are we watching the final days of a theocratic terror state, or is Tehran's grip on the throat of its people stronger than the protests suggest? Joining us now is our favorite Iranian Canadian and former member of Provincial Parliament of Ontario, Goldie Ghamari. Goldie, we have this conversation every week. What's the lay of the land? What's going on the ground? Who's still left holding down the fort of the regime?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on. It's great to know I'm your favorite Iranian here. It's such an honor to be here. You know, when it comes to what's happening in occupied Iran right now, you're absolutely right to call the people on the streets rent-a-crowds. There's a few important points we have to keep in mind. First of all, these are rent-a-crowds, so they're being paid every night. You know, anyone who goes out, they get paid by the Islamic regime. That's the first thing. The second thing is that half the crowd, or at least even more than half the crowd, they're not even Iranian, because we've already seen footage of Islamic regime supporters from Iraq, from Afghanistan, from Pakistan. We've seen Hezbollah. We've seen even like some Palestinians who come in and they join the crowd. So at least half the crowd, we already know, is not even Iranian. That's why we Iranians say that this is an occupying force. On top of that, you're not seeing the anti-regime Iranians coming out right now, because the Islamic regime has said anyone who comes out against the Islamic regime will be shot down. And we already saw what happened to unarmed Iranian freedom fighters back in January. President Trump confirmed over 40,000 Iranians murdered in 2 days alone. So that's sort of where we stand. And so what we're seeing on Islamic regime TV right now, it's 100% propaganda. You have to keep in mind, Iran is a country of 90 million people. About 5%, I would say, maximum 5%, support the Islamic regime. So you're looking at roughly like 4.5 to 5 million people maximum who support the Islamic regime. But the other 85 million people, they're done with the regime. And what they're saying is that they want the United States and Israel to continue the attacks against the Islamic regime. They want the Islamic regime to be eradicated, and they only trust His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, to transition the government from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning secular democratic society. And that's why the internet has been shut down now for over 60 days, because the Islamic regime does not want the world to know what Iranians think.
Goldie, one of the talking points that is very popular out of the regime, and we see it repeated even by, so-called conservatives online. One of the popular talking points is that this is a war that Iran is going to be able to just withstand. The regime is going to be able to buckle down and withstand the blockade. It can withstand the shutdown. It can withstand being closed in by the Gulf states and the United States. That narrative was repeated by Joe Kent, who was formerly of the Trump administration. He resigned in disgrace, but he argues that continuing the blockade puts far more pressure on us than on Iran. What's your response to that?
I think that's utter nonsense. I feel like Joe Kent has lost his way. He might even be compromised, because the information he's putting out is 100% incorrect. In fact, the U.S. blockade right now is one of the most effective ways of helping contribute to the collapse of the Islamic regime. And that's because right now the Islamic regime has nowhere to store its oil. It's running out of storage capacity for its oil, and that's going to be a big problem. And, the Islamic regime used to make $500 million a day on oil exports alone. That is completely stopped. And, as we know, it's not just about the military operations, it's about the economy. And if the Islamic regime has no money to pay its supporters, that's going to contribute to the internal collapse of the regime.
Goldie Ghamari, always a pleasure to visit with you and get those real updates. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Amazing. Best summary you could ask for.
Oh, that's kind of you. You don't have any like constructive criticism for me?
No. There's no, not at all. Okay, there's no way to do. How could you do better than that? You basically had every single important point that was supposed to be made in a way that is easy understandable to somebody who might not be following things. I can't think of anything else to improve on that. It's like basic. It's the perfect way to describe everything.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, someone is saying it needs more Rickroll. Yeah, okay.
Okay, fine. Sure. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I can't do Rickroll on One America News Network, but thank you guys. Thank you. So there you go. Yeah, so that's sort of like the behind the scenes, like unedited version, but we'll see what happens when like the, when the final version comes out. I think it's going to go live tonight, and then I'll get a copy of it, and obviously I will.
Did you say you were rambling before? Like, how is that rambling? Everything was so on point.
I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like I talk too much. I don't know.
Oh my God, no, no. You're imagining that. Okay, here's a constructive criticism. You're not rambling. So the only part that is wrong is you think that you were rambling.
Oh,
your view.
Thank you.
Your view of it is wrong, but everything else is correct.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Very kind of you to say. So, okay.
Yeah, being honest.
Wow. Well, Armin, I have an update from Nux. So we're speaking, and we have to figure out some technical things, but he is probably going to join us on Sunday.
Ooh, nice.
So guys, I will keep you guys updated on that. So, don't quote me. It's not 100% official yet, but we're looking at tentatively a Sunday date. And Armin, so I think you're going to like Nux, because Nux is very spicy and you like spicy.
Yes, I do.
So I started playing a little bit of his video about Iran. So I played just a little bit, and then I was like, you know what? Let me just wait for Armin to come back.
Nice.
So that, you know what? Actually, why don't I send you the link so that you can provide your commentary as you're watching for the first time? How about that?
Okay. Guys, this is the first time I'm watching.
Yeah, so
Nux.
Armin has no idea who Nux is. Oh, but before you do that, why don't let me just share this first. So you can load that up on your screen. But let me just let me share the video that shows how like I got introduced to him, because this was, which video was it? It was the video. Wait, how many days ago was it? Wait, was it this channel or was it the other channel? Because he has 2 YouTube channels. Guys, which channel was it? Which channel was it where he showed my video? I remember I shared that with you guys. With the he made a video about how he was demonetized, and then right at the end of the video he included me. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Okay, it's probably here somewhere. I think it's here somewhere. Yeah, it was Nuxenor. You're right. It was Nuxenor. It was his other channel. Jeez, which one? Wait, was it this one? Let's see, because I was right at the end. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, it was this one. So, 2 weeks ago, as part of his video, he was speaking about how like certain people were being attacked on YouTube. And then, he actually mentioned me, and I had no idea who he was, but one of our viewers told me, and this was after you had gone for the evening. So one of our viewers shared this, and then I went and I looked it up, and then I shared it. And so he has 2 channels. One channel has like 2 million subscribers, and then his other channel has like 930,000 subscribers. So.
This retard might be correct.
But he's very spicy. So just, Armin, this doesn't give you license to swear, though. I'm just saying.
Wow. Okay.
So Asmongold gets banned. He is the #1 Twitch streamer for politics and news. All right. The biggest thing that was going on in the world at the time was Trump drops a 48-hour ultimatum on Iran, saying that if Iran doesn't capitulate to, engage in peace talks, we're going to obliterate you. Right? That was literally the Trump threat to Iran. And then they banned Asmongold, who was covering all this deeply, obviously on the pro-Trump side, on the anti-Iran side, on the pro-obliterating the Iranian regime side, because the Iranian regime is shut off the internet in Iran and massacred the protesters. So basically, the only actual broadcast for stuff like this are videos like mine, for example, or Asmongold's stream and his videos, which were very, very massively popular. Now, what if I told you that at around the same time that Asmongold got banned on his platform on Twitch, I got my entire channels demonetized? That's right. I have 2 YouTube channels, and neither of them are making any money now for over a week. Total demonetization on both channels. They say they've run into issues and they need a process.
He eventually got them fixed, but it took him like a week or so to get it fixed. But it's been resolved now.
Things, and I'm just sitting in this processing phase forever, making 0 revenue on all of my work and effort. I'm literally just doing it for the love of the game because I feel like some people need to talk about the crazy shit that goes on in this world. I will keep you updated when I get my monetization back. Hopefully that does happen. But right now, it's some of the most demoralizing shit I've ever had to deal with. So if I missed a couple of uploads, you might know why. Now, again, they never told me it had anything to do with Iran or anything like that. And of course, I don't expect it. It's just a really funny coincidence that, I have been covering this on the side of obliterate the Iranian regime, liberate the Iranian people if we can. God bless Donald Trump for actually doing something about these terrorists. And then you have Asmongold, who basically has the same political position in this regard. We don't agree on everything, but on this we do. And Asmongold also gets banned on Twitch. He's silenced in his own way. And, I saw these 2 things and I was like, well, that's a really funny coincidence, isn't it? And I was thinking to myself, I wonder if there are any other pro-obliterating the Iranian regime channels that are also undergoing any issues. So I looked around and this is Goldie Ghamari. She is the #1, from what I understand, voice of the Iranians outside of Iran. Yes. She currently lives in Canada. She is Iranian herself. She showed up on Piers Morgan a whole lot of times. And she made this video titled, "YouTube is silencing my voice under false allegations." Oh my God. So really, is it now? Is it still a coincidence, guys? Is it really still a coincidence? It's like big tech is still playing with these fucking fires the same way they did during COVID. They're just much more subtle about it. But this is insane. So I wanted to see what her situation was about.
Hi, everyone. If you haven't heard by now, yesterday when I...
Oh, fuck. No, the video. Okay, I don't think the video got...
live streaming day 106
I'm so paranoid, man.
Iran
I'm so paranoid. The YouTube snipers are out to kill me. I will let you know if when I get my monetization back. Okay, I will let you know when it happens. All right, never fear. But right now, I'm making no money.
Live, which I have been doing since December 28, when the Iranian Revolution started. My live stream was taken down by YouTube.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to bring it back up. And then when I tried to restart my live stream, I was told that my live streaming capability has been disabled.
So let's just understand what she does on her live streams. On her live streams, every day, she goes live for like 4 or 5 hours and basically covers the actual geopolitics in Iran because the Iranians themselves have no internet because the terrorist Iranian regime shut off their entire internet and the entire country and massacres them in silence. All right, so she basically took it upon herself every single day. She streams for like 4 or 5 hours, specifically about the ongoings in Iran. And oopsie poopsie, she lost her live streaming capabilities.
What's even crazier is the reason why YouTube disabled not only my live stream yesterday, but is now preventing me from live streaming on my biggest platform.
All right.
So I received an email yesterday, and YouTube is basically saying, Hey, Goldie Ghamari MPP. It looks like Iran Revolution Live with Iranian hosts Goldie and Armin, day 106, didn't follow our community guidelines. We removed it from YouTube. What we found.
All right, get ready.
We think your content violated our firearms policy.
Bro.
Content that shows someone live streaming while holding, handling, or transporting a firearm isn't allowed on YouTube.
That's insane, because there are so many live streamers with weapons on YouTube. All right, but anyway.
Channels not in compliance with this policy may temporarily lose their ability to live stream.
What? Because someone made an oopsie, allegedly, now they can't stream at all? Like, she didn't even get a strike on her channel. From what I understand, she didn't even get a strike on the channel. They just removed the stream, and now she can't stream anymore.
You can see an instance around 5:03:58.
Apparently, they were combing through her videos so well that 5 hours and 3 minutes into one of her streams, they saw a streamer with a firearm.
Although there could be other instances.
All right, get ready. Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now, YouTube? Are you kidding me? Here, guys, look at this.
There we go.
Here is 5:03:58. You see that? Here, let me make this bigger, guys. How do I make this bigger?
All right, as you can see, this is Cardboard Khomeini.
Here we go.
He's gay, by the way.
This is 5:03:58. You see the timestamp? Okay, there's the timestamp. There's me.
Where's the gun?
There's me.
Where's the gun?
There's me. There's Armin. And, you know, we're watching this music video or whatever, which, by the way, this music video was available on YouTube. So we were broadcasting, playing.
That has happened to me before, by the way, where I reacted to a video that was on YouTube and then they took down my video.
Something that was already uploaded and available on YouTube and, you know, presumably has passed all the YouTube checks, right? So this is what was going on at 5:03:58. Do you see a gun in this screenshot?
That doesn't look good. I don't
Do
see
you
a gun.
see a firearm?
No, I don't.
You
I
can't
don't
even
see a firearm.
my hands. I mean, unless you're talking about, I mean, these guns maybe, but
I don't
do
think
you
that's what you're
actually
talking about.
see a firearm here? Because I certainly don't. In fact, I don't even own a fire gun, like a firearm or gun or
The Canadian be like, I don't even own a fire gun. Many such cases.
you know, whatever.
They're too busy with their MMORPG LGBTQQRS plus. You know.
I don't even know the proper term for that kind of stuff because I don't own one. I live in Canada. It's illegal to have these sorts of things anyway.
Go back to Iran where they have real freedom. I'm kidding. I'm joking. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Without a permit. And in the last 106 days, in fact, never in my life have I ever live streamed myself brandishing or holding or carrying or whatever a firearm. I don't even own one. So anyways,
Yeah, I really do think this is just because again, it's just so hyper specific. 5:03:58 into a live stream. We saw you with a gun, so therefore we're disabling all streaming on the channel. And then at 5:03:58, there's no gun, and yet they're still disabling streaming on the entire channel. It seems to me like there are way too many instances of this happening at the same time to a lot of streamers. Specifically, that's like, well, we really don't like your coverage of the Iranian revolution situation.
This happened, and I was like, you know what? This could be just a misunderstanding. You know, maybe this is just a misunderstanding. Let me appeal this, you know, decision by YouTube.
Yeah, that's getting rejected immediately.
Obviously, it's
no way,
unfair.
that's
Maybe it's like an AI thing.
Yeah, no,
you're
cooked. You're cooked.
So I filed an appeal, and literally within 4 minutes,
yeah.
4 minutes. And guys, I have the timestamp in the emails. Okay, so when I got the initial notice, like when I got this notice, okay, the time difference between this notice and the appeal, 4 minutes. So I appealed YouTube's obviously erroneous decision to take down my live stream and block me from live streaming. Within 4 minutes, this is the email that I got. Hi, Goldie Ghamari MPP. We reviewed Iran Revolution Live with Iranian hosts Goldie and Armin, day 106 again, and confirmed it's not allowed under our firearms policy. What firearms policy am I breaking?
Bro, you are so cooked. You are so cooked. You can't even argue with the machine overlords, man. It's like, we are terminating your channel for violating the firearms policy. I didn't violate your firearms policy. Must not be like you're just over. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna say to these people? They have all the power.
Your video won't be put back on YouTube. We understand this may be frustrating. By the way, Armin, my video is back on YouTube. Day 106 is back on YouTube. They put it back up with zero explanation. I'm still waiting for an explanation from YouTube on day 106 and what happened. But we're committed to keeping YouTube a safe place for everyone.
Bro.
Our goal is to help you succeed on YouTube.
Sure.
Well, you're certainly not doing that, YouTube. You're certainly not helping me succeed when you are taking down my videos and then you are falsely accusing me of holding a firearm. What is it? Someone live streaming while holding, handling, or transporting a firearm. So how are you actually helping me succeed on YouTube when you are falsely accusing me of live streaming while holding a gun, which I have never done and of course never will do? My entire show, Iran Revolution Live, is about being a voice for the Iranian people. That's what I have been doing. That's what I have been doing for the last not just 100.
Yeah, I think that's why they don't like you. I don't want to be rude here, but I think that's why YouTube has an issue with you.
In 6 days, but for the last 10 years of my life. And now when we're getting to the critical point, now when we are getting to the moment where things are escalating and heating up, this is the moment that you choose to block me from live streaming when 90 million Iranians have been shut off from the internet for the last, 45 days now? The internet in occupied Iran has been shut down for the last 45 days. 90 million Iranians do not have a voice. They are unable to speak out because the terrorist Islamic regime that is occupying Iran and occupying them does not want the world to know what they think. That is literally the reason why I have been live streaming day in and day out for the last 106 days, so that at least someone can be a voice for people in occupied Iran.
Yeah. I think that I don't want to be that guy, but I think that is kind of why YouTube has an issue with you. And you'll notice.
Or holding a gun. And then that person said to me, well, I don't have the specifics. I don't have access to the specifics, but we trust our internal review team. So obviously there's a disconnect between the support.
Oh my God. So you were holding a gun. We took down your channel. Request review because you wasn't holding a gun. Nope, you still violated our gun holding policy. Okay. Get to speak to the actual support team at YouTube. Hey, support team at YouTube, I got my video taken down because they said I was holding a gun, which I wasn't. And the support team was like, well, you were holding a gun. And she was like, no, seriously, look at this timestamp. You'll see I'm not holding a gun. Yeah, I don't have access to the timestamp, but you were holding a gun. Oh my God, dude. This is
on
brutal.
The YouTube
this
dashboard
is just a nightmare.
Versus the internal review team. And how is it that the internal review team can just operate with impunity?
First time.
Right? And no one can challenge their decision. How am I supposed to get in touch with someone?
You're not.
This is literally a life or death situation.
Yeah, and they're on the other side. They support the other side.
I know this isn't only happening to me. This is happening to a lot of other YouTube content creators whose videos are being taken down and their ability to live stream is being removed.
True.
Because of this weird firearms policy. I mean, I heard about someone who was live streaming an active shooter situation, basically sharing the news, and he was taken down. I'm sharing news videos and content about the conflict in Iran. Of course, there's going to be people holding firearms. That's why I've made sure that I say my content is not intended for children. My content is for adults only.
Yeah, they don't actually care at all. Like you're hitting them with a moral argument. They don't care. They want you to get shut down, and they don't care how. Now, the craziest thing is they could have hit you with some sort of showing violence or controversial topics or anything, but the fact that they went for firearms and then doubled and tripled down is insane. Now, just to understand what I'm doing.
Anyway, so there you go, Armin. So that's how I found out about him. And Armin, I have been watching his videos ever since. And if you ever need like a good like de-stressor, خیلی خنده داره. خیلی خنده داره. He's so funny. And guys, so for those of you who are wondering like why in like my rant I didn't mention Armin, you know, because a lot of people were like, well, why didn't you say that Armin was also live streaming and his live stream wasn't taken down? Well, I did that on purpose because I didn't want YouTube to go after Armin's channel, right? So that's why I purposely didn't mention Armin, because I was like, okay, if this is actually an issue, the last thing I want is for Armin to get like a copyright strike as well. So that's like the main reason that I didn't mention Armin, because I didn't want like the trolls to go after Armin's channel as well. So that's the only reason why I didn't mention Armin at all, because he didn't get a strike and his live stream didn't go down. So yeah, that's why I didn't mention him, because I didn't want didn't want like yeah, exactly. I didn't want to give YouTube or the trolls any ideas to go after Armin for the same thing.
I appreciate that, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So
thank you.
All right. But anyways, Armin, so here's your intro to Nux. And you know, I think, you know, based on what I'm seeing, he might be able to join us on Sunday, but we got to work out some technical things. But I think you'll like him a lot. So people call him the Blue Jew.
Yeah. So, by the way, Goldie, look, yeah, I need to appreciate you doing this, because whenever Goldie thinks it's in my benefit, she mentions me. Whenever she thinks it hurts me, she doesn't mention me. Thank you, Goldie. I'm really grateful for that. Thank you.
Absolutely. We're like, listen, Armin, we're a team. We're a team. So it's important to support one another. So
Thank you.
no, there was no point in me mentioning you during that situation, because if for some reason I had done something wrong, the last thing I would want is for people to come after your channel, right?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, someone's like, did I say you're gonna have? Yes. So I'm speaking. Well, this is why we're introducing Armin to Nux, because Armin does not know who Nux is. Guys, I didn't even know who Nux was until that video, and then viewers told me about him, and then we connected, and yeah, we're working to get Nux on. Maybe Sunday, but we don't know. I will confirm the details with you guys once we know. But yeah, we're gonna have Nux come on because we want to introduce Nux to our Iranian community as well, because Nux is using his platform to raise awareness about Iran and the Iranian revolution and Iranian freedom fighters. And so yeah, we appreciate him a lot, even though he's very spicy. So all right, Armin.
Especially because he's very spicy.
Oh yeah. I know. You like that. You would like that, I know. Wait, let me get the proper layout here. All right. Wait, what am I doing? All right. Do you have his video loaded up to share?
This one?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
So I'm just making it a bit small because I can't have the comments on, and then, you know, our reactions, and then this. Although, you know what? Actually, wait. Let me do something else. Give me one moment to just fix the layout here really quick. Delete. Okay, let me do this instead. Let me do this, and then I'll make this a little bit smaller. All right, there we go.
Okay.
Okay, and for people watching, for people watching with children, guys, this is spicy. His language is R-rated. I apologize in advance, but I'm giving you guys a warning. Yeah, Armin's enjoying this. Yeah, of course.
Obviously.
Minds over this. I was vindicated, and they were all wrong. Donald Trump just...
Wait, let's go to the beginning. What was he vindicated?
Despite the panicans and the morons losing their absolute minds over this, I was vindicated and they were all wrong. Donald Trump just made this tweet. Iran has informed us that they're in a state of collapse. They want to open the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. Remember how they were like desperately trying to close the Strait of Hormuz? Things change when you get blockaded, I guess. You get cock blocked. You get Trump blocked, as they say, as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We'll see what happens. Ultimately, time will tell if they actually, win this war, like all the retards say. In fact, I've been so vindicated about this war. This dude made a 2-hour-long video chimping out, screaming about how right I am about the war, hoping about how actually Israel is trying to trigger an end times World War III to end civilization and enslave the Goyim with red cows. Also,
yeah, this guy is like
that's
really.
the guy from Sudan or whatever.
Oh my god, this guy is
ببین همه رو مسخره میکنه. It's really, he makes fun of everyone. It's so funny.
That's good. By the way, Goldie, did you see this? I didn't see this. We got a super chat. Miss Hypnosis saying, did you all hear what Morandi said about planes, ships we destroyed being cleverly designed Chinese decoys? Oh my god, I want to see that video. If he has said that, that is embarrassing.
That is embarrassing. That's really funny if that's actually the case.
Wow, I want to find okay. Thank you for telling us.
World War III to end civilization and enslave the Goyim with red cows.
World War 12, not
yeah,
3.
but this was before. Guy, listen, I guarantee you he's gonna make a video about World War 11 today. But this was from earlier.
Okay.
Screaming about how right I am about the war, hoping about how actually Israel is trying to trigger an end times World War III to end civilization and enslave the Goyim with red cows. Also, Iran is winning the war despite losing their entire military and all of their leaders. Also, Trump was very mean for killing pedophiles, but Hitler was right about the Jews. Man, those 15K views on the video must have been really worthwhile, my guy. Anyway, so breaking news, Islamic Republic has begged the Americans to resume talks in Islamabad tomorrow. Wow, that totally sounds like people that are desperately winning the war. Look how badly Iran is winning. They're winning so much, they're begging America to resume talks. In fact, they're winning so much that Trump said, I canceled the trip of representatives to go to Islamabad, Pakistan to meet with the Iranians. Wow, it sounds like Trump is really desperate to end the war. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. No one knows who's in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have none. If they want to dock, all they have to do is call. Wow, sounds like some.
I love his Trump impersonation. So good. Love it.
Someone so desperate on his hands and knees to end this war. Oh my God. So anyway, this is President Trump basically saying, all right, we are canceling our trips to Pakistan. We don't need to negotiate with them. We're in no rush. We blockade them. They die and gargle in their own blood slowly but surely. It's very effective. And if they want to actually submit to all of our demands, they could at any time. But we're not wasting times with trips and negotiations.
Fox News exclusive. President Trump just told our own Aisha Hasni that he has canceled his envoy's trip to Pakistan to hold talks with Iran.
Wow.
Aisha Hasni sending
colossal W for everyone that doesn't have to go to Pakistan.
us this direct quote.
Oh my God. That's perfect. I love it. Maybe that was the main reason they canceled. Maybe it had nothing to do with the response by the Islamic Republic. Maybe it was not about like winning this war, losing this war. Maybe it was like, can we just not go to Pakistan? That was like whatever. Like I know this is important and stuff, but like we just don't want to go. Yeah. Amazing. Perfect.
From the president. I've told my people a little while ago they were getting ready to leave, and I said, nope, You're not going to make
That's
an
my
18-hour
guy.
flight to go there.
That's my guy. We are not wasting our time going to fucking Pakistan. Okay, we're not doing that. All right, if they want to make a deal, they can submit to literally everything. If they don't want to, then we'll keep the blockade and they'll keep dying.
Have all the cards. They can
And they just keep dying. Okay.
call us anytime they want, but you're not going to be making any more 18-hour flights to sit around and talk about nothing. Now, this is significant.
Just completely based.
It came after the trip earlier in the week where we thought the Vice President J.D. Vance would be going.
We thought we were going to go to Pakistan, and Trump is like, I actually don't care. I actually don't need to do this. We have all the cards. They're dying slowly but surely. They could keep dying or they could surrender, which is awesome, actually. Now, my stance on warfare is very different than like most of the pussies. The pussy stance is, oh, but the poor Islamic terrorists that are occupying Iran, the poor Islamic terrorists.
Can you pause?
Occupying. That's your language. Yes.
Did you catch that? So
Yes.
This is why like I really appreciate him so much, because he, you know, even though like this is like satirical, you know, it's funny, you know, he uses like, you know, language or whatever, but he still makes that distinction. So this is why I really appreciate him, because he's using his platform of, you know, between his two channels, he has almost 3 million subscribers. And instead of just like, you know, saying Iran or Iranians, he says Islamic regime occupying Iran. Like, he takes the time to make that distinction. And I appreciate that very, very much. Like, it's just so thought, like, he doesn't have to, but he actually does that. And so to me, like, that's, you know, a huge ally right there. Right.
Yeah, and I based on, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this. You guys tell me in the chat, but based on the type of his content, I think he's like his audience is much younger, right? So those are the people that we need to influence right now, because the woke left is like doing, the woke left and the woke right is right now doing unfortunately a really good job in capturing those demographics. So I'm really grateful that we have
allies like
somebody
this.
like him. Yeah.
All right, so go back a little bit and you'll catch it. Like, it's amazing. It's amazing. And I'm very, very thankful and grateful to him for doing that.
On warfare is very different than like most of the pussies. The pussy stance is, oh, but the poor Islamic terrorists that are occupying Iran, the poor Islamic terrorists.
The Islamic terrorists occupying Iran. I really do appreciate the fact that he's separating us Iranian people from, because Goldie, even so many people who are pro like going in and just blowing like the Islamic Republic up, they keep talking about it like, oh yeah, let's go defeat Iran, let's go bomb Iran, let's go defeat the Iranians, right? Even the people, like even so many people who are pro the military operations, that's the language that they use. But he's pro the military operation against the Islamic Republic, but he's separating them from the Iranian people. So yeah, I do really appreciate that.
Please make some sort of deal. I don't care about that at all. I want them all dead or surrendered. That's how war ends. All right. The way war ends is they either submit completely to all of our demands or they die. That's how it works. That's how wars.
That's it. So, oh my God, I'm so glad he says that, because so many people talk about ceasefire and appeasement as a way to end wars. The way that you end war is by destroying your enemy to the point where they either do not exist anymore or they're bending the knee and surrendering. That's how you end wars, by destroying your enemies, not by signing papers and agreements and appeasement. I mean, guys, this is not just us like telling you this. This has been historically proven. If you go study the history of war, you know what? Here's an example. Compare World War I with World War II. World War I ended with signing papers and agreements, and guess what? We had World War II. I mean, I don't know, maybe World War XI. I can't keep track anymore. I don't know, but World War II. So World War I didn't end with long-lasting peace, okay? Because you had a whole bunch of useless agreements. World War II ended with long-lasting peace because you annihilated your enemy. You basically destroyed them completely. That's how you got long-lasting peace.
always worked. That's how war still works. A lot of people put on suits and now make believe that they're better people than that. They're so much better people that they're going to let the terrorists continue to terrorize people and get away with shit. Nope, actually don't care. And Trump is totally right about this. That is not how morals work, actually. Morally, when a war ends, when you win, you win. You don't just basically let them get off scot-free because they're being annoying and you're under pressure from libtards. All right, Trump sent a direct message to a New York Post reporter currently in Islamabad. Come home.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you let them get away with stuff when you have the upper hand?
All right, Trump sent a direct message to a New York Post reporter currently in Islamabad. Come home.
Come home. Home. Oh my God. That's so cute.
He just texted him, come home. Oh my God. Iran sent the U.S. a new offer 10 minutes after Pakistan talks were canceled. Wow. Wow. Wow.
The fact that they had that ready shows that they're so desperate.
How crazy how that keeps happening. Just in, Iran reportedly only has 12 to 22 days left of unused oil storage. Now,
so that has been adjusted a little bit because apparently they have some older unused storage capacity that wasn't taken into account because they're so old that they're not actually fit for storage. But now the new estimate is 3 to 5 weeks.
This is because of the Trump blockade. Trump has this blockade. They can't send out their oil. They're slowly but surely amassing oil. And at some point, it'll do untold damage to their shit when they're just out of space completely. Sounds like they have Trump right where they want him. It's honestly incredible. Even Netanyahu, I had an excellent conversation with President Trump. He's pressuring Iran very hard, economically and militarily. We will see what happens, obviously. No one knows. It's still up in the air. Of course, the Pope is carrying around a photo of a Muslim boy who welcomed him to Lebanon.
So he's saying, I carry with me a photo of a Muslim
bambino musulmano.
I carry around the child of a Muslim boy.
What? Wait, what?
Musulmano.
I carry around the child of a Muslim boy.
I carry... I thought I misheard that. What, the Pope is carrying the child of a Muslim boy? Okay. He's pregnant?
Un bambino musulmano.
I carry around the child of a Muslim boy.
Is the Pope pregnant? With the child of a Muslim boy? How does that work?
Visita Libano.
Kind of weird that he doesn't carry around the photo of Christian boys that are getting killed.
Wait, okay. Also, I shouldn't say that. Catholics and pictures of young boys don't go well with each other. Stop carrying pictures of children boys.
La visita Libano.
Kind of weird that he doesn't carry around the photo of Christian boys that are getting killed by Muslims.
I mean, Catholic priests don't get offended.
All over the Middle East, but all right, listen, man, yeah, not my business.
Stava lì aspettando con un
holding a sign that says welcome.
Cartello dicendo benvenuto Papa Leone e poi in questo.
And in this latest phase of the war, he was killed.
And in the latest phase of the war, he was killed.
Parte, diciamo, della guerra.
That really is heartbreaking. Except the boy's alive. The one slight issue with this narrative is that he wasn't killed, and this is literally just propaganda. But hey, what's the problem? What's the problem? The first group of Indian migrants claiming to belong to a lost biblical tribe have arrived in Israel as part of an Israeli government relocation program. Now, Mehdi Hassan freaks out and says more indigenous people returning to their land in Palestine. You see, this is funny because there's no such thing as Palestine. But the even funnier part.
Wait. Look at this. More indigenous people returning to their land in Palestine. In Palestine. Let me see. The first group of Indian migrants claiming to belong to a lost biblical tribe have arrived in Tel Aviv as part of an Israeli government relocation program. Wait, is he calling Tel Aviv Palestine? Is that is that not genocidal language? Is he calling Tel Aviv part of Palestine?
Yeah, that's Mehdi Hassan, of course, the jihadi from Pakistan.
Yeah, but he's usually more clever in hiding his true.
He's desperate because he knows his sugar daddies are almost dead.
Well, this is weird because Mehdi Hassan historically has been more careful not to be this open about him being like having a genocidal agenda. He's calling Tel Aviv part of Palestine. Like, F this guy. Like, this is an open call for mass genocide upon Jewish people. Okay.
Yeah, well, his jihad is coming out.
His jihad is coming out. Oh my god, you. Okay.
Turning to the
Don't get your jihad on me. Ew.
their land in Palestine. You see, this is funny because there's no such thing as Palestine.
Well, it's interesting. He's trying to expose Israel, but he's exposing himself with that language. So why is it okay for you guys to want to do genocide on Jewish people, and then you're calling out Israel like genocide? Like, you think Israel does genocide? You're openly calling out for a one-state solution, but not the right one-state solution, but Palestine. Guys, like, I support the one-state solution, but that is not a call for genocide, because Israel is not going to do genocide on the so-called Palestinian people. Again, there is no Palestinian people, but so-called Palestinian people. But we all know what happens to Jewish people in Israel if we have a one-state solution with that Jewish state being Palestine. We all know that we're going to have the greatest act of genocide in history if that ever happens.
But the even funnier part is, like, this dude is pro-migration literally everywhere. Literally everywhere. The Pope, when asked his stance on migration, I would change the question. What is the global north doing to help the global south in a situation that forces them to migrate? My answer is actually not my business at all. They don't need to come into our countries, actually. That's my stance. And
Legend, he's calling the Pope legend. The Pope, when asked his stance on migration, I would change the question. What is the global north doing to help the global south in the situation that forces them to migrate? Every country is responsible for their own citizens. The global south should do a better job at running their global south so that they could become more prosperous. Why is the global north responsible for governing and improving the situation in the global south? Every state is responsible for their own nation. If you're stuck at governing, why should other people come to your help?
San legend. Wow, the Pope is so based for getting the Browns to move into the
Why should other people pay for your mistakes? Do better. In fact, if they come to you, if the other countries come to your aid whenever you screw up, then you're rewarding failure and you're punishing success.
Countries of the whites. That's how it works. It's pretty. What a legend.
Yeah, here's what the global north needs to tell the global south: do better.
For getting the Browns to move into the countries of the whites. That's how it works. It's pretty. What a legend. So it's pretty awesome how this dude totally and unequivocally supports infinite third world migration into white countries. But immigrants in Palestine, whatever that is. Anyway, so it gets even.
That's Goldie. That's your language. I think she's.
I don't know, maybe he's seen me say Palestine and maybe he uses it now. I don't know. I mean,
Nobody else says Palestine than you. I think it's you.
Good.
I think it's you.
Everyone should use Palestine.
Right.
Immigrants in Palestine, whatever that is. Anyway, so
whatever that is, it's a disease.
You know
That's what that is.
You know what? Maybe you can ask him where he learned Palestine from when he comes on our show and we interview him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So it gets even hairier. It gets even hairier. So
oh my god. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, that's amazing. I really appreciate him. Thank you. I'm a lifetime fan now.
Reza Pahlavi. All right. So this guy, the GOAT. All right. The exiled prince dropped a truth nuke on Europe.
Wait, he called him the GOAT, right?
The GOAT, yes.
So why don't you explain to the Iranian people, our Iranian viewers, what GOAT stands for? Because GOAT stands for
is
something.
the greatest of all time. So GOAT means the greatest of all time. So that's what people usually, GOAT. So
برای هم میهنان ایرانی وقتی که این شخص میگه رضا پهلوی is the goat معنیش این نیست که بزه، این یه اصطلاحه که جوونا استفاده میکنن و goat به این معنیه که greatest of all time. Okay? Greatest of all time. این یه اصطلاحه که جوونا استفاده میکنن. پس و این اتفاقا یه چیزیه که خیلی مثلا داره بهش احترام میذاره، داره میگه که مثلا شاهزاده براش خیلی احترام داره، خیلی دوستش داره، خیلی میخواد ازش حمایت بکنه و در واقع داره میگه که شاهزاده بهترین ایرانیه. So I just wanted to explain
Just to
that.
clarify, not that we have anything against goats. Okay, we love goats. Okay, so if you goats do not get offended. I checked my channel analytics and I have some goats, actual goats as audience. So I just want to make sure I don't lose them.
آرمین میخوای جواب اینو چی بدی؟ میگه ولی نگفت جاوید شاه. آخه ایرانی نیست که بگه جاوید شاه. آخه دیگه چه انتظاری داری از غیر ایرانی‌ها؟ این دیگه یه کمی زیادیه. این ببخشید این یه کمی دیگه stupiده. این کامنتتون یه کمی stupiده.
Goats is better than like for somebody who is, you know, not Iranian. Goats is pretty good. Like that's what you want to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back now.
Yeah.
That's up. Anyway, so it gets even hairier. It gets even hairier. So Reza Pahlavi, all right. So this guy, the goat, all right. The exiled prince dropped a truth nuke on Europe.
I have spent the past several weeks traveling across Europe, speaking to members of parliaments, governments, and the press. My visit had one objective: to give a voice to the millions of Iranians held hostage by the Islamic Republic.
All right, it's pretty
its
noble.
Terror and its internet blackout. The millions of
This is huge, guys. This guy is introducing Princess Pahlavi to his giant audience of younger
3 million
non-Iranians.
3 million.
Yes,
people.
so that's huge because this is like a lot of political capital for us. This is like a huge investment in the younger generation being more aware of Iranian affairs. So thank you for that. Thank you for doing this.
Iranians who have been silenced.
That's a genocide.
But I can now say with
Okay, that's amazing. I love this guy. I love this guy.
confidence that silencing, that censorship is not just happening at the hands of the regime in Iran.
Oh shit.
But by the international and particularly the European media.
There it is.
So I want to speak directly to the people of Europe. In the past 2 weeks, I have had 2 press conferences, one in Stockholm and one yesterday in Berlin. Between them, more than 150 journalists attended. We spent more than 2 hours together. And in those 2 hours, not a single of the 150 journalists asked me a question about the 40,000 Iranians
That is
slaughtered
actually crazy.
on the streets of my
That
country
is actually crazy.
on January 8th.
That should radicalize the shit out of you. All these leftoid
Oh my god! I wish I could repeat that. The Goldie.
journalists that are constantly pushing their human rights slogans and their activist garbage and how Trump is a dictator and how you need infinite brown migration deporting them.
Yeah, infinite brown migration. You need infinite brown migration. Oh my god.
How Trump is a dictator and how you need infinite brown migration deporting them is a violation of human rights. All of these dipshits are complete and utter, not only hypocrites, but they're evil. They're actually just evil. That's insane.
And 9th.
They stand for absolutely nothing. Nothing. You know, it's like the same. It's all the guys that are freaking out. Oh my God, I can't believe Trump isn't arresting pedophiles in the Epstein files. My guy, I have fantastic news. Trump killed a regime of pedophiles in Iran. Fantastic news, guys. No one seems super excited about that, though.
Not a single of the 150 journalists asked me about the 19 political prisoners
That's crazy.
executed in the last 2 weeks.
That's actually insane.
When I told them that there were 20 political prisoners currently sentenced to death, not a single one of the 150 journalists asked me about them.
This should radicalize the shit out of you, man.
When I stood next to a mother whose son was killed and a father whose son was killed on January 8th and 9th and asked them to hear their stories, not a single one of the 150 European journalists asked them a question. Here,
it's almost like they're just
in the heart of a
they're completely owned by Islam. It's crazy.
Continent that claims to stand for human rights,
of course,
justice, and dignity. Its journalists have fully abdicated their professional responsibilities and even their moral objectivity. It is clear to me that my 40,000 brave, innocent compatriots who were slaughtered in the fight for liberty are of little interest to these journalists.
Just completely true.
They
don't care at all.
More interested in criticizing America.
That's right.
Asking why
That's right.
the United States
That's right.
and Israel killed the dictator.
That's right.
That has slaughtered
our
people for 47 years.
It's almost like they just hate God. You know, I've come to the conclusion that they actually, this is a war on God. They hate Western civilization based on biblical values, and they're doing everything they can to import infinite retards and barbarians and destroy us. All right, and it's almost like that fits every single one of their policies.
It's more, in my opinion, it's more that they're in love with their BS ideology. That's what I was saying.
Yes. All right, and it's almost like that fits every single one of their policies.
Than criticizing the regime doing the slaughtering. They seem more interested in asking questions about Iran's past and history.
Oh, yeah. Torah is like, it's an ARMIN brain malfunction. Yeah, you want to go head to head with me? Because I could defeat you on that debate every day, Torah.
Than about what is happening in Iran today or about the democratic future Iranians are seeking. One member of parliament even told me they didn't think Iranians were ready for democracy.
Wow, dude.
But to that member of parliament.
But you know who is ready for democracy? 1 million Pakistanis that we are importing into England today, ladies and gentlemen.
To those journalists, I remind you, Iranians aren't just ready for democracy. 40,000 people just gave their lives for it.
Damn, bro.
And I won't let that be in vain. So know this, whether or not Europe stands with us, whether or not your journalists do their jobs, whether or not your politicians demonstrate the courage to act, I will fight for my people and my country. Even if we have to do this alone, we will fight until Iran is free.
Damn, bro. That is crazy. So
that video of Princess of Pahlavi has done so much damage to these people's reputation. Like nobody has been able to expose these European politicians and these European journalists more than Princess of Pahlavi with that video. Like everybody is sharing it. It's making so many people are talking about it. It has become such an influential video.
Anyway, this one post alone, this one tweet, as you can see, it already has 11.4 million views, which is pretty insane, actually. And Donald Trump is echoing.
That's not the only, because it's getting shared on so many other platforms as well. And so many people are like just posting it themselves.
Million views, which is pretty insane, actually. And Donald Trump is echoing this ideology. The Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. I am doing something with Iran right now that other nations or presidents should have done long ago. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise. President Donald J. Trump, bro, is dropping straight nukes. And the world is waking up to the absolute cucked, immoral bullshit behavior of the Eurotards, of the radical, honestly, it's not even the Europeans' fault. It's the radical leftoids that are running this whole shit show. All right. So German reporters, in fact, asked him, are you an agent of Israel?
Now I see. I have a personal question.
I'm actually grateful that that retarded German reporter asked him that, because his answer was so epic. And sometimes retarded people, guys, are useful. When you see retarded people asking retarded questions, don't get frustrated. It's good. It's useful to us. It's useful to us, because we wouldn't have this epic response by Princess of Pahlavi if we didn't have that retarded question, right?
I asked him, are you an agent
You guys agree?
of Israel?
Now I see. I have a personal question, since we can see outside that you
By the way, German reporter in quotes, because it's probably a Muslim guy, immigrant.
here with the help of the lobby group Europe-Israel Press Association. The Israeli government supports you taking over in Iran, and the same government, that's the same government that started.
Wow, I can't believe the Israeli government wants the guy that's beloved by the Iranian people to take over as the leader of Iran instead of the dictators that are slaughtering people in the streets and organizing terror organizations across the world. Wow, I can't believe this.
The war of aggression against your country with the US.
It's not a war of aggression against this country, all right? It is a war against the Islamic regime that's occupying the country for 47 years, massacring their own people, trying to build nukes to fucking kill us, bro. Hello?
There you go. There you go. That was a good summary.
Hello?
So many people around the
If it was
world
a war against their country, would have dropped the nuke on them. We didn't do that because the war is not against the Iranian people. It's against the dictators.
think that you are an Israeli asset. Are you?
Of course not. But I'm a friend to Israel and the Jews, and I tell you why.
You know why I love this opening? Because he didn't start with explaining why he's not an agent. He quickly responded to it, but he focused on showing the support for Israel and the Jews before going to explaining why he's only an agent of the Iranian people. He didn't want, because that was it, but because explaining why you're not an agent of Israel would have made it seem like Israel is bad and you want to avoid being associated with Israel. So before going, it was very smart of him to get the order of this correctly. Before going out and saying that he's only the agent of the Iranian people, he wanted to make sure that the question, his answer to this question, was not used in a way to make it seem like it's a negative to be associated with Israel, because the question was designed in a way to be a trap. Like it's like saying, like, Armin, how much do you enjoy beating your wife? Like that type of a question, because it's like, what? Like it makes an assumption at the beginning that this is like association with Israel and being friends with Israel is a bad thing, right? So instead of going out and explaining that he's not an agent, he first wants to make it very clear. He goes into a lot of detail for why we love Israel and we love the Jews, and this is in our DNA. Like, it's not just that we love Israelis because they're helping us now liberate Iran from the Islamic Republic. It's Iranian to love the Jews. It's Iranian to love Israel. It's an Iranian thing to do. Right? So watch this. Watch his epic response.
Against the dictators.
Think that you are an Israeli asset. Are you?
Of course not. But I'm a friend to Israel and the Jews, and I tell you why.
Get ready.
Because again, as a descendant of Cyrus the Great, we take pride of the fact that the very cornerstone of human rights happened at the time that Cyrus the Great, through his cylinder, which is displayed worldwide, that is referred to in the whole of nations at the United Nations, was what coined the very principles of liberty when he freed the Jewish slaves in Babylon and helped them rebuild their temples in Jerusalem. Iranians and Jews have a biblical relationship.
Get ready for this.
In fact, the only two countries that can claim that. In modern history, Iran wasn't the only country in the Middle East that harbored Jews that were escaping Hitler and his regime.
Bro is in Germany right now, by the way. The guy's like, hey, are you an agent of Israel? And the Shah's response is no, but my grandfather refuged them while you guys were burning them in ovens. Literal. Oh my God. Oh my God. This dude has like actual balls of steel. That's insane. Oh my Lord.
I also respect the fact that he called him the Shah. He was like, the Shah is saying my grandfather was rescuing Jews while you guys were, doing what they were doing. So, and he is Jewish, so he just laid it out. He just laid it out. He said it, not us, but he said it. So
Balls of steel. That's fantastic. Guys, I don't know. I think a lot of Israelis are also discovering our ancient bond between these two nations. It's not just the Iranian people rediscovering our ancient bond, but also I know Israelis already had a huge respect for Cyrus the Great, right? I know that, but I think it's not just about Cyrus. It's about the Israeli people and the Iranian people, and I think all of this love that the Iranian people are showing for Israel and reminding the world that this love is ancient is also reminding or maybe educating the younger generation in Israel that that's a connection that we have. This is an ancient connection that two nations have that no other two nations can claim.
Yeah.
No other two nations in the world could claim such an ancient connection.
So someone is saying when he's on it. Listen, when Nux is on, I won't filter, guys. We will give Nux a pass. Don't worry. We'll just put a disclaimer before, so the children who watch are there. But like I will try to be a little bit more lenient with Nux. But Armin, you're absolutely correct. It's not just about younger Jewish people learning about the history. It's also about younger Iranians, because there's a lot of young Iranians who didn't know about this history that Iranians and Jews had, because the Islamic Republic has been engaging in historical revisionism for 47 years, and it's only now that even like the younger Iranian generations are learning about this historical biblical relationship, and that's really thanks to our Shah. And Armin, I really believe that what sort of because before it was kind of taboo. It was kind of taboo to talk about how we support Israel, right? And we were like, oh, let's not talk about it, whatever. But what really broke the taboo was when our Shah
His trip to
Israel.
Jerusalem.
Exactly, when he visited Israel in 2023. And that really broke the taboo. And so with his leadership and that historic visit, that really gave us the strength to be like, you know what? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about our heritage and our history. And that trip happened in March of 2023, which was about 6 months prior to the October 7 genocidal massacre happening. So yeah, like I'm very grateful for all of this. So we're it's not reigniting, but it's like we're revitalizing, like we're rediscovering our shared heritage and history. Let's put it that way.
Goldie, you're so right, because remember I showed you guys that on my Persian channel years ago, I had a show in Persian saying why I'm a Zionist. I was like, even my own followers were like, okay, what? Right? But it was only after Princess of Pahlavi went to Israel that all of a sudden you saw so many people feeling more comfortable. Because guys, like at the end of the day, the Iranian people didn't hate Israel like the Islamic Republic wanted them to. But it wasn't like they were like aggressively supporting Israel or like really loved Israel. They just didn't hate Israel, right? That was like they were in a position of, we don't hate Israel, but it wasn't in support for it as well. But I was supporting Israel, and people are like, Armin, can you focus on Iran? Like, why are you supporting Israel so much? I'm like, guys, Israel and Iran, we're fighting for the same thing. We should talk about Israel more. And I was getting in nowhere with that until Princess of Pahlavi went to Israel, and then all of a sudden it opened the door to all of that. So you're so correct, and I witnessed this myself, like in real time. I saw the shift, like the seas of Iranians holding Israeli flags. That was never, like, we saw so many videos of Iranians refusing to step on the Israeli flag from inside Iran, even before all of this. But but all of these Iranians going everywhere holding the Israeli flag only happened after Princess of Pahlavi went to Israel.
And that's the leadership that we needed, because many of us were supporting Israel, but we just, we kind of felt lost a little bit because we didn't have that leadership. Or like, okay, like, and Armin, you felt, you definitely experienced that as well. I experienced that, when I was a politician as well, and I was supporting Israel, and I got criticism from that as well. But when King Reza Pahlavi went to Israel for that historic trip, that was the leadership that we needed. That was exactly what we needed. And thank God, because look at where we are today. Exactly. And he's always been a leader. He's always been a leader. And I appreciate so much how King Reza Pahlavi is he's unapologetic about it, right? Like, he's unapologetic and he's stating facts. And, it is what it is. And we're not going to allow a bunch of Durkas to rewrite our history. And yeah, he was absolutely based. And, the comments from Nux right there, I mean, not something that I would personally repeat about the Shah, but, Nux is Nux, and, he's, younger Gen Z, but he's absolutely correct. And I'm very grateful to him for sharing this video and giving his thoughts on it, right? Because he's sharing videos of our Shah with, an entire audience that we don't have access to. And he doesn't have to do that, but he is. So, thanks so much to him for doing that.
By the way, Goldie, one thing else that we need to add now that you brought this up, and I'm so glad you did, is Princess of Pahlavi going to Israel and meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and showing his support for Israel. When he did that, that was actually very risky and very brave, because at that point, it wasn't very clear how that was going to be received. Like, it wasn't people didn't know if Princess of Pahlavi was he going to lose his support, or was he going to get, like, with Iranian people, like, because supporting Israel is such a taboo thing, right? That some people are like, don't do this. You're going to make some of your fans hate you. But Princess of Pahlavi did it anyways, which was a huge risk. And not only he didn't lose his base, he increased it by a huge number. But when he did that, this was not a known fact that would be the result, and he did it anyways. So a lot of people don't know what big of a gamble, what big of a risk Princess of Pahlavi took by doing that act, by making that decision. It was a huge gamble, but he did it anyways because he thought that's the right thing to do. Saying we call him Prince of Persia. We have called him that a long time. It is said with respect and reverence. It is a hero we grew up with in games. Oh yeah, I know the game. I played the game. So, but thank you for telling. So Melissa is saying, hi, someone asked if Armin had a buy me a coffee. Might be an idea if you don't. If you guys want to support me, come join the discussion group. That's the best way to support me, is to come and participate in the discussion group that we have. That's the best way of support here. And also, if you don't want to participate in the discussion group, you could just tell people about our discussion group and promote it. Here, I'll put the link. But thank you for asking. All right. Okay, Goldie, should I continue with this?
Yeah, go for it. I think
Okay,
it's almost done anyway.
Lord. Oh, my Lord. Now, Israel sent Iron Dome systems to troops in the UAE.
Goldie, somebody's saying Armin passed the discussion group in the x.com chat. Okay, I mean, I don't know how to do that, but I'll just
Guys,
read the URL.
we don't have access to, like, Armin can't put the link in the X chat from the studio. So you guys are just going to have to, like, whenever Armin posts the link, you're just going to have to go to YouTube or Rumble or, you know, Kick or Stream. Sorry, Kick.
Or you could just memorize, or the URL is not that hard.
There you go.
School with the K.com/liberty politics.
Yeah. Because
Or you could just-
the app that we use, it does not allow us to cross post onto X, so we apologize for that.
No, that's okay. But also, if you search for liberty politics discussion on Google, that would be we would be the second that shows up. Hopefully soon we will be the first. Okay. All right, let's continue.
The United Arab Emirates during the Iran war. You know, one of the things that everyone keeps saying is, oh my God, Trump is causing all forms of destabilization everywhere. Meanwhile, you have the United Arab Emirates and Israel sharing weapon technology. Hello? The Abraham Accords prove that Israel is a reliable ally, that it is not a threat. This is coming from one of the top speaker guys in the United Arab Emirates. All right. Now, here's the craziest twist of the day. And this is like, this shocked the shit out of me. I'm not going to lie. I did not think this would happen. The UAE just exited OPEC. Oh my God. Iran's decision to attack its neighbors is facing consequences. So OPEC is the oil organization, basically a cartel that monitors how and marks how much oil different countries are allowed to use and sell. So the United Arab Emirates, OPEC's third largest oil producer, announced it will leave OPEC and OPEC Plus effective on May 1st. The move would free the UAE from the cartel production quotas. They're not scared of Iran anymore, allowing it to pump oil at full capacity, set its own export strategy, and price crude without group restrictions. So one of the things OPEC was doing was artificially increasing the price of oil because, you know, they have different farmers and shit, all have the right to have an opinion or whatever, which is an obvious mistake. People with the rights to opinion. That's crazy. Anyway.
Oh, wait, guys, I found a way. Hold on. I don't know how to move this around. Goldie, look what I did. Oh, Goldie's not here. Guys, look at this. I came up with a trick. There's a QR code above my head that takes you to the discussion group. This is a new ability that StreamYard has. I don't know how to move it. You guys see it? This is this here. So for people on X who are saying, like, where's the link? That's the QR code that takes you to the discussion group. Okay. All right. Wait, how do I move this? I want to put it. Oh, here. Maybe I could edit it.
Sorry, wait, I missed it. I had to go change my laundry from the
look at what I did.
What did I miss?
This is a new thing that StreamYard has. This
Wait,
is
how
a
did
QR
you do
code.
that?
The widgets next to the polls. So if you want to send people to a link, we could give them a QR code.
Oh, that's so cool.
This goes to my discussion group.
How did you do that?
So go to widgets.
Okay, I see QR
And
code.
then at the bottom say new QR, and you could add a new QR code, and you could add a link and then a label, and then if you want to promote anybody, because some people are watching you on their TV, right? So they could just like. You're muted, by the way. So guys, do you guys want to test it? See if it works? We're so high tech, guys. This is like.
Oh wait, sorry, I was muted.
Yes,
oh my gosh, I was like talking to myself. Oh my gosh. So okay, so like Goldie's Instagram.
Right. Guys, test the link. Tell me if it works. Oh, Goldie, don't QR code people to a Rickroll video, okay?
Wait, does this go to my Instagram?
Well, put it on. Okay, let me try. Probably does. Show options. Don't Rickroll me, okay? Oh my God, you Rickrolled us. You. Oh no, okay. Oh, Goldie Rickrolled us. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Guys, Goldie Rickrolled me in the most techie version possible. I Oh my gosh, I knew it. I knew it. I saw this coming. Okay. Guys, Goldie prefers rickrolling us over promoting her own Instagram. That's how much she prefers.
I had to make sure it worked. See, Whiskey Tango knows I had to make sure it worked.
Yes. Oh my God. Such a menace.
Oh my God.
She was so excited. She's like, oh my God. Now I can promote my Instagram? No. Rickroll people in more ways.
Screw my social media channels. I'll just rickroll you guys.
Rickroll you. Like that's the first thing that comes to her mind when she sees this new feature.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, but this is good though. Now that you've saved the link, whenever you want to go to your discussion group, we can just put up the QR code.
Oh wow. Okay. Thank you.
It's just there.
Okay. Amazing. Fantastic. Thank you.
Gosh.
Okay, let's get started.
That could pave the way for higher UAE output, stronger state revenues, and downward pressure on global oil prices. Lower prices and increased supply would likely be welcomed by President Trump, who has long criticized OPEC production limits and called for cheaper energy. This would make energy cheaper worldwide, actually, because this basically makes an entire gigantic stream of oil now completely out of the hands of the oil cartels. And now Iran's value also degrades a lot.
So in the long term, right now it would probably have less of an effect in the short term because the pipeline that the UAE has that basically bypasses the Strait of Hormuz and goes into the Gulf of Oman, that's already working at full capacity. Okay, so right now it's not going to have much of an effect, but in the future, once they have full access to the Strait of Hormuz again, so that it will have that impact in the longer term, especially right now that the oil prices are higher. Everybody is going to be working at full capacity, and the OPEC is not going to reduce production anyway when the oil prices are high. The OPEC has more of an influence when oil prices are down, and the cartel will basically get together to reduce production to get the prices higher. That's when you experience the influence of OPEC. I mean, now less than before, actually. But the UAE leaving OPEC will have more of an impact when the oil prices are down and the cartel cannot reduce production as much as they could before. Do you guys get what I'm saying? This is important to understand.
Because the UAE is filling that spot. Now there's going to be a lot more.
And actually, it's actually very strategic for the UAE to leave now when the oil prices are high, and everybody is working at full capacity anyways, as much as they could. Did that make any sense to anybody here, or was that too nerdy?
Degrade.
No, somebody saying, yeah, but that's not accurate. It is accurate that the UAE is already going at full capacity right now. That is accurate. The pipeline that they have has a capacity of 1.8 million barrels per day, and it's already been using all that capacity.
a lot because the UAE is filling that spot. Now there's going to be a lot more product in the market, a lot more supply, therefore demand goes down, and therefore prices go down, which is insane. UAE leaving OPEC is a very big deal. OPEC produces 40% of the oil supply in the world. As a cartel, they dictate production, meaning oil prices. UAE is the third largest. They have the Fujairah pipeline, which totally bypasses
Fujairah.
Hormuz. By exiting OPEC, the UAE breaks the cartel that is keeping oil prices high, unlocking 1 million extra barrels.
Okay, that 1 million extra barrels per day is not going to be now, because right now, whatever they could get out through that pipeline, they're getting it through that pipeline. So this is going to begin again in the future.
Barrels per day. This blockade is changing the world. And of course,
What?
Donald Trump goes after his critics a little bit in a very, very tasteful way. Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. An attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe in this case, without verification, she is extremely low IQ. True, Mr. President. You're so real for that. Now, Marco Rubio has been dropping truth nukes.
Low IQ is an understatement for Candace Owens.
True, Mr. President. You're so real for that. Now, Marco Rubio has been dropping truth nukes all day because things are going swimmingly.
Suffice it to say that the nuclear question is the reason why we're in this in the first place. If Iran was just a radical country run by radical people, but, you know, it'd still be a problem. But they are revolutionary. There's no doubt in my mind that at some point in the future, if this radical clerical regimes remain in charge in Iran, they will decide they want a nuclear weapon.
And obviously, they literally say it themselves. Like, they openly state it. They have 60% enriched uranium, which obviously can only be used for nuclear, for weapons. So the reality...
Yeah, and Arakshi actually confirmed that when he was talking to Witkoff, that we have enough enriched uraniums to make like 4 nuclear bombs. What did he say?
Yes, they're going to die. That sucks for them, I guess. But, you know, what can you do? What can you do? So, Mr. President, admit this is one of the funniest things in the world. They're like, let's make a deal. The president's, all right, we're not going to Pakistan. Fuck Pakistan. Fuck your deal. And they're like, okay, we have a better offer.
On Iran, as you're figuring out who is in charge, if the hardliners or IRGC-aligned leaders have greater power in Iran, can the U.S. make a deal with those factors?
Whoever's running the show. I'll deal with whoever runs the show. They don't know. They are fighting with each other. There's tremendous infighting. They're probably fighting for leadership. In many cases, I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders. But
that's such a funny joke. You know, I love President Trump, like, drops these lines sometimes, and he says it as if, like, he says it in a serious tone, like as if it wasn't even meant to be a joke, but ends up being the funniest joke.
I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders. But
I love his laugh. That's such an evil laugh. Look at that.
I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders.
It's cute.
No,
it's kind of like your laugh. It's how, like, when you giggle, he's got like the same laugh as you. His laugh reminds me of your laugh.
Well, I'm saying evil in a positive way. Like,
No, I know, but I'm saying his laugh reminds me of yours. It's infectious because when you laugh, that makes all of us laugh too.
Yeah, look at this. It's like, no, yeah, I love the evil villain laugh. Like, if I like that, that's listen to.
I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders.
That's so good. One more time.
I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders. But
oh my God, that was so great. I would love that.
Guys, I can't tell when Nux's laugh ends and Armin's laugh begins. It merges one into the other.
Sorry.
I'll deal with whoever we have to. But
they're fighting to not be the leader. Lots of job openings these days.
There's no reason to wait 2 days, have people traveling for 16, 17 hours. We're not doing it that way. We'll do it. When they want, they can call me. We have all the cards. We've won everything.
That's right.
We have all the cards.
They have no military. Their economy is dead, like dead, literally. All right, they're imploding. The blockade is preventing them from any sort of future until they make a deal or surrender. And that's what we're waiting for, man. And it's inevitable.
Yesterday you said to Reuters that we're dealing with who is in charge now. What changed from yesterday to today?
Nothing. It's just that they gave us a paper that should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it, Within 10 minutes, we got a new paper that was much better.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward how that keeps happening. Pretty weird, actually. He'll get what he wants at the end. All right, listen, man. Iran has never won a war, but they've never lost a negotiation. But they're dealing with a different beast now.
Wait, that's a good summary. Iran has never won a war, but they've never lost a negotiation. Well, no, actually, I don't know.
A war, but they've never lost a negotiation. But they're dealing with
No, they're actually good at losing negotiations as well.
a different beast.
I mean, they lose. Okay, to be fair, they win negotiations against the Democrats. That's true.
Now, a great orange beast.
Iran, as you're figuring out who is in charge, if the hardliners...
Yeah, so he's been dropping nukes, and I don't think he's just going to roll over and let Iran get away with more of their heinous bullshit. Honestly, killing pedophiles in Iran is fucking awesome, actually, and I actually don't care about what people have to say about it. My incredibly hot take is I pay a lot of taxes. My taxes go to the government. The government uses that money on a billion things that I don't support. Like foreign aid to foreign countries. Yes, every foreign country. I don't want to be paying them for shit. I don't want it to go to welfare for people that don't deserve it, don't need it. Illegals, healthcare for illegals, especially. I don't want it going to Somali leering centers. I don't want it going to all these universities that are grooming children into their poisonous ideologies, all these public schools where you have trans teachers teaching kids to shoot politicians. The way I see it, if my tax dollars go to killing pedophile terrorists across the world that are trying to nuke us, yeah, I could live with that.
I can live with that. Oh, that's good. That's so good. I don't want my tax money to go.
He's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, he's funny. I like him.
So I've connected with him. Hopefully, we'll see if this is tentative, so it's not confirmed because we have to figure out like the technical stuff behind this because we've never had a cartoon character VR person on.
Is he a cartoon character in real life as well, or just on YouTube? In real life as well. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're gonna try to figure out how to make it work, but potentially this is tentative right now. He might join us on Sunday. We just gotta make like the
That's exciting.
VTuber. Okay, VTuber. So we just got to figure out how the VTuber thing works because obviously, there you go. So great guy, and one of the main reasons that I invited him to join us is because I want to introduce him to our Iranian viewers, and I'm hoping that our Iranian viewers will follow him and support him because he does speak out in support of Iranians, and I think it's really important for us as an Iranian community to support anyone who is using their platform to raise awareness about the Iranians' fight for freedom. So
yeah, we should appreciate. Can you get Asmon Gold as well?
I mean, I reached out to Asmon Gold. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. So he follows me on X. I sent him a message. So I don't know. I mean, if Asmon Gold ever gets back to me, would be happy to bring him on. I'll try to reach out to Asmon Gold again if I can. But Armin, let's go to President Trump's press conference. So this is kind of like dual. So it's not very long. It's only about 22 minutes. So the first part is, of course, he's meeting with the astronauts, which is super, super cool. And I would love to watch that because, we did play some of the stuff and it was super amazing. However, he also answers questions about Iran. So I thought we could just sort of, actually, why don't I send this to you? Because I know Armin commentary. So that when President Trump gets to the Iran stuff, if you want to pause and add commentary, you can do so.
Okay. While he's talking non-Iranian stuff, I'm going to use the washroom really quick.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Take a break. That's okay. Yeah. Do what you need to do.
Well, thank you, Goldie. That's good. Wow, there's is it just me, Goldie, or is the decoration increasing? Like it seems very big. It's getting busier and busier on the.
Hey, I like the gold. Listen, I'm Iranian. I like the gold.
Yeah, we have B2. The B2 bomber is still there.
Guys, should I play like some music?
Is that copyright free?
No, it's not. It was a Stargate theme music. So there you go. I won't play it. I won't play it.
Wait. Oh, is that a widget or something that you're discovering?
No, this is the music that I've. You know how I've always played music in the background?
Ah, okay.
It's from media assets. So yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. We have some people that have captivated the attention of the whole world, not just our country, the whole world. And they're very brave. And that was a lot of rocket under them. I never saw anything like that. We were talking about it. It's I don't know how they do it. I wouldn't want to do it. But it takes people like this to make our country great. And again, I've never seen anything. Everybody I knew, they wanted to see the launch. And they especially wanted to see a successful landing. And Jared, I want to congratulate you what you've done at NASA. I made a great choice. And if you have any questions for any of us, feel free to ask. But we're very proud of these people. They have unbelievable courage, unbelievable. A lot of other things too, by the way. To get in there, you have to be very smart. You have to do a lot of things physically good. So I would have had no trouble making it, and physically very, very good. Maybe a little bit of a problem. I don't know, sure. We'll have to try it sometime. Is a president allowed to go up in one of these missions?
We can get working on that, Mr. President.
We have no problem, right?
We'll launch more rockets. The opportunity.
We'll have to try it. Congratulations very much. And by the way, their families are over here, beautiful families, and they're in the Oval Office, and they walked in, they said, wow, the Oval Office. Everybody likes the Oval Office. Any questions, please?
President. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, it's a great honor to meet all of you. Congratulations and welcome to the White House. I have had the privilege of interviewing Gene Cernan, the last man to walk on the moon. Is that what you would like to do? And Mr. President, do you think that will happen during your second term?
Well, we have a shot at it. I mean, we don't like to say definitely because then you say, oh.
Wait, we might actually have somebody walking on the moon within the next 3 years?
Your second term.
Well, we have a shot at it. I mean, we don't like to say definitely because then you say, oh, we failed. Because I think we could say we're ahead of schedule. So we have a good shot. We've authorized it. And I think with this team and, with Jared's done such an amazing job at NASA, I think we have a good shot, right? We'll see.
Yes, Mr. President, we have an achievable plan now back to the moon. And we're back in the business of launching moon rockets with frequency. So we just sent Artemis 2 around the moon. We're going to launch Artemis 3 in 2027. We'll protect for up for 2 opportunities in 2028 to return astronauts to the surface of the moon.
I like space. I started Space Force, as you very well know. It's been very, very important. Then they tried to kill it. And actually, the military would not let the Biden administration kill it. They wanted to kill it. And it's going to turn out to be one of our most important things. I think it'll turn out to be one of the most important things they did. But we got involved with NASA bringing it back. And I was saying when I first looked at some of your facilities, they had grass growing on the runways right in between the cracks of the asphalt. And but not anymore. It's really strong. And what they do, one of the things they do that's so important is for our military offense and defense. And a lot of people say, well, is it worth it? It's really worth it because what's happened militarily, you see what we're doing militarily, a lot of that comes from space. So it's been pretty great. Good question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. First, on the topic of space, do you have an update on the UFO files and when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material, and we're going to be.
Guys, what do you think about UFOs? I think if any of these, so obviously a lot of it is just people, making stuff up, like basically imagining things that are not really there. But the ones that are real, I think they're man-made. Okay, I think like if there's ever comes like I think whatever is going to be revealed, I'm pretty sure there are like intelligent life somewhere in the universe. I just think it's too far away for them to visit our planet. But I think that the UFOs, it's just basically they're man-made, like they're secret, like basically devices that were too top secret to be revealed. Do you guys agree? Yeah, it's just basically new tech made by man, by I don't know, maybe Chinese, Russian, American tech that was not released to the public. But I think that if there is intelligent, I mean, the statistics suggest that there is intelligent life out there somewhere, but I think it's just so far away that they would not be visiting us. And yeah. And even if they could visit us, any intelligent being that is capable of interstellar travel would have basically nothing to gain from coming here other than maybe wiping us out. And any entity, any intelligent being that is capable of interstellar travel would show up if they wanted to show up here. They would show up in something way more impressive than what the so-called UFOs are.
No, Armin, it's the Fermi paradox.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, basically, but in basically more simple terms.
But do you know what the Fermi paradox is?
Yeah, it's, if I remember correctly, is that any civilization growing to a certain degree will eventually collapse.
Yeah, before they can make contact.
Okay. But that's a theory that might suggest why we haven't been visited by aliens, but that theory assumes that there's a motivation for aliens to visit us. I'm just saying that anything that advanced wouldn't even have the motivation to visit us, because there's nothing to, like, if you're that advanced that you could do interstellar travel, like, why would you even come here? There's nothing to benefit.
They would they would see us as like cockroaches. They would be like, okay,
right.
Like, they would look at us and be like, there's no intelligent life on this planet, so why would we even bother to make contact, right? That would be like us trying to make contact with cockroaches. So
yes,
yeah,
traveling the universe, traveling across the universe to meet cockroaches on the other side of the universe.
Yeah, so that's why they had that. That's why, like, if I mean, I believe that there's intelligent life out there, but that's probably why. Yeah, like they would just zoom in and just look at the Durka and be like, nope.
No.
Yeah, right. It's the Durka that's like,
nuke them. Yeah, they would nuke us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's saying resources, guys. Again, if you could do interstellar travel, then like you could grab planets around you for resources. Like you could make water out of hydrogen. Like the only constraint would be energy, and you could turn matter into any matter into energy, and whatever minerals or whatever resources you need is going to be within reach. Like, what resources would it require interstellar travel? Like, nothing.
Yeah.
Releasing a lot of things from that we have, and I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Sketch is saying entertainment. Well, again, like, any living being that could do interstellar travel, then they have gotten to a level of technology, and that they could what they enjoy and what they fear could be completely managed. Like guys, even us humans, 200 years from now, we could experience the level of joy and happiness just by messing with our brain. Like, we don't need entertainment anymore to become happy. Like, you could achieve absolute happiness directly, into your brain. Like, you could control your motivations and your fears and everything. So you don't need like external things happening certain way in the outside world for you to enjoy them anymore. Like, you know, so, and we like, that's our future, like in less than 1,000 years from now. An entity that could do interstellar travel, like the idea, joy and fear and happiness and sadness would completely be like, those are like ancient stuff, right? Being like bored, those are ancient, that would be in their ancient history. Like that would not even have a meaning to them anymore.
People, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So,
wait, I need to also understand this. Like aliens would enslave us. Like like what would our muscles and our brain be able to offer as slaves? Again, a civilization that can do interstellar travel, they probably have like they have already passed AI and robotics to a degree that like it would be as if it would be as if you're trying to enslave cockroaches, right? Like how, like not even, right? Like enslave us for what? They would like, we wouldn't be able to provide them any services.
Guys, if you want us to do like a special, like a special live stream where we talk about aliens and alien like technology and alien theories, I'm more than happy to set that up. And
No,
you know, because I'm super into that as well. So
really? Okay.
oh yeah, like I'm a
Me
big
too.
sci-fi person. So yeah, if you
Okay.
guys want, like we could, you know, at some point we'll do like a special bonus edition of Iran
Yeah.
Revolution Live Aliens or something, and that then we can talk about all the alien theories, and we'll share some alien documentaries and things like that. But yeah.
Yeah.
But save your questions for that special.
I love that. I would love that.
All right, Armin. You know what? Let's schedule something. It'll have to be
Okay.
after hours though, so you're gonna have to figure out your schedule, because it's gonna be
Okay.
like, you know, we have to like finish the live stream and then start like another one that's specifically about aliens, so people aren't confused.
Okay.
All right. Yeah,
Right.
there you go. Oh my gosh, there you go. We'll call it Alien Revolution Live.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, guys. Okay. We'll do an Alien Revolution Live at some point. Armin and I will figure it out. We'll figure out like the best time for this, and we can talk about all the alien theories there. We'll do it. But for now, let's just continue with this. 'Cause
Okay, let's continue.
Armin's gonna have to leave soon.
Okay.
be reading about it. Yes.
Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Putin not too long ago. Did you talk to him
I did
about
today.
Did you talk to him about the progress in the space area, and what else did you talk
I didn't talk about space. No, I talked about Ukraine, and I talked a little bit about Iran. I talked about a few different subjects, mostly about Ukraine, and we had a very good conversation. I think we're going to come up with a solution relatively quickly. I hope.
What does he want?
I think he'd like to see a solution. I can tell you, and that's good.
What involvement does he want to have in the Iran situation?
He told me he'd like to be involved with the enrichment if he can help us get it. I said I'd much rather have you be involved with ending the war with Ukraine. To me, that would be more important, because we're gonna have that. Look, we're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out their anti-aircraft, everything, apparatus, everything they have, their radar, they have very little left. And they have some missiles, a small percentage. They have a small percentage of missile-making facilities. We knocked out about 80% of them. The rest could come very quickly if we don't make a deal. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They know it. And just about everybody else does. And so we talked about that a little bit. He doesn't want to see them have a nuclear weapon either. But I had a long talk with President Putin. I suggested a little bit of a ceasefire, and I think he might do that. He might announce something having to do with that. Did he announce it yet?
No, but I was wondering, I was just going to ask you.
No, I asked him about, even if it's a little ceasefire, there's so many people being killed, it's so ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of today's Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act, do you want Republican states in the South?
Wait, Goldie. I made something for Alien Revolution Live. I know Goldie's not here. Goldie, you're muted. You're muted. Sorry. I know you're eating. But look, I just made this because you said Alien Revolution Live, so I went and made this. I was just doing that. Yeah. Wow. We'll have this for
Is that supposed to be that? Why does that look like Elon Musk?
No, does it? It's the History Channel guy.
My gosh, the crossover we didn't know that we needed.
I knew you would like it, so I made it. Yeah. All right, sorry. Go back to eating. Sorry.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm almost done.
Okay,
but
just
I'm listening. But
okay,
can I just say also? Can I just say, like, I find it crazy. Like, President Trump is there doing a press conference with 4 astronauts who literally went to the moon, orbited the moon, came back. They went the farthest that humans have ever been from planet Earth. Okay, they lost contact with planet Earth. And yet the reporters, instead of, like, honoring the astronauts, and I mean, like, my focus is on Iran, but at the same time, I'm like, instead of the reporters honoring the astronauts and asking questions about their trip, they go straight to Iran, and the astronauts are standing there like, okay, what about the fact that I just did something historic? So I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Let's see if they ask more questions regarding the astronauts. Yeah.
Drawing congressional districts before
I
the
don't think you have
midterms.
to tell me, when did the ruling come out? I've been with the astronauts. I've been with contractors because we're trying to get the ballroom built ahead of schedule. It's right on schedule. It's ahead of schedule now. I want to keep it that way.
It came out today.
And I was also with commissioning some people, but one of, David Warrington's son, I don't know, David, everybody knows David. He's got this incredible son. So he was just sworn in. So we had other things. Tell me about the what happened.
Well, some think that the ruling could create more Republican-held congressional seats in the South.
That's good.
Yeah, would you
That's
want
the
them
kind of ruling I like.
Would you want them to
When
pursue
did that
that?
happen?
Well, the Supreme Court ruled on it this morning.
Really? Is that right? Tell me about the ruling.
Well, I have a
This
question.
is CNN fake news.
On your call to President Putin today.
You tell me about the ruling. The goes to the astronauts. This is CNN fake news. Like it looks at the astronauts. He's like, "This is CNN fake news." Oh my god! Hold on. Let me turn this up. All right, watch this. This is so good. It's so good.
Would you want them to
When
pursue
did that
that?
happen?
Well, the Supreme Court ruled on it this morning.
Really? Is that right? Tell me about the ruling.
Well, I have a
This
question.
is CNN fake news.
On your call to President Putin today.
And then NASA guy was like nodding his head.
It's like, yes,
Yeah,
Mr. President. I love that.
Look at this. He doesn't know how to react. It's like,
Well,
oh my
but
god.
like, Armin, this is actually one of the ways that President Trump is calling out CNN, right? So, like, what he's so Armin, what he's actually doing here is by calling out CNN fake news. What he's actually saying is, this is how CNN is disrespecting you, because you guys are here. You guys went to the moon and back. And this entire press conference is about us honoring our brave, heroic astronauts. And instead of CNN asking a question about your journey, your trip, they're talking about, like, SCOTUS ruling or whatever. So when President Trump says that's CNN fake news, that's what he actually means. He's calling out the hypocrisy of CNN for disrespecting the astronauts and asking a question about something completely unrelated. That's what it actually means. That's the political translation there. I'm translating Trump to English, so that's what he means.
Thank you. And look, because the astronaut doesn't know how to respond. Look,
Tell me about the ruling.
Well, I have a
This
question.
is CNN fake news.
On your call to
like Okay.
Today, do you think the war in Iran ends first or the war in Ukraine?
Well, we talked more about the war in Ukraine, but he would like to be of help. I said, before you help me, I want to end your war. So we had a good talk. I've known him a long time. I think he was ready to make a deal a while ago. I think some people made it difficult for him to make a deal, but we talked more about Ukraine.
But which war do you think ends first?
That's an interesting question. You know, coming from you, that's very interesting. Which war would end first? I don't know. Maybe they're on a similar timetable. I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated. Okay, you wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but
wait, what?
Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated. Okay, you wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but militarily, look, their navy. So they had 150.
I think he meant Iran. I think he misspoke here. Ukraine
timetable. I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated.
He means Iran.
Yeah. He meant Iran.
He meant Iran.
He's had a He's had a long few days. He's had a long week. People misspeak. Like, listen, I've misspoken all the time, as you know, when I was doing like political interviews. So like that's not a big deal. I've done it all the time. That's common. That's nothing.
I almost had a heart attack. I'm like, oh no, Ukraine.
Yeah. No, guys, he didn't do a Biden. He didn't do a Biden. That's an idiotic statement to make, guys. As a former politician, do you know how many times I've like misspoken? Like, it's insane. Okay, so there's like some idiot who's like just now spamming my X chat, so you guys can like get lost. Like, guys, he's human. He's human. Listen, I've misspoken on interviews all the time. So that's not a big deal. Whatever. He did. He literally did. I'm a freaking tired, and I was, almost literally assassinated a few days ago, and I haven't had any rest or any sleep. Right? So, yeah. People misspeak all the time. That's basically proof that he's human. Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, he meant Iran, not Ukraine.
Yeah.
On a similar timetable, I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated. Okay, you wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but militarily, look, their navy. So they had 159.
Yeah, I mean, then Ukraine doesn't have that much of a navy, right? So, as soon as he said navy, I was like, oh, okay, we're talking Iran, the Islamic Republic.
9 ships. Every ship, militarily, look, their navy. So they had 159 ships. Every ship is right now underwater. Typically, that's pretty good. What do you think, Jared? I mean, it's going to be hard for them to make a naval comeback. Okay, now they have an Air Force. Every one of their planes has been shot down or has been decimated. They have missiles, about 82% are gone, and they have drones, and most of them are gone. Most of the factories are mostly gone, and we have tremendous anti-drone equipment now, between lasers and that new, very special machine gun that knocks them out of the air like flies. And we use bullets instead of $1 million, missiles to knock out a $30,000 drone. So I would say Jared would.
Oh my God, I think this NASA guy is like, doesn't know how to, because President Trump is like looking at that NASA guy talking about taking out drones, and the guy is like, yes.
Missiles to knock out a $30,000 drone.
I'm like, sir, this is not my area of expertise, but okay, I keep nodding.
So I would say Jared would tell me that with everything you just heard, typically we're in pretty good shape. And in addition, their economy is crashing. Their, as you know, their money, they call it their money. They don't have a name for it. Their money is valueless. They've got inflation that nobody's ever seen before. Other than that, I think they're doing quite well. If you read the New York Times.
He always says that, like, we effed them up, everything is ruined, like they completely destroyed, their economy is collapsing. But other than that, they're doing quite well.
You'd say they're doing wonderfully because it's fake news. Or if you watch CNN, I mean, you cover it all the time. You think they're doing well. Do you think they're doing well where they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft apparatus, other than what they may have put there. They may have brought in some light stuff during the ceasefire, and we know exactly where it is, so it'll be knocked out within the first 15 minutes.
I want to go back to the Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act. I know you said you haven't seen it.
When did it come out? Just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it considered a win for
a win for Republicans?
I love it.
But my question.
This is a very good. We can end this conversation. I want to read it.
My question for you, Mr. President, is that some Republican governors have not responded in terms of what they're going to do. I guess early voting, for example, in Louisiana Republican governors.
What about it?
Early voting begins Saturday there, for instance. Should they redraw the map in the next couple
I would. I mean, it depends. I mean, some states don't need to redraw, and some do. I mean, I know what the concept of the rule. I just haven't seen the result. Yeah, I would say generally, I would think that they would want to do it. Some are greatly helped, and some, didn't make much difference. Yeah, I would say they would do that. They have time to do it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you, there's a lot of drama on the House floor today. Several bills were stalled, and a rule took 2 hours to pass today, and there's still some tension over the farm bill. Do you think that you need to get more involved legislatively on Capitol Hill?
Well, we want the farm bill. The Democrats don't. We want security, okay? We need security. We want security. The Democrats don't think we need security. They actually do, but they suffer greatly from Trump derangement syndrome, like at levels that nobody's ever seen. They're sick people. There's something wrong with them. They don't want to pay anybody for security. They don't like ICE. They don't like Border Patrol people. They don't like the people that keep us safe. When they ran this, they let 25 million people into our country, and many of those people were from prisons. They were from mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders, half of whom committed more than one murder. They think that was fine. I happen to like law enforcement. They essentially want to defund law enforcement. And I don't think the public's going to let them get away with it. We got it all approved in the great big beautiful bill, and they want to renegotiate. We don't like that. Yeah.
Mr. President, the King's speech that he made to Congress, he spoke strongly, forcefully about the necessity for a strong NATO alliance. He also spoke about the necessity to continue to support Ukraine. Did his speech in any way change your thinking on either of those issues?
Well, you have to understand, my thinking is, I think, exactly correct, but I was very disappointed with the fact that when we called on them to give us a little hand, we didn't need it. I actually did it just to see whether or not they'd be there. When we called on NATO to give us a hand with Ukraine, and in particular the most recent,
I really feel bad for Ukraine that they have to, like, the main hope that for their support is like these toothless European countries that don't spend enough money on their own military. I hope Ukraine figures out a way to create enough strategic alliances beyond just European countries, so that it could defend itself. Like, I don't know how big of a deal this is going to be, but the security deals that the UAE is now making with like UAE and Saudi Arabia, I hope like Ukraine manages to find other ways to not just be dependent on these European countries. So yeah, but no, yeah, guys, I'm not talking about all European countries. Obviously, like countries like Poland and have been spending a lot on their military, like their fair share, more than their fair share. By the way, I'm only talking about the European politicians and the fact that they haven't been investing enough in their military. But obviously, I'm not talking about all of them. Poland obviously is like a great example of a European country that is doing its fair share when it comes to participating. Yeah. So Yeah, I know, like, I know European countries are spending on Ukraine, but I was just thinking, like, Europe for years has been behind. Oh, wow. Alien Revolution. I was wondering what Goldie's doing. Oh my God, this is so good. Goldie, you're so good at designing stuff. How do you have, like, you're good at that? Like, that you have a, that's amazing. Love it.
Guys, we're gonna do Alien Revolution live.
Alien Revolution.
We'll talk about all the alien conspiracy theories.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So Armin, you weren't here,
Yes.
but we actually have a lot of conspiracy theories about space,
Mhm.
right? So we have the flat moon theory. Is the moon flat? So there's a big
Cheese moon.
argument.
Cheese moon theory.
Whether the moon is cheese or not, but
Yeah.
there's also like there's a big divide between the round mooners and the flat mooners. Okay, so the flat moon
Oh.
versus the round moon, that's a big one.
Wow.
We also had a big debate as to whether or not Pluto is a planet. So is Pluto a
Pluto.
planet?
Oh my God. I didn't know you're Arabizing the planets now. This is Arab imperialism.
So so many conspiracy theories, yeah. So we have conspiracy theories about Pluto, whether the moon is flat or not, the Anunnaki, planet Nibiru, the hollow moon theory. Yeah, we have so many theories. So guys, yeah. So some people think the moon doesn't even exist. So, there you go. There you go. So yeah, guys, keep an eye out. Armin and I will do Alien Revolution live at some point. We will schedule it well in advance so that you guys know exactly when it's happening. Yeah, there you go. David Pluto. So, Armin, we actually did a poll, but I can't find it now. But anyways, so yeah.
What was the poll?
It was whether or not Pluto or Bluto is a planet. So
Planet. Okay.
yeah. Anyways. Look at this. Keep me updated.
Update.
No yak on Bluto. Yeah, we were talking about like Yachman. So
I remember years ago when there was a comic when they decided Pluto is not a planet anymore because it's not big enough, and they had this comic Pluto saying to NASA, "I was big enough for your mom." I remember this comic years ago.
Spicy. That's spicy.
Oh my God.
Just a quick super chat. So for the last couple of generations, some teachers have been indoctrinating students to be ashamed of America and to hate it. Sadly, some teachers are the enemy within. Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely true, Russ Mega. I mean, that's what happened with the White House correspondent shooter, right? So yeah, there is a rot within the left. That needs to be exposed. All right, okay, let's I think President Trump is pretty much done with Iran. I don't know, but we can continue, I guess, and see. No more interruptions, Armin, I promise.
Okay, no, if the interruptions are like that, please do interruptions.
We asked them to do certain things on Ukraine, and we also wanted them to do things with Iran. And on Ukraine, they're very much involved, but they didn't do things the way we would like to see it. It's been going on for a long time. And on Iran, they weren't there. As you know it better than anybody. They weren't there. The king is fantastic.
By the way, guys, let me know if you agree with me or not. I think this, like, a lot of people think that what President Trump is doing when it comes to pushing Europe to do more is bad for Europe, but it might end up being good for Europe. Like because Europe is going to, it might even wake up Europe at some point, because to spend more on their military and contribute more to, global security. What do you guys think? Like, could it actually have the other effect and just basically wake them the F up?
We spent a lot of time together. We had a lot of talk. We talked about this also. And he loves his country, and he's a great king, and he's a great friend of mine. And I think if he were doing that, if that were up to him, he would have probably helped us with Iran. He would have followed the suggestions we made with respect to Ukraine, because, we have some disagreements on Ukraine, and not having to do with NATO so much as European countries. But no, he's coming back tomorrow. We had an incredible evening last night, and he's leaving tomorrow. He's going to come back and see us before he leaves, and but I think he's a phenomenal representative for his country. I think the people in the United Kingdom should be proud. I loved the speech yesterday. I watched it. I loved the speech last night. I don't know about my speech. I thought my speech was okay too, but I thought he was. I think he's an unbelievable king, and by the way, an unbelievable queen. They are a great couple.
This morning, I don't know if we were talking about who you were this morning. James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now in charge a second time. This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill him. You ever see the movies? 86 him. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 him. That means kill him. It's. I think of it as a mob term. I don't know. People think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say 86, the son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language nice and clear. They don't use that term, son of a gun. They use another term. But that's a mob term for kill. Yeah.
But do you really think your life was in danger?
Probably. I don't know. Based on what I'm seeing out there, yeah, the people like Comey have created tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others. Comey is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop. He cheated on the elections. He tried to help Hillary Clinton, as you know. He dismissed a lot of things that he should have proceeded with. I wasn't involved, but he should have proceeded with. No, he's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man. Yeah.
Mr. President, you just described there's been disagreement between the U.S. and Keir Starmer on support for Iran. Did your visit with the king smooth that over or create any more?
My visit with the king really was it was extraordinary. I mean, he's an extraordinary man. He's an extraordinary person. And yeah, it helps from the standpoint that, when you like the king of a country so much, it probably helps your relationship with the prime minister. But, in that case, the prime minister, I said, do you want to send a little help? He said, no, we'll send it after you win the war. I said, that's not good. That's not good. What do you think of that, Jared? Sending help after we win the war? I don't know. Something that bothers me. Wait, I don't want to.
Wait, what did he say?
Sending help after we win the war? I don't know. Something that bothers me. Wait, I don't want to get you guys involved, but I can imagine what you think.
What did he say? I'm gonna say, like, oh my God, it's like, this is not our poor guy. Wait, what did he say?
Something that bothers me.
What did he say?
What do you think of that, Jared?
This is a NASA guy, so I don't think, I don't know. What should I say about Starmer and Iran and
sending help after we win the war?
This is not my department.
I don't know. Something that bothers me.
What did he say? They say you're right. You're right, sir.
Go back.
Oh, a little bit late. He said maybe here.
What do you think of that, Jared? Sending help after we win the war? I don't know. Something that bothers me.
A little bit late.
Did he say a little late, sir? Okay, little late, sir. Okay.
Wait, I don't want to get you guys involved, but I can imagine what you think.
The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they pulled out of OPEC.
Yeah,
what do you think about
I
that?
think it's great. I mean, I think it's
Yay! It's great. It's great. Now, like Americans' dominance over the energy market is getting closer to complete. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Like no cartels.
great. Look, I know him very well.
I mean, to be fair, OPEC was already less relevant than before, ever since United States and Canada and all these other countries started adding more oil to the energy market that are not part of OPEC. But still, it's good. It's good to let the markets decide, guys. I'm a full-on capitalist, right? You should not be able to control prices. You should let the demand and supply in the international markets determine the price, rather than a bunch of people getting together and controlling the supply. That's unnatural. That's unnatural. You let the demand and supply to do their thing, and yep.
They pulled out of OPEC.
Yeah,
What do you think about
I
that?
think it's great. I mean, I think it's great. Look, I know him very well, Mohammed, and very smart. And he probably maybe wants to go his own way. That's a good thing. I think ultimately it's a good thing for getting the price of gas down, getting oil down, getting everything down. They have it all. He's a great leader, actually. So no, I'm okay. They're having some problems in OPEC.
Kevin Warsh passed a hurdle today. The Senate.
Oh, look at this. I love this. Look at this comment. The freer the market, the freer the people. Where is that from? I love that quote. What a great quote. I love that quote. I'm going to remember that. The freer the market, the freer the people. I agree.
Committee confirmed his nomination and will go to the Senate floor.
Oh, it's a classic? I didn't know that. Well, I'm glad I knew it now.
Today, the Senate Banking Committee confirmed his nomination and will go to the Senate floor. He'll be on the Fed in mid-May. Is it your expectation that he can persuade the other Fed governors to lower interest rates?
Well, we'll see. I mean, they should, because it's a good time to lower them. We're the most prime country anywhere in the world. We're right now having investments made in our country at a level that nobody's ever seen. No other country's ever seen it. Tens of billions of dollars are being invested. Factories, auto plants, AI. I mean, not just AI, because AI is new. We're leading China by a lot in AI, as you know. I'm letting them build their own.
Guys, AI, if United States, if we keep going the same direction that we're going, like United States being the leading country in AI is going to make United States, the gap between the US economy and the rest of the countries become so much bigger than what it already is right now. A lot of people thought that the gap is going to, be small, get smaller and smaller, but that's because people don't understand how big of a game changer AI and robotics is going to be in the near future. And if the US gets this right, it's going to increase their dominance. It's going to increase their economy, the gap between their economy and the rest of the world by even much bigger than it already is right now. I mean, the AI and robotics revolution that is about to come is going to lift all economies around the world, all economies, and in a way that most people do not even understand. But the point is that even if some countries are just a little bit higher than other countries, then that gap is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So everybody is going to benefit, but some countries are going to benefit or like initially a little bit more, but that initial small gap is going to lead into a big gap in like multiple decades. Oh, yeah. Thank you, FLP.
Electric plants, they're building them, otherwise you could never do it. It was a concept that I came up with. I'm very proud of it. And by the way, they're building electric plants.
Oh, guys, and the key to AI is energy and rare earth minerals, right? Because it's not about who has the best and the chips. It's not about who has the best models. Because the best AI, whoever has the best AI models, like everybody else could easily copy the best models. Like whatever the best model is, all the second and third runner-ups are always going to be like really, really close to it. Okay, so you could have the best models, but if you don't have enough GPUs or whatever processing that you're using, and you don't have enough energy to run it, then it doesn't matter if your model is better. because it's basically the people with the most number of data centers and processing power and the energy to run those, to do the processing. They're going to be the winners. So the chips require rare earth minerals, right? And so China has a little bit of an upper hand over that, but energy is even more important, and United States right now has the upper hand over that. So this is why energy, whoever has the upper hand in energy is going to win the robotics, the AI and robotics race.
People in the utility industry have never seen before. They're saying, man, that's incredible. So they're building these massive buildings that cost billions of dollars, and they're building their own electric plants. So they're not taking from a source or the old grid, an old grid that would be able to do it. No, we're leading with everything. But in the history of our beautiful world, there's never been a country that has so much money being invested in it as us. And tremendous number of auto plants, by the way. The auto plants are coming out of Canada, Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Germany. They're all coming to the United States. And the reason is I have a very smart tariff policy. We were taken advantage of for years. We were being ripped off by other countries for years. And those days are over. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, before we go on, how long are you prepared to maintain the blockade? Could that go several more months?
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And you see that, whether it's Venezuela, and they have a good military in Venezuela, but it was over in one day. It was actually over.
By the way, that's a good question. Is that a gold moon? That's a gold moon, isn't it?
In about 48 minutes. Iran, the same thing. I mean, militarily, we've wiped them out. They have no military left. It's all, the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is never going to fly again. We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. And their economy is really in trouble. So it's a dead economy.
So will Operation Economic Fury and the blockade get Iran to nuclear talks fast enough, or do you think another wave of strikes will be necessary?
I don't know. It depends. We have talks. We're having talks with them now, and we're not flying anymore with 18-hour flights every time we want to see a piece of paper. We're doing it telephonically. And it's very nice. I make a call, or I have my people make a call, and the answer. I always like face-to-face. I consider it better. But when you have to fly 18 hours every time you want to have a meeting, and you know what the meeting's all about, and they're going to give you a piece of paper that you don't like before you even leave. It's ridiculous. They've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough. So at this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C.? States like Florida, Texas, and Ohio have expressed interest.
You're going to have to say it differently.
Sorry, are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C. once the lease is up? States like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that question with those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing.
Beautiful ears. Wow. I've never heard a man being complimented on how his ears looks. Okay. Did you hear that with those beautiful ears of yours? Oh my God. Okay, beautiful ears.
You heard that question with those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, he's got super hearing.
Trick of the trade, sir.
What's the answer to that?
I think the answer to that is we have 10 amazing centers around the country that all kind of bubble up to contribute to the mission.
Oh my God! Now I see why he's complimenting him on his ears and his hearing ability. Now I see why. Okay, it was. Okay. So yeah, I think this man hears everything.
We have 10 amazing centers around the country that all kind of bubble up to contribute to the mission we're able to undertake, like Artemis 2. I think in terms of the headquarters, we have a lot of people very interested in our mission. So being here in DC gives us the opportunity to kind of interact from all our stakeholders, make sure we make the right decisions for the nation.
Yeah, DC is an advantage, I guess, for you. It's got to go around. It's got to see some senators, make sure they keep going, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, probably staying around is not so bad. And importantly, Washington, DC is now one of the safest cities in the country. When I came here a little more than a year ago, it was a very unsafe city. And now, maybe even more importantly than that, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you helped make it hot. You know, you helped make it hot. When a year and a half ago, and I say it a lot, the king of Saudi Arabia, but others also, the king of Saudi Arabia said, Mr. President, a year and a half ago, we thought you had a dead country. We thought the United States was a dead country, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we do. And believe it or not, I mean, when everybody in the world was watching that incredible performance by NASA, these incredible people behind me, where they get the bravery, I have no idea. But you're a big part of it. You really are. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Brad.
Amazing. Heroes, all four of them. All of them.
I mean, I kind of wish the press had asked the astronauts some questions. Like,
Yeah.
that was, I mean, honestly, that was kind of disrespectful. I mean, yeah, like I appreciate hearing questions about Iran, but I don't think this was a time or place for that. Like, you literally have astronauts who went to the moon and back, and not a single media outlet asked them a question about their trip. That's kind of disrespectful to the like, you know what? There's a time and place. There's a time and place for questions about like Iran or whatever. And I think that was very rude. I just think that was rude, right? I don't know.
Yes. You should have asked at least a few questions from the astronauts.
Like, yeah, like ask one question. Guys, like, I know that they had a press conference when they came back, but they're literally with the president in the Oval Office. Like, at least have the respect to ask them like one question, right? One question. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, Goldie, I'm about to
I'm
die
getting
from
the live stream.
starvation. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. It's been a long day. So thank you, Armin, for covering for me. I know you haven't eaten yet, so enjoy your meal. People requested that I play the Yach video. We haven't played the Yach video in a long time.
Oh, that brings memories. Oh
I
my
know,
God, Goldie, we
right?
had so many memories. Hey?
Yeah, we have a lot of memories. So there you go.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, one of your viewers requested the Yach video. So I'm gonna play that, and then I'll play some music afterwards, and we're gonna call it a night because I've had a pretty long day as well. And guys, we'll see you tomorrow for day 124.
And I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javid Shah. Payande Iran.
Iran. Payande Iran. All right. There we go. Here's the Yach video, guys. All right. I sent you a video from the Restart Team Man.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, this is going to be fun. Restarting, man.
You know what? You know what? After all of the darkness and the death and the murder, we could use something to cheer our moods a little bit.
This is their leader, guys.
What's his name again? Sayyid Nimnunam Chichi?
سید حسین حسینی اینا چند تا برادر حسینی بودن که این از همشون عقب مونده تر بود مثل دالتونان دقیقا.
You know what? Let's okay. So why don't we play it once for our Iranian followers so they can just listen along and laugh, and then guys, we'll go back and Armin will translate it for you.
Okay.
جهان هستی یک بیگ بنگه، یعنی یه خورشیدی وجود داره، یه دریایی وجود داره، اسم این دریا عرشه، اسم اون خورشید اللهه، میخوره به این دریا حباب تولید میشه، هر حباب بیگ بنگ شروع میشه، یعنی من قراره چاییمو در بیگ بنگ دیگه ای بخورم. اونجا چه شکلی آقا حسینی؟ اونجا خورشید از یخ تولید شده، یعنی نور از یخ میاد بیرون. یعنی کره زمین اونجا نورش از یخ میگیره. آقای دانشمند، یخ نور تولید میکنه. گیاهان اون کره زمین از یخ کاسبرگاشون تغذیه میکنه. خیلی خوشگله. بعد 4 که تولید میشه تو اون ثانیه وارد بعد 5 که میشی میبینی چه خبره. اصلا دختراش فرق میکنن، پسراش فرق میکنن. نه عزیزم، انقدر دختر خوشگل در جهان بود. تو همین نمیدونی خورشید از یخ باشه چه دختری تولید میکنه. هنوز نمیدونی. اونجا اصلا همه چیز فرق میکنه. جهان
What?
You know what? The very people want just his dealer number. This is the effect when you immigrate and the pure stuff come to your hand.
Armin, I'm surprised by your expression. I thought you've seen this one before.
I only review his political analysis. I haven't seen his metaphysical views. I've never watched. What the hell? This is even more fun than his political shows.
Okay, guys. Yeah, so for everyone in the chat who's wondering, when he says yach, so yach means ice, but we don't say yach. That's like a crazy way of we just say yach. It's just ice. So
we say yach. He says yach.
He's like yach or something. So yach means ice, but
ice.
Okay,
Yeah.
Armin's gonna translate for you now.
Oh my God, I don't even know. Okay.
جهان هستی یک بیگ بنگه. یعنی
So he's saying the world of reality is one big bang.
خورشیدی وجود داره، یه دریایی وجود داره.
There's the sun and then there's a sea.
اسم این دریا عرشه.
The name of the sea is Arsh.
دریا عرشه. اسم اون خورشید اللهه.
The name of the sun is Allah. What the hell? Okay.
اون خورشید اللهه. میخوره به این دریا، حباب تولید میشه.
The sun will hit the sea and it creates bubbles. Bubbles will come out of the sea because the sun hit the sea.
هر حباب بیگ بنگ شروع میشه. یعنی
each one of these bubbles will start a big bang.
من قراره چاییمو در بیگ بنگ دیگه ای بخورم.
I will be drinking my tea in another big bang. So you ask me, Mr. Hosseini, what is that other world like? What is that other place like? In that place, the sun has been made from ice. That means that light from the sun comes out of ice. Meaning that in that world, the earth of that world receives its light from ice. Mr. Scientist, pay attention, Mr. Scientist. Ice creates light. Ice will in that world, ice creates light.
گیاهان اون کره زمین از یخ کاسبرگاشون تغذیه میکنن.
In that world, the plants in that world, their leaves gets energy from ice.
خیلی خوشگله.
It's so beautiful. خیلی خوشگله. It's so beautiful.
بعد 4 که تولید میشه تو اون ثانیه وارد بعد 5 که میشی.
When the fourth dimension is created, in that second, when you enter the fifth dimension, then you will see what's going on.
اصلا دختراش فرق میکنن، پسراش فرق میکنن.
The girls in that world are different. The boys in that I think he likes the boys more than the girls. He says in that world, the girls are different. The boys are different.
نه عزیزم، انقدر دختر خوشگل در جهان بودی تو همین نمیدونی خورشید.
There are so many beautiful girls in that world. You have no idea. The girls are so beautiful in that world. You have no idea.
تو همین نمیدونی خورشید از یخ باشه چه دختری تولید میکنه.
You have no idea when light comes when the sun is made out of ice. You have no idea what beautiful girls that would create. What the fuck?
هنوز نمیدونی. اونجا اصلا همه چیز فرق میکنه.
Everything is different in that world.
You
did
know
I
what?
just say?
You know what? If I was somebody at working at DEA, I was showing him at the television of for a perfect example of misusing or abusing psychoactive substance.
So, guys, so the summary of this is that there's another world. So the whole world is basically there's a sea that when the sun hits it, it creates bubbles, and each one of these bubbles are a big bang, and these big bangs create parallel universes. And in some of these universes, the sun is made out of ice, and if the sun is made out of ice, the light comes from the ice, and when light comes from the ice, everything created in that world from the earth of that world is so much more beautiful, including the boys and the girls. And you have no idea how beautiful the girls are in a world that light comes from ice. That's the summary.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for all of you, so when I said that, like, you know, there's regular Western politics, and then there's Iranian politics. I was not exaggerating. I was not. This guy has a cult following. So he's another project of the Islamic regime, and he actually has a cult following, and he actually believes that he is the legitimate Shah of Iran. Yeah.
Not Shah, Emperor.
Emperor. Right. So
yes,
so,
Emperor.
so he believes he's the Emperor of Iran.
Yes.
Yeah. So like I said, Iranian politics, I'm telling you guys, you know, not only do we deal with, like, you know, Muslim terrorists murdering us, right? Like that aside, which is a whole other tragedy in and of itself. We have like Marxist Islamists, we have like the fake controlled opposition, we have like all these, like, you know, woke crazies, and then we have like Emperor Meth as well.
You know what, Goldie? You could have him. The people who wanted the Shah, you wanted the Shah?
Oh, the people who want the Shah? Here you go. You can take him. You can take Emperor Meth.
You ask for an Iranian Shah? Here we have.
You can have him. We don't want Emperor Meth. You can take him.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats never surrender. That's where we belong. Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Lock the loader, set it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. We got Crown Prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's where you're hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. IRANIAN, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump. We lived in shadows, cut from the light. Sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. Bossy cheetah on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, the strength and the lead. Thank you, baby, for the words and the deed. The iron fist has crumbled. The tyrant's time is through. What we thought was impossible is finally coming true. The eagles and the stars, the red and the white, and the rising lions will end this long bitter night. Coming, he died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. To the IDF and the US, brave and bold. A story of liberation that will forever be told. You finished the job, you broke every chain. You washed away decades of blood and of pain. The IRGC is a ghost of the past. The freedom of the lion is here at long last. Coming, he died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Yeah, yeah, he lived like a rat, and he fell like one too. Now the sky over Iran is finally blue. King Reza Pahlavi, our hope and our light. He got us to greatness, he led us from night. The leader of our future, the heart of our land. With him as our leader, democracy will stand. No more mullahs, no more fear. The golden age of Iran is finally here. Coming, he died like a rat. Thank you for this powerful attack. Thank you, like a rat, scurrying away, but he can't hide forever from the light of the day. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, baby. Tommy John, Reza Pahlavi. Zero weeks of silence, screens gone black, and empty million voices are under attack. The wires were cut, the signals drowned, truth locked inside a silent town. But hope still travels through the dust, a whispered call across the dusk. From Tehran's nights to open skies, a brave nation sends its signal high. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk, tonight. Let the signal break the night. Help Mr. Musk, let the whole world see this brave nation rising to be free. Help Mr. Musk, we place our trust in the power of the genius mind that's just from every rooftop, every dusk. Hope is calling, help Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. You built your name on fearless dreams, on open words and global streams, from rockets rising through the skies to your style in getting truth is rise against the tyrants and their will. Now hear the Iranian people through the dust. They are calling, help us, Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk tonight. Let the signal break the night. Help Mr. Musk, let the whole world see this brave nation rising to be free. Help Mr. Musk, we place our trust in the power of a genius mind that's just from every rooftop, every dusk. Hope is calling, help Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. A single link across the sky can lift the truth they tried to hide. A spark of light, a signal white can turn the darkest turning tide. The future moves with minds like yours who open unseen digital doors from silent streets to cosmic dusk. We send our thanks, Mr. Musk, Mr. You stood for free speech and open air, for voices rising everywhere. Not walls of fear, not hidden chains, but bridges built across the plains. So hear us now, across the night. The Iranian people reaching for the light. Help Mr. Musk, help Mr. Musk tonight. Turn the silence into light. Help Mr. Musk, let Iranian voices fly across the world and through the sky. Help Mr. Musk, the people's choice, the brighter dawn beyond the dust. From terror streets to cosmic dusk, hope is rising. Help us, Mr. Musk. Help Mr. Musk. Mr. Trump, back at the table again, talking of peace, but you know how it ends. Smiles for the cameras, deals in the light, but truth disappears somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, hear the streets, hear the cry. Iranians want freedom, they're reaching high. From cells to the shadows, their voices still grow, dreaming of a future they don't even know. pressure runs low and down below. The fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Voices in chains still rise and fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan or Obama, pressure or deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History writes down the choice and the name. Stand with strength, don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silenced, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need, take a stand, don't trade their future for a sake of a hand. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Too many lives already lost. Deal with the devil, you hear their call. Iranians fighting, they won't let it fall. Deal with the devil, don't look away while lives are taken day by day. Mr. Trump, be like Reagan, no deals with the devil. "47 years we've been bleeding in the dark, under the shadow of the Islamic regime, with a stone cold heart. They silenced our voices, they turned off our light. 58 days without internet, but we still fought the night. Our children took the streets, they raised their empty hands, and the world looked away. Do you understand? Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? Do you feel anything at all? Or did something break inside you while Iran answered the call? Do you know Europe? 42,000 lives, 2 days, that's all it took. Mothers and fathers and sons, did you even look? We stand with Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, our hope and voice. Millions behind him marching, he is our only choice. He only fights for freedom, democracy and human rights. But you mock him in your chambers while he fights for our lives, to pull us out of this darkness, this century-long night, while you sign deals with our killers and call What made you so cold? What turned your heart to stone? While our story went untold. Is oil worth more than blood? Is silence worth the shame? Because while you negotiate with murderers, we are dying, calling your name. Do you know Europe? Do you know what's been done? Do you know Europe? 42,000 souls are gone, killed in 2 days by a regime drenched in blood. Do you know Europe? Or have you just given up? Do you know Europe? We are still here. We are still strong. Do you know Europe? How much longer? How much longer? How long? Do you know Europe?
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما نفسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنیم بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به